Chapter 341. The Rose of King's Landing. Greene Kleb glanced in the direction of the King's Gate and said, "Prime Minister Tywin, I heard that the Northern Cavalry appeared on the King's Road east of Harrenhal. After learning the news last night, I became worried. I fear that King Joffrey's beautiful wedding will be ruined by them, and I am also concerned about the safety of the wedding guests who are coming to King's Landing." This happened 3 days ago, and Greene received the information last night. Before Duke Tywin could respond, Duke Mace leaned forward slightly and said, "Duke Greene, are you worried?" His expression turned solemn as if he had just realized something. Greene looked at Duke Mace, nodded slightly, and said, "The Northern Cavalry is adept at hit-and-run tactics. The King's territory, which just experienced the Battle of King's Landing, is particularly vulnerable, especially the lords near King's Landing. Even if the enemy passes by their castles, there is little they can do but close their gates." He frowned slightly. Perhaps their greatest loyalty is to send a messenger crow to the Red Keep. Thinking about the potential disruption to Joffrey and Margaery's wedding, Duke Mace couldn't help but lean forward a bit more. "We should send troops immediately." Greene nodded. "This is the best course of action, but I heard that Robb Stark has at least 5,000 cavalry. If we send too few soldiers, it will be easy for the enemy to find opportunities to counterattack. I propose that we form a large coalition force to completely destroy the enemy." "A coalition force?" A trace of hesitation appeared on Duke Mace's face, but it quickly disappeared. For the sake of the Tyrell family and his daughter, he decided to slightly postpone the long-planned battle for Storm's End. "Very well. I agree with your proposal, Duke Greene." After saying that, he and Greene looked at Duke Tywin, who was standing in the middle. The veins on Duke Tywin's head bulged slightly, and he said coldly, "There are only a few hundred Northern cavalry coming to harass us. I have ordered Sir Amory, stationed at Harrenhal, to lead the Lannister sworn knights and free riders in pursuit." Greene's eyes moved slightly, and he looked at Duke Mace. "Joffrey and Margaery's wedding will go smoothly." Then he turned to Greene. "If the Duke of Aerie City can support the cavalry in the valley, I think King Joffrey will be very grateful." Greene tapped his chin and said sternly, "The Kleb army is ready to fight for the Seven Kingdoms. We can find a time to discuss the specifics. I am awaiting your summons, Prime Minister Tywin." Duke Tywin looked away, paused, and said, "Very good." After a period of silence, Duke Mace couldn't help but ask, "Aren't we going to form a coalition?" In truth, the war artist was not interested in the chaos in the Riverlands at all. To him, it was the Lannister family's war. The Tyrell family had fulfilled its obligations as an ally in the Battle of King's Landing and saw no need to participate further. If it weren't for the interests of the Tyrell family, he would even be willing to secretly help Duke Eddard's son. The reason for reconfirming, Duke Mace touched his beard. It wasn't impossible to help the cunning Lord Tywin, provided. He secretly glanced at the Prime Minister's necklace that Lord Tywin was wearing. Greene smiled slightly and said, "Duke Mace, the Prime Minister has made arrangements. I think the King's wedding will not be disturbed by Robb Stark. My proposal can be kept for the time being." What does temporary retention mean? After hearing Greene's words, Duke Mace had doubts in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. He nodded. After a moment of silence, the war artist from the Riverlands sighed slightly and said, "We can't continue to let the little direwolf cause trouble in the Riverlands." The old lion glanced coldly at Duke Mace. Below the King's Gate, Joffrey Baratheon wore. Joffrey stood tall, his golden armor sparkling in the sun and his red claw oak fluttering in the wind like fire. Margaery Tyrell looked particularly charming in a cloak woven with flowers, her green dress representing the Tyrell family underneath. Joffrey reached out his hand and helped Margaery into the richly decorated carriage with gentle and graceful movements. The crowd gathered around them chanted, their voices rising and falling like waves. "Long live the king! Long live Margaery! Long live the king! Long live Margaery!" After sitting down in the carriage, Margaery smiled shyly and sweetly at the king beside her. Joffrey raised the corners of his lips and returned her gentle smile. The royal carriage that Joffrey and Margaery were riding in slowly moved towards the city, followed by the Tyrell carriages decorated with gilded roses. Then came the knights in shining armor, holding high the golden rose and the banners of the Lords of the Reach. They formed a long procession, extending to the distance outside the king's door, as if there was no end. "Long live Marjorie! Long live Marjorie! 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 Marjorie!" As Marjorie passed by, the people of King's Landing chanted her name, scattering countless flower petals around the carriage. Women held their children high in hopes of receiving her blessing. "Marjorie! Marjorie! 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 Marjorie!" King Joffrey, initially in a cheerful mood, waved to the people outside the carriage from time to time. However, as Margaery's name echoed in his ears, his smile became stiff and his face grew a little gloomy. At that moment, Margaery gently hugged one of Joffrey's arms. Joffrey frowned, but his cold blue eyes met a pair of gentle and bright brown eyes. Margaery looked at him with fascination, her clear voice full of gratitude. "Your Majesty, because of your presence, I can enjoy such honor." Unable to contain her joy, she kissed Joffrey's face. "Long live the king! Long live the queen! Long live the king! Long live the queen! Long live the king! Long live the queen!" Seeing this, the cheers outside the carriage grew even louder, and the enthusiasm of the people seemed to ignite the sky of King's Landing. A rare hint of embarrassment flashed across Joffrey's face. He raised his head and said, "Please sit down, my future queen." Margaery's face blushed from her impulsive action. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly. She nodded and said, "As you command, my king." Margaery's obedience made King Joffrey look satisfied. When he waved to the people outside the carriage again, the smile on his face became much more natural. The soft sunlight shone down, casting a faint golden halo over all of King's Landing. The voices of the people grew clearer and clearer as they approached. After a while, the deer-lion flag and the rose flag flew high, and the king's carriage, escorted by red-robed cavalry, slowly drove towards the Red Keep. Chapter 342, The Scent of Roses. The wheels of the royal carriage turned slowly and finally came to a standstill, the breeze raising dust. When the attendant opened the carriage door, King Joffrey appeared first. He held his waist with one hand, raised his chin, and glanced at the people saluting with a haughty expression. After fully demonstrating the majesty of the king, Joffrey slowly walked down the wooden steps under the carriage door. Once he stood up, he pursed his lips and announced loudly, "Everyone, it is my honor to introduce to you my fiancée, the future queen of the Seven Kingdoms, Miss Margaery of the Tyrell family." After speaking, he gracefully extended a hand towards the carriage door. Buzz! When the figure of Little Rose of Highgarden appeared in the spotlight, cheers immediately arose. Before she arrived in King's Landing, the bread of the Reach had already won her the love of the people of King's Landing, and today, her beauty continued to conquer the city. Seeing the shyness on Margaery's face, Lord Greene raised his eyebrows slightly. Is she playing the role of a well-behaved lady? Greene's eyes moved slightly, and he glanced at Joffrey, who had a happy face at the moment. He liked noble vases. Sometimes, Joffrey is very good at pretending, and he is worthy of being the son of a lioness. Feeling Margaery's gaze, Lord Greene responded with a small smile. The nobles came forward to salute the king and his fiancée one by one according to their status. The whole process was cumbersome and lengthy. More than halfway through the ceremony, when Greene was feeling bored, King Joffrey seemed to hear his thoughts. He waved his hand impatiently towards the crowd. "That's it." Then, turning to Little Rose, he said in a haughty tone, "Miss Margaery, in order to welcome you, I have prepared a martial arts tournament. Let's go directly." Margaery first nodded gently and politely towards the embarrassed nobles, then looked up at Joffrey, her beautiful eyes curved into crescent moons. "I really like watching the tourney. You are so thoughtful, my king." There was obvious excitement on Joffrey's face. "You like it too? I will order them to give you the most exciting battle, and they will never dare to let you down." Margaery's eyes trembled slightly, and she smiled like a flower. "The incomparable courage deserves everyone's praise. I am honored, and I look forward to it very much, Your Majesty." Joffrey's face flushed slightly. He smiled and nodded, and couldn't wait to leave with the Little Rose. Sir Kevin came to Joffrey at this time and said politely, "Your Majesty the King, they are waiting to send their sincere blessings to you and your fiancée." Joffrey frowned and said, "You can arrange another time." I'm busy, so get out of the way. Sir Kevin moved a step and once again stopped in front of Joffrey, who was about to leave. He got closer and said, Your Majesty, most of the remaining people are your royal vassals. They have been preparing for today for a long time. You. Joffrey glanced at Margaery beside him. His fiancée was watching from the side, but Sir Kevin repeatedly violated the king's majesty, which made his voice add a hint of anger. Follow my orders. I have more important things. Get out of the way. The sounds around him gradually became quieter, and Joffrey glanced around, his face turning red. Sir Kevin's expression was kind, but he remained motionless, blocking Joffrey's path. Just when Joffrey was about to roar, Lord Tywin's voice sounded. Sir Kevin, please entertain the distinguished guests on behalf of the king. The king's mother has prepared a sumptuous lunch in Meg's tower. Sir Kevin stroked his chest and gracefully stepped aside to make way for Joffrey. With a cold snort, Joffrey glanced at Margaery with a proud expression. She carefully held the hand he extended, and the little king suddenly raised his head proudly. Afterwards, Joffrey helped Margaery sit on the snow-white horse brought by the Kingsguard, and he jumped on another, stronger white horse, who rode directly into the Red Keep. As Joffrey and Margaery departed, Duke Mace remained lost in the joy of his daughter soon becoming the queen of the Seven Kingdoms. Greene rubbed his head, feeling a headache, and noticed Duke Tywin's eyes on him. He shrugged helplessly. After a period of silence, Sir Kevin, under Lord Tywin's instructions, calmed the nobles who were unable to see the king. As the younger brother of the Duke of Casterly Rock, he introduced everyone to the food and wine specially prepared for them by Queen Cersei, and the atmosphere quickly became lively again. Observing the active Sir Kevin, a smile flashed across Greene's lips. At this time, Queen Cersei really needed to be comforted. As the king's mother, it was very appropriate and reasonable. It had to be admitted that as long as Queen Cersei remained in the Red Keep, it would be difficult for Lannister's many powers to bypass her. On the contrary, she could also influence Lannister's power. When Joffrey and Margaery disappeared completely, Greene suddenly thought of another question. Normally, Joffrey and Margaery should go to Meg's tower first, where Queen Cersei and a group of high-status ladies were waiting for them. But judging from Joffrey's appearance, he had already ignored this thoughtful arrangement. Margaery was taken by Joffrey to watch his small tourney. According to the lioness's character, she must have regarded this move as a provocation from the little Rose. As for the mastermind Joffrey, how could her son make a mistake? It must have been the scheming little Rose who instigated her Joffrey. Duke Greene Kleb, a voice called out. Greene turned around, smiled, and greeted, Good day, Lady Olenna. He stroked his chest again and said, I'm sorry, I was just going to greet you, but a little accident happened here. The old woman also saw the surprise. Lady Olenna said, holding her crutch in one hand and staggering, followed by her personal bodyguards, the twin brothers Eric and Eric. She looked at Greene kindly and said, Duke Greene, the young people in Highgarden like to talk about you most at banquets. I remember, they used to talk about Earl Landau the most. She sighed. Young people yearn to ride on the battlefield, but they never see the dangers there. She sighed again. The beautiful wife can only stay at home in fear, looking at the poor children who wash their faces with tears all day long. After a slight pause, she continued angrily, I, an old woman, really want to give them another husband. People around them entered the Red Keep one after another, and Greene couldn't help but laugh. My kind lady, although it is well-intentioned, the husbands who have already gone to war will go crazy. Lady Olenna smiled and stared at the Red Keep with her deep eyes. She seemed to be sighing. If the women in the Red Keep act recklessly, the men in the entire Seven Kingdoms will go crazy. Greene's eyes trembled imperceptibly, and he followed Lady Olenna's gaze towards the Red Keep. He said with a smile, It seems that neither the king nor the prime minister can go on an expedition. Lady Olenna withdrew her gaze, stared at Greene for a while, and suddenly asked, Will you go on an expedition? Since there was no one else around, Lord Greene chose to tell the truth. Lady Olenna, I, like most people, hope that the war in the Seven Kingdoms will end as soon as possible. If necessary, Kleb's army can be dispatched at any time, but Duke Tywin does not need help from others for the time being. Lady Olenna tapped her cane on the ground a few times and said, "Isn't Duke Tywin the one who most hopes to end the chaos?" Greene spread his hands and said, "At least I will not give up the command of Kleb's army to the Lannisters. I think the Lannisters have a similar idea." Lady Olenna was silent for a moment and then said, "The Stark family's little wolf cub is really a lucky guy." "Perhaps he is," Greene replied. Greene's eyes moved slightly as he continued. "He lost his bride and uncle at what should have been a joyful wedding. Perhaps that is one of the costs." His tone was filled with emotion. "I heard that Robb Stark has identified the Lannisters as the real murderers." Lady Olenna nodded in agreement. "The little wolf cub really hopes that the Lannisters are the culprits. I've seen too many surprising things in the game of power. Often the facts don't matter." Greene smiled. "When peace is restored in the Seven Kingdoms, I think everyone will be more willing to sit down and talk." Lady Olenna's eyes flashed with suspicion. "The entire Seven Kingdoms are looking forward to Prime Minister Tywin Lannister bringing peace, except for me, an old woman." Seeing Greene's slight surprise, she added, "Considering his daughter and grandson, it's hard for me to have confidence in him. Am I right, Duke Greene?" Greene hesitated. "Dear Lady Olenna, please forgive me, but we don't have many choices. Now, Prime Minister Tywin rules this kingdom." Lady Olenna snorted coldly. Just as she was about to speak, Duke Metz approached with a smile. "Oh, Lady Olenna, did you have a pleasant trip?" Lady Olenna pushed away her son, who was about to embrace her, in disgust. "As soon as I entered the royal territory, I could smell the stench of feces and urine from King's Landing. How do you think I am, Duke of Highgarden?" The Duke of Metz stood there, sniffing the air. "I only smell the roses of Highgarden, the charming Lady Olenna." Greene saw Lady Olenna roll her eyes. Her voice was slightly angry. "Dear Duke of Highgarden, could you please help my Margaery comfort those who have been left out? I don't want the little king's willfulness to become an excuse for a Lannister woman to embarrass my granddaughter." The Duke of Metz was stunned. He carefully corrected his mother's address to Joffrey. "His Majesty the King." "If he had been a good king, I would have knelt to kiss his boots and ask for forgiveness," Lady Olenna retorted. "But he is not yet, and he is not an adult, so my title is correct." After her words fell, the Duke of Metz quickly glanced around. Seeing no one, he breathed a sigh of relief. "Mother Margaery." He hesitated, glancing at Greene. Seeing this, Greene nodded slightly and was about to leave, but the Duke of Metz waved his hand. "This is not a secret." He looked at his mother and lowered his voice. "Lady Olenna, there are ears and eyes hidden everywhere in the Red Keep. Someone with ill intentions could twist our words to reach His Majesty the King, especially the Lannisters." Lady Olenna looked at her son. "Thank you for the reminder, Duke of Highgarden." Hearing his mother's praise, the Duke of Metz looked proud and slowly touched his beard. Lady Olenna couldn't stand it anymore and drove him away. "Since we all know, then help the Lannisters appease the nobles who came to join in the fun, and go quickly for my Margaery." The Duke of Metz left happily. Lady Olenna turned to Greene. "I heard from Margaery that someone told her Joffrey is a decisive little boy. This person really has a keen eye." She added mentally, "That brat looks more like Cersei the Sixth." Greene smiled slightly. "I respect Miss Margaery's wishes, Lady Olenna." Lady Olenna stared at Greene for a while and then said angrily, "You are really cunning, Your Grace." With that, she walked towards the Red Keep, followed closely by her twin guards. On the same day, around the same time, in Pike City, Iron Islands, the howling wind blew the rope bridge of the main castle towers. The heavy rain pounded the wooden deck of the rope bridge like countless sharp arrows. Thick, dark clouds made the day in Park City feel like night. Despite the terrible weather, a skinny figure appeared on the bridge. Rumble. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed across the sky, illuminating the figure. It was Balon Greyjoy, the proclaimed king of the Iron Islands. The lightning also revealed the fear etched on King Balon's face. In that brief moment, it seemed as though an invisible hand had pushed him. His feet slipped, and he lost his balance, falling backwards off the rope bridge. King Balon was swallowed by the roaring waves below. King Joffrey, with the secret assistance of Queen Cersei, had carpenters build a small grandstand and arena at his training ground. The crowd that came to watch was only half full. Most of the spectators were gold cloaks and red cloaks of the Lannister family, along with a few noble men and women. Joffrey and Margaery sat side by side on the high platform, a crimson canopy above them. Behind them sat Princess Myrcella and Prince Tommen, with Sandor Clegane standing guard, his hands resting on the hilt of his sword, wearing a snow-white cloak. The announcer called out, "Duke Greene Kleb, 2. As Greene's figure appeared on the high platform, chubby Tommen immediately shouted to him, "Duke Greene, I will compete today. Joffrey has promised me." Greene raised an eyebrow slightly and joked, "The Tommen warrior plans to enter the fray personally. His opponent must be careful for his life." Joffrey turned his head and chuckled. "Duke Greene, the opponent I have arranged for him is the Scarecrow." Chapter 343, Joffrey's Arena. "That is such a shame," Greene Claypool said with a slight smile, nodding towards Joffrey. "Your Majesty." Joffrey nodded in return, then looked around casually. "Dog, bring me a chair. I have something to discuss with Duke Greene," he commanded, waving the waiters and maids away. Sandor Clegane placed a wooden chair next to Joffrey. Greene grabbed the back of the chair, moved it slightly backward, and then sat down. As soon as he was seated, Joffrey couldn't wait to speak. "I heard that my father gave you the task of hunting down the Beggar King?" Tommen, who was sitting behind Joffrey, interjected curiously. "The Beggar King? What is that?" Joffrey's face flashed with anger at the interruption, but noticing the curious expressions of Myrcella and Margaery, he felt a surge of pride. "The Beggar King is a remnant of the Targaryens. His name is Viserys. He is the last son of the Mad King. Since I was born, he has been wandering around the major free trade cities, claiming to be the king of the Seven Kingdoms." Joffrey suddenly laughed. "I heard that Duke Greene almost invaded the mansion of the governor of Pentos in order to hunt down the Beggar King. Tommen, this is a true warrior." Feeling the eyes of everyone on him, Greene spread his hands and joked, "King Joffrey, there was nothing I could do. The golden dragons your father gave were too many." Everyone laughed, with Joffrey laughing the loudest. When the laughter subsided, Greene continued with a smile, "I remember His Majesty Robert's trust in me. About half a year ago, I received news of Viserys in a small city-state in the south of Essos, so I personally took the fleet and soldiers to hunt him down, but lost his trail later." He paused, frowning slightly. "I never received any further news of him, which leaves me confused." King Joffrey nodded with satisfaction at Duke Greene's diligence. "Uncle Tyrion just sent word from Dorne. Viserys is dead." Greene was stunned. "Dead?" Joffrey chuckled. "Dead. It is said that he was burned to ashes. Isn't his way of death too ironic? The fire dragon is the emblem of the Targaryen family." He seemed to regret. "My original plan was to capture him, duel him face to face, and execute the last Targaryen with my own hands." Greene smiled. "It's a pity the Seven Kingdoms have lost such a grand spectacle." Margaery, who had been silently watching the conversation, added, "I'm sorry too. I can't even imagine that scene. I think your bravery would have conquered the hearts of the Seven Kingdoms." Greene and Margaery exchanged a brief glance. At this moment, Tommen said excitedly, "Yes, Joffrey is the best. Brother, are you going to compete today?" Joffrey raised his head arrogantly. "Mother thinks it is inappropriate because if I compete, I will surely win the championship, which would affect the fairness of the tournament." He turned to Sandor. "Dog, don't you think so?" The corners of Sandor's mouth twitched slightly. After a pause, he replied, "Of course you are the king." Joffrey laughed again. After a while, Greene frowned and asked, "King Joffrey, Viserys also had a sister. Do the Dornish have any news about her?" "They said she is missing, but they are not sure." Joffrey clenched his slender hands into fists. "My father once said that a female dragon will breed a bunch of evil dragons, and she must not be let go." Greene thought for a moment. "I mainly obtain information on Essos through bounties, since the Dornish—" He stopped speaking, tapping the armrests of the chair with his fingers, as if he had suddenly thought of something. Joffrey frowned, and Margaery, who was sitting next to him, asked, "Did the Dornish remind you of something, Duke Greene?" Greene nodded slightly. He first glanced at Margaery, then Greene shifted his gaze to Joffrey and said, "To be honest, in order to live up to King Robert's trust, I offered an enticing reward to anyone who provided information. That's how we managed to pinpoint Viserys' whereabouts. But what do the Dornish have?" He paused. His fingers twitching slightly. If they used a similar method, why did Martell choose to inform us now? After a brief silence, King Joffrey turned to the Hound. Sandor glanced at Greene, then spoke in his harsh, hoarse voice. Your Majesty, the Duke suspects the Dornish have ulterior motives. Joffrey immediately erupted in anger. How dare they play tricks on me? Greene shook his head slightly, moving his thumb and index finger together. Your Majesty, I can't provide a definitive answer. I'm not well versed in Dorne and its intricacies. I only hope their excessive attention is out of loyalty to you. Hearing Greene's words, King Joffrey's handsome face twisted in frustration. Margaery's brown eyes trembled slightly as she observed the scene. With so many eyes on the high platform, Joffrey calmed himself, clenched his fists, and declared bitterly, I will never let any traitor go unpunished. Greene placed a hand on his chest and said, King Joffrey, Kleb's army volunteers to be your vanguard in quelling the rebellion. Margaery gently held Joffrey's wrist and smiled. My king, the Tyrell army is at your disposal. With Greene's and Margaery's reassurances, Joffrey's anger dissipated. Greene looked at Margaery, raising an eyebrow. Miss Margaery, while I respect the Duke of Metz, I won't easily relinquish the vanguard position. Margaery smiled warmly. Duke Greene, my father follows His Majesty's orders. Very good, Joffrey chuckled from his seat. Rest assured, I am a just king. At that moment, the horn of the competition sounded, drawing their attention to the field below. The Master of Ceremonies announced, Sir Meryn Trant of the Kingsguard. Sir Meryn entered the arena from the west, clad in bright white armor lined with gold, riding a milky white horse. The horse's gray mane flew in the wind, and the long, snow-white cloak on Sir Meryn's back fluttered. He carried a long lance. From Arbor Island, Sir Hobber of House Redwine, the Master of Ceremonies continued. Sir Hobber entered from the east on a black horse, adorned in burgundy and blue. His lance was wrapped in cloth strips of the same colors, and his shield bore the Redwine family's grape bunch coat of arms. As the trumpet sounded, Sir Meryn and Sir Hobber leveled their lances, spurred their horses, and charged at each other. Sawdust flew, and steel clanged. Amid the cheers, the white and black horses passed each other, their lances shattering into pieces. Sir Hobber swayed on his horse, while Sir Meryn remained steady. They turned their horses at the end of the arena, dropped their broken lances, and received new ones from their squires. With a sharp kick of the spurs, they charged again. This time, Sir Meryn aimed his spear tip at Sir Hobber's chest, sending him flying off his horse and crashing to the ground. The spectators cheered for Sir Meryn, but King Joffrey on the high platform sneered, What a pathetic fight. Greene smiled silently, gesturing to a distant waiter to pour them wine. The horn sounded again. Ser Balon Swan of Stonehelm of the Kingsguard, the Master of Ceremonies announced. The Swan family of Stonehelm is one of the principal families in the Stormlands. Their castle controls the land east of Dorne, from the Red Earth to Cape Wrath. Sir Balon rode a maroon warhorse, his helmet adorned with a pair of broad white wings, and his shield painted with a pattern of black and white swans fighting each other. Moros of the Sterling family. Greene, holding a wineglass, raised his eyebrows slightly. Wasn't this the son of Janos Sterling, the former commander of the City Watch under Robert Force, who met his end at the hands of Lord Eddard in Chapter 162? Moros Sterling was a newly minted squire. As he entered the venue, he struggled to steady himself with his lance and shield. "Look at that donkey!" Joffrey suddenly screamed, his voice loud enough for half the audience to hear. Moros, with his humble origins and his father's tarnished reputation, became the subject of ridicule among the spectators. Greene's attention, however, was not on the scene below. He noticed that while Joffrey was raging, Margaery was watching her king intently. A slight smile curved Greene's lips. He could sense that Joffrey was increasingly pleased with his noble fiancée. This change would not escape Cersei's notice, and she would soon be aware of it. In the palace's intricate game, Cersei was no match for Margaery. After losing the battle, the lioness's madness would not be far behind. Greene raised his glass to the little rose, silently wishing her victory in the regular battle. Margaery blinked her doe-like eyes, pursed her lips, and smiled. She picked up her wine glass with graceful movements and sipped the summer red within. Joffrey suddenly pointed down and laughed. Sir Balon had easily dealt with Moros, but when Moros fell off his horse, one of his feet got stuck in the stirrup. He was dragged by the frantic horse to the end of the arena, his head repeatedly hitting the ground. Despite being covered in blood, Moros was still alive and kicking when the city watch unhooked him from the horse. Joffrey couldn't stop laughing and said to his brother, "Tommen, we picked the wrong opponent for you. This guy is worse than a scarecrow." Tommen's cheeks puffed up slowly, and Princess Myrcella comforted him in a low voice. In the next scene, a seemingly imposing old knight was easily knocked off his horse by Sir Horace of the Redwyne family. Joffrey curled his lips in disdain. "It's really terrible." The hound's voice sounded. "If you feel bored, you can let them do other things. These delicate flower knights are very suitable for dancing, King." Everyone let out low laughter, and Greene also looked up and smiled. Hearing the hound's advice, Joffrey chuckled. "Shut up. Watching dancing is really boring." Then, he looked towards the arena with interest, which made Greene glance at Sandor, who stood expressionless, and Margaery on the other side. Feeling the gaze of Greene and Margaery, Sandor said, "I am not a delicate flower." After a pause, he added, "I won't dance for you." "Actually, I'm looking forward to it," Greene shrugged. Margaery pursed her lips slightly, and they looked at the arena again. Sir Ungai of Crabclaw Peninsula, Angui, in silver armor and a blue robe, appeared on the west side of the arena. After stopping his horse, he saluted from a distance towards the high platform where Greene was standing. Sir Dontos of the Hollard family. After a pause, the master of ceremonies repeated, "Sir Dontos of the Hollard family." After the third roll call, a chestnut horse finally ran into the arena. The red silk draped on it fluttered in the wind, but there was no figure on the saddle. After a while, Sir Dontos finally staggered in, cursing and chasing his horse. He had nothing on his body except a breastplate and a feathered helmet. He was naked, and his body swayed back and forth as he ran. Amid the boos of the spectators, Sir Dontos grabbed the reins and tried to climb onto the horse's back, but the horse refused to stand still. He was obviously drunk and confused, and his bare feet could not step into the stirrup. The spectators roared with laughter at the spectacle. The stands were already filled with laughter. On the platform, Greene's brown eyes flickered slightly as he noticed King Joffrey's growing fury. Finally, Sir Dontos decided to give up. He sat heavily in the mud, removed his feathered helmet, and tossed it aside. He shouted towards the platform, "I give up! Give me some wine!" As soon as he finished speaking, Joffrey stood up and commanded, "Dog, bring a barrel of wine. I want to see this idiot drown in it." His face twisted with malice. Margaery spoke softly, "My king, today is not suitable." Joffrey turned to her, interrupting, "Are you asking for forgiveness for that idiot, my fiancé?" Facing Joffrey's unwarranted questioning, Margaery slightly bent one finger, her expression unchanged, and her tone still gentle. "He and I are strangers, your majesty. I merely suggest that perhaps you could deal with this at another time. Today, the whole 7 kingdoms are celebrating for you." Joffrey seemed to realize that his questioning of his fiancée was slightly inappropriate. He forced an unnatural smile. "Of course, I was joking with you, my beautiful fiancée." After sitting down again, he held up one of Margaery's hands, and his smile became more genuine. "Miss Margaery, I have heard about your good deeds in the Riverlands. Today is indeed not suitable for bloodshed. Thank you for your advice. It is my great honor to receive your praise," Margaery replied with a sweet smile. Despite her calm demeanor, she felt a certain fear of Joffrey in her heart. Greene's voice broke the tension. "King Joffrey, I think this drunken knight has the potential to be a jester. Perhaps he only lacks a clown costume." He smiled at Margaery. "What do you think of my suggestion, Miss Rose?" Chapter 344, Kleb's Tradition. A slight smile played on Little Rose's lips. "This may be a good suggestion. I will respect His Majesty the King's order, Duke Greene." Greene nodded slightly. "The king has the final say." Joffrey looked at Sir Dontos, who was kneeling below, for a moment. He pinched his chin thoughtfully. "It seems that you don't deserve to die cleanly today." As if to make up for his earlier impulse, he pointed specifically to Margaery beside him. "Did you hear what my fiancée said? It was her kindness that saved your life." He announced loudly, "Dontos, from today on, you are my new jester. You can change into a clown costume and sleep with the Moon Boy." Sir Dantos, having just narrowly escaped death, was now sober from the wine. He said sincerely, "Thank you for your forgiveness, Your Majesty." He moved his knees and addressed Margaery on the high platform. "Thank you, kind lady." Joffrey waved his hands impatiently, and two gold-robed guards immediately took Sir Dantos away. After a while, the royal steward approached the high platform. "Your Majesty the King, do you want me to summon a new opponent to fight Sir Ange, or should I replace the next group of people?" "No need at all," Joffrey replied, shifting in his seat unhappily. "These people are terrible. If today were not a day of celebration, I would execute them all." Frowning tightly, he ordered the steward, "The martial arts competition is over now. Let them all get out of my sight." "As you command, my king." The chamberlain bowed and was about to leave, but Tommen interjected, "Joffrey, I haven't had my turn yet." Joffrey glanced at his brother with disdain. "I'm not interested in watching you fight a scarecrow. We'll talk about it another day." The chubby Tommen raised his childish voice. "But I want to play, and Mother has agreed." The little lady Myrcella, who had been sitting quietly, also chimed in. "Brother, Mother indeed agreed." Joffrey looked very impatient, but Margaery whispered, "My king, do you want to take me to see Her Majesty the Queen Mother?" Hearing Margaery's words, Joffrey's mood improved slightly. He deliberately imitated his brother's tone. Mother agreed. His tone then turned contemptuous. "What a child!" Hearing Joffrey's taunt, Tommen's eyes suddenly filled with tears, and Princess Myrcella immediately said, "Brother, we are just children." Margaery held Joffrey's arm and chuckled. "My king, I like your sister and brother very much." "Childish sister and brother," Joffrey muttered, waving his hand. He then addressed Sandor. "Dog, I'll leave it to you to arrange for Tommen to play with the scarecrow." Seeing that his brother had finally agreed, Tommen exclaimed happily, swinging his chubby legs as he ran off to prepare his armor. Joffrey was unwilling to sit and watch Tommen's antics any longer. Greene glanced at Margaery, then addressed Joffrey. "Your Majesty, please leave this to me. I am His Highness Tommen's swordsmanship teacher, and I want to see the results of my teaching." "Very good," Joffrey said, pursing his lips and raising his chin. "Duke Greene, you will play with my brother." He then turned to his fiancée with an elegant smile. "Miss Margaery, please allow me to show you my weapons arsenal, where you can appreciate my father's many trophies." Margaery bowed lightly. "It would be an honor. Your father's bravery is known throughout the Seven Kingdoms, my Majesty." Greene, "Joffrey is going to take Little Rose to admire the shining weapons? Well, it's not impossible." Greene looked away, recalling the moments between him and Dany. It seemed that their romance was a bit monotonous, and in the future it would need to become richer. Keeping this in mind, he turned his gaze towards the competition field. Several gold cloaks set up a spear target at the other end of the jousting ring and saddled Tommen's pony. Tommen's opponent was a child-sized leather warrior with a wolf's hood stuffed. With straw standing on a rotating axis, holding a shield in one hand and a cloth-padded mace in the other, Tommen looked every bit the part of a young knight. With the help of the waiter, he had donned the ornately carved silver-red armor and the lion helmet adorned with a large bunch of red feathers. Clumsily, but with determination, Tommen climbed onto the saddle. Once seated firmly, he raised his small sword high and shouted in a childish voice, "Long live Casterly Rock!" Greene's eyebrows raised slightly at the declaration. He had to admit, in some ways, Cersei Lannister's teaching of her children was successful. Tommen Baratheon's little fat legs gripped the horse's belly, and the pony trotted across the hard mud toward the spear target. As the horse passed the scarecrow, Tommen bravely swung his sword and struck the wolf's head on the target. The spectators on the viewing platform erupted in cheers for Tommen. "Duke Greene, Tommen is awesome!" Princess Myrcella couldn't help but praise. Greene smiled, seemingly remembering something. "Princess Myrcella, it is easy for our Tommen warrior to be praised by others." Before he could finish, Tommen's little dagger struck hard against the spear target's shield as the pony passed the scarecrow again. The target swung around, and its cloth-padded mace struck Tommen in the back of the head, sending him crashing to the dirt. Princess Myrcella covered her mouth and exclaimed, "Oh, gods!" Tommen was quickly helped up by the attendants. The armor had protected him well. After removing his helmet, he smiled shyly in the direction of the high platform. Tommen was carried away, and the small tourney organized by Queen Cersei for King Joffrey was declared over. As Greene and Princess Myrcella left, they saw Sir Ungui, who couldn't hide his sorrow. "Your Royal Highness, Lord Greene," he greeted them. In order to perform well today, Anj had taken a bath with his horse early in the morning and shaved his face cleanly, but he didn't expect to meet an alcoholic opponent, leaving him without a chance to compete. Greene reached out and patted Anj's arm. "There will be many opportunities in the future," he assured him. "Go to Gushiang and let Leiden come to Megta to meet me." After Anj left, Princess Myrcella spoke as they walked. "Duke Greene, I heard that when Miss Tyrell entered the city, Uncle Tyrion greeted the Prince of Dorne at the Blackwater River dock." Greene gestured to Brienne and Montan, who were following behind. The blue-robed guards slowed down and gradually distanced themselves. Several maids following Princess Myrcella also retreated at her signal. "The Red Castle can have some secrets, Princess Myrcella," Greene said. "Thank you for your teaching, Duke Greene. This is just some of my experience. Maybe you can take it as my little suggestion?" Myrcella's eyes curved into crescent moons. She nodded slightly. "I will keep it in my heart," Greene smiled. "Princess Myrcella, did you mention the Dornish people just now because you heard some news? I do not know how to put it." Princess Myrcella paused before continuing. "Recently, I feel inexplicably uneasy." Her clear green eyes moved to Greene. "When I heard that Uncle Tyrion went to greet the Prince of Dorne today, this feeling deepened." Greene pondered for a moment. "Could it be because we once discussed the marriage with the Dornish people?" Princess Myrcella paused, looked up at Greene, and said, "I really hope it's because of the marriage, so I will at least feel at ease." Greene lowered himself to her level. "So what are you worried about, Princess Myrcella?" "Me." Princess Myrcella hesitated, but before she could continue, Sir James's voice came from not far away. "Your Royal Highness, Your Majesty the Duke." Seeing Greene rubbing his head with a headache, Myrcella couldn't help but chuckle. James's footsteps approached, and Greene spread his hands. "Princess Myrcella, I have to admit, I really—" Sir Jaime stood before them, his face dark with frustration. "Your Majesty, I deeply apologize if I have displeased you," he said through gritted teeth. Greene shrugged nonchalantly. "Occasiona, lie." Lady Myrcella laughed heartily and gave a gentle salute. "Good day, Uncle Jaime." Jaime's stern expression softened into a gentle smile. "Myrcella, your mother is waiting for you at the Tower of the Hand." Before leaving, Princess Myrcella turned to Greene. "Duke Greene, I'll speak with you next time." These words caused Jaime's face to darken once more. Greene looked at him with a hint of disdain in his voice. "Tell me, why are you here, sir?" Jaime's stubbornness was evident. "Now, it's because Cersei is looking for Myrcella. I came here." Greene's eyes twitched slightly. Asking the captain of the Kingsguard to run an errand? It was indeed something Cersei might do, but not today. He turned around impatiently. "Sir, see you at the banquet tonight." As Greene was about to leave, Jaime blurted out, Wait a minute, I just have a small matter to discuss." Greene stopped and looked at the arrogant knight before him. "Sir, as expected, He paused, then suddenly asked, "Queen Cersei?" Greene maintained a calm exterior, but his thoughts were racing. Could it be that Cersei and Margaery had a conflict so quickly? He quickly dismissed the idea. This was the Red Keep, where the old lion resided, and the lioness would act discreetly even if she roared. Moreover, he knew that Tywin had just warned his children. If something serious had not occurred, Jaime would not have come to him on Cersei's behalf. Greene's brown eyes trembled slightly, and the answer dawned on him. Tyrion and Cersei's matter. The sun was dazzling, and Greene frowned slightly. Tyrion was smart. He wouldn't. Could it be because of the Dorne envoy? Jaime nodded slightly, confirming Greene's suspicion. Cersei received reliable information that Tyrion and Prince Oberyn discussed Myrcella's marriage. Greene was surprised. "Is this considered reliable information? Sir Jaime, you should know very well that Tyrion would not choose to irritate Queen Cersei at this time." Jaime sighed softly and spoke slowly. After the Dorne envoys entered King's Landing, they rested in the place prepared by Lord Tywin. Meanwhile, Prince Oberyn and Tyrion went directly to the brothel. It is said that Prince Oberyn first tested the idea of Myrcella's marriage with Tyrion, and Tyrion's response was. Greene raised an eyebrow. What was it? Jaime shook his head helplessly. Tyrion told Prince Oberyn that a marriage was possible, but the condition was that the Martell family must marry a prince of suitable age to King's Landing. Greene's face lit up with a smile. Well done. His pupils shrank. It can't be. Did Oberyn agree to Tyrion's jest? Jaime's smile was bitter. He nodded. Prince Oberyn agreed and said he would make a formal marriage request to the royal council when he meets Lord Tywin. Greene rubbed his head. While the hatred between Martell and Lannister remains unresolved, they offered Prince Martell to Prime Minister Tywin as a hostage that could be used to threaten them. Tywin knows this very well, and with his clever mind, he can easily detect the anomalies. His eyes moved slightly. What happened next? Jaime shrugged. Tyrion recommended himself, saying he was willing to marry into Sunspear and that he yearned for Dornish women, their passion, etc. Then Prince Oberyn laughed loudly, and then it was over. The Red Viper closed the window. Closed the window? Greene looked up at the noon sun. Sir Jaime, who brought this information to Queen Cersei? Jaime hesitated for a moment before answering helplessly. The red-robed guard at the brothel has Cersei's ears hidden within it. I just found out. Greene's eyes trembled slightly. This doesn't seem like a coincidence, sir. Sir Jaime opened his mouth and said, Cersei, well, she doesn't like Tyrion very much, as you know. After returning to King's Landing, she has been arranging people to watch Tyrion's every move in secret. The person responsible for this is Osney Kettleblack. His expression was a little complicated. She deliberately hid it from me, and I just learned about all this. Greene comforted him perfunctorily at first. Everyone knows that you love your brother. Then, he said doubtfully, Sir Jaime, with the protection of Prime Minister Tywin, even if Queen Cersei is very angry, she won't embarrass Tyrion too much, right? Sir Jaime sighed. I'm worried that Cersei will do something irreversible in a moment of impulsiveness. She has been a little sensitive recently. He moved his lips, unable to say that Cersei hated Margaery Tyrell for some inexplicable reason. He understood her, and he had only temporarily suppressed the lioness's sharp teeth. At the same time, just because he understands Cersei's character, he also knows that after a while, her attention will be distracted by other things, and at that time, she will abandon her original goal. His judgment is that Cersei needs some time to dilute the inexplicable murderous intention, but he does not want to see Tyrion become another target of her venting. After hearing Jaime's vague answer, Greene did not pursue the question further. He stepped forward and said, Let's go over. As they walked, he added, Have you ever thought about letting your good brother move to a fresh and safer place, sir? Chapter 345, Kleb's Tradition. Sir James pondered Greene's proposal carefully. Airy City? He asked. Greene paused before responding. Sir, imagine if I had a younger brother and sent him to Casterly Rock. How do you think your father would arrange it? He spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness. It's inappropriate to give him a higher position, and it's humiliating to give him a lower one. After a brief pause, his tone turned slightly resigned. Besides, because of Queen Cersei, the relationship between Crabbe and Lannister is not very friendly. Duke Greene's metaphor was clear. Sir James immediately grasped the difficulty, but couldn't find anything unusual about it. He shrugged. Then where do you suggest? Greene took another step forward. I haven't decided yet. He turned to look at the White Knight with flowing blonde hair. James, I'll be honest with you. I'm worried that Queen Cersei has found a good reason to put Tyrion in the dungeon. Before James could respond, Greene continued. I know we can find ways to refuse or block it, but what about next time? And what if she uses someone else's hand? Can we guarantee that they will have the same concerns as us? Is Leon's safety assured? After walking in silence for a while, Sir James suddenly asked, Greene, do you have any good ideas? Maybe Cersei? He shook his head slightly. This is not a reasonable request. Tyrion owes. Sir James trailed off, lost in thought, and sighed softly. Greene's eyes flickered with understanding. He reached out and patted James's arm. There will be a solution, sir. Magta Gardens. When Greene and Jaime arrived at Magta Gardens, Cersei Lannister was watching Joffrey and Margaery leave. At that moment, her expression was tender and relieved. Isn't Joffrey going to the weapons arsenal? Did he change his mind, or was it Margaery's persuasion? Greene wondered. Queen Cersei, he called out. The figures of Joffrey and Margaery had disappeared. As Cersei turned her gaze back, Greene couldn't help but roll his eyes internally. He had to admit that, from an aesthetic point of view, Cersei's little gestures were quite charming. He glanced at James standing next to him. Queen Cersei nodded to them, then sat at a small white round table inlaid with gold. Miss Tyrell's dress is quite unique, she remarked with a hint of sarcasm, referring to the high garden gown Margaery wore. She took a sip of summer red from her golden wine glass. Since she is my son's future wife, she will be the future queen of the Seven Kingdoms. Greene and James had just sat down when Cersei's green eyes fixed on them. Greene, do you find Miss Tyrell charming? She asked. Greene raised his eyebrows slightly and nodded. I admit she is indeed very charming. This is recognized by everyone, but you are different from her, just like. He pointed at James. Everyone knows that Sir James is one of the best swordsmen in the Seven Kingdoms, and so am I. If the two of us were to compete, he would not be my opponent. Sir James raised his eyebrows. Let's find a chance to compete. Greene's lips curved slightly. I must remind you that I was the champion of the King's Landing tourney last year. Sir James gritted his teeth. That was a lance competition. I'm talking about a sword battle. Greene shrugged. Any time, White Knight. Cersei glanced at Greene with satisfaction. Two knights known throughout the Seven Kingdoms, acting so childishly. Sir Jaime smiled brightly. Cersei, a knight longs for a worthy opponent. Queen Cersei, we all know that men wield swords and women display beauty, Greene said calmly and gently, his voice compelling. Sir Jaime's sword conquered the Kingsguard, fought, and Miss Rose has begun to bloom in King's Landing. Your beauty has already conquered the Seven Kingdoms, Greene said, understanding her perfectly. Cersei's eyes sparkled like two crystal-clear emeralds. She stared at him intently and raised her glass, her voice brimming with unconcealed joy. Duke Greene, I wish the sword in your hand becomes sharper and sharper. Ian raised his glass in return. Praise the seven gods for their masterpiece. Hearing her cheerful laughter, Jaime was taken aback. Cersei was most charming when she laughed, like a summer's beauty. It had been so long since he heard that laughter. It felt both familiar and strange. Jaime couldn't help but glance at Greene's lips, feeling a pang of envy for the man's deft tongue. Sensing Jaime's strange gaze, Greene leaned slightly to the other side. Noticing the discomfort on Greene's face, Jaime coughed lightly, as if unintentionally, and abruptly changed the subject. Cersei, I told Greene about Tyrion and Prince Oberyn. Immediately, he regretted it. He had ruined the pleasant atmosphere they had just enjoyed. Jaime looked at Greene apologetically, but Greene merely shrugged, indicating it didn't matter. In truth, he found Jaime's obsession with Cersei's beauty somewhat endearing. Cersei's charm quickly turned into fury. Time and time again, why does the dwarf treat Myrcella as something he can trade at will? Jaime quickly explained. Cersei, this is obviously a conspiracy by the Martell family. Tyrion is being used by them. Queen Cersei raised her chin slightly. Jaime, I have not forgotten that it was Tyrion who first proposed a marriage alliance with the Martell family. This was the seed planted by the dwarf. Contempt flashed in her eyes. Please use your brain. Your good brother is not as innocent or well-intentioned as you think. His birth killed our mother, and now he wants to harm my daughter. He is an evil dwarf, and you should understand that as soon as possible. Jaime frowned. Cersei, Tyrion is our brother. He is a Lannister. Cersei mocked him. Sir, you should tell that to the old lion. Her voice turned cold as she picked up her wineglass. A true Lannister would not love a dwarf who brings shame to the family. Jaime clenched his fist and glanced at Greene, who was admiring the clouds in the sky. There was a hint of anger in his voice. Cersei, please don't talk nonsense. Cersei ignored Jaime's warning. She took a graceful sip of summer red wine. There are no outsiders here, my Jaime. After a brief silence, Jaime leaned back in his chair, feeling increasingly powerless as he argued with Cersei. He looked at her with complicated eyes. Seeing that Jaime no longer retorted, Cersei raised her chin like a victorious lioness. She seemed to remind him with good intentions. Sooner or later, the dirty dwarf will harm the Lannisters. You must be vigilant. She swirled the wine in her glass. Put away your useless sympathy. Dwarves are just dwarves, Jaime Lannister. Jaime looked tired. Cersei, father will never allow you to harm a member of the Lannister family. Cersei continued to gently swirl her wine. I already have a perfect plan. You just need to. Before she could finish, Jaime suddenly stood up. I have heard enough, Cersei, he warned coldly before turning around. I will not allow you to hurt Tyrion. As Jaime walked away, his snow-white cloak swaying in the breeze, Cersei came back to her senses and shouted angrily, Jaime, you damn Jaime! I order you to come back immediately. Ignoring her, Jaime strode away without looking back. Lord Greene stood silently, observing the scene. Jaime had shown bravery for once, but there was no doubt that the anger he left behind would only be transferred to Tyrion. Knowing Cersei's character, although she was angry with Jaime, she would undoubtedly direct her wrath towards her brother. Dwarf brother, as the culprit of all this. The wine rose and fell for a while before Cersei drank it in one gulp. Her eyes were slightly red, and her blue eyes were covered with a glistening mist. Jaime lost his mind in a prison cell in Riverrun, and he changed. Sir Jaime's loyalty remains unchanged. With a splash, Greene picked up the golden wine jug and poured wine for her. While recuperating in Maidenpool, Tyrion once asked Jaime who he would save first if both his sister and brother were in danger at the same time. Putting down the flask, Greene continued. His answer was you, Queen Cersei. Cersei snorted softly, the corners of her lips curling up imperceptibly. Useless pity is stupidity. Jaime will never understand this truth. As if aware of Greene's wandering gaze, her voice became cold again. He disappoints me so much. Her gaze moved slightly, and she looked at Greene with misty, beautiful eyes, speaking softly. You make me feel at ease, only you, my dear knight. I am very honored. Looking at Greene, who was pretending to be calm, Cersei's lips curled up slightly. She moved, and as she leaned on the armrest, a small piece of her snow-like calf was naturally exposed under her skirt. My dear Greene, my plan is to make the old lion completely disappointed in his dwarf son. Greene seemed to be slightly brought back to his senses by Cersei's voice, and he looked at her in confusion. The old lion has arranged many errands: the kingdom's finances, the reconstruction of the Blackwater River Pier, the Mudgate, and the King's Gate. Contempt flashed in Cersei's eyes. She felt that Tywin was truly an old fool, trusting his dwarf son so much, which made her very angry. Hasn't old Tywin realized who his true heir is? She supported her slightly red cheek with one hand and continued, I will arrange for someone to help the poor dwarf. How about it, dear Greene? Greene shrugged and said, This is a surprise, Queen Cersei. After staring at Greene for a while, Cersei's red lips lightly opened. You already know my plan. Will you choose the same as Jaime, my dear? Greene spread his hands, smiled, and said, Queen Cersei, do you need my help in any way? Cersei stood up slowly. She came to Greene, leaned over, and kissed his cheek gently, saying, This is just an accident. We just need to watch the show. The sword Greene was used against the old lion, and Cersei felt that the Kettleblack brothers were enough to deal with a small dwarf. Jaime never understood that only with her wisdom could his sword become sharper. Lord Greene was a little worried that any part of the reconstruction would collapse with a blast. This is his King's Landing, after all. After thinking about it, Cersei wouldn't make such a big noise. Although she didn't admit it on the face, Greene knew that the lioness was actually afraid of the majesty of the old lion. He was thinking about Tyrion and smiled. I think it will be wonderful. The gods are kind. If I were Tyrion, I would take the initiative to expel myself from King's Landing. Hope so. Cersei showed a proud look. She reached out and took one of Greene's arms and said, Walk with me, my dear. Greene's eyes moved slightly, and he said as he walked, Queen Cersei, I heard from Jaime that the Dornish people also sent a surprise. I want to meet Sir Osney. Dornish people like to dream the most. Cersei snorted. After taking a few steps, she continued, Brother Kettleblack will be here in a while. You can wait, dear. In the afternoon, outside the gate of the Red Keep, little butler Leighton glanced around and lowered his voice. Lord Greene, do you suspect that the Dornish people may have some information about Targaryen? Greene took the horse's reins from Brienne and said, Prince Martell released the news about Viserys as soon as he arrived at King's Landing this morning. Leighton, what do you think his purpose will be? Leighton frowned and thought for a while. then said, I can't guess. I'm sorry, my lord. I have too little information about the Dornish people. Greene stepped out and patted Leighton on the shoulder, saying, maybe it was an accident, but even if we don't have all the information, sometimes we need to trust our instincts. Leighton's pupils narrowed as he asked, Master Greene, what do you mean? Greene rubbed the thumb of his right hand against his index finger thoughtfully. My loyal Leighton, taking some precautions in advance is never a bad thing. As you command, Lord Greene, Leighton replied. Greene mounted his horse and instructed, go and inquire over there. If Tyrion is in any danger, he should hide himself, and avoid being discovered by the Dornish. As he neared Guxiang's mansion, Greene's eyes narrowed slightly. He tightened the reins and slowed his horse to a stop. Dismounting, he noticed Sir Bronn standing at the entrance of an alley, bowing with a smile. Greene approached, and Bronn saluted again with an elegant posture. Please forgive my presumption. Good day, noble Duke. Greene first looked around cautiously, then glanced at the coat of arms on Bronn's chest, a green chain on fire against a soot background. Sir Blackwater, you seem to be waiting for me. Wise as you are, Bronn nodded slightly. Yes, Lord Tyrion sent me. He and Prince Dorne are at Tashaya's shop. My lord, Prince Oberyn Martell, has invited you. After delivering the message, Bronn flashed a lewd smile. Chapter 346, Kleb's Tradition. The narrow alley was flanked by broken stone walls, with moss growing abundantly on the stones. The bells of Baelor's great sept rang out in the distance. Greene Kleb raised his eyes to the sun and asked, Is Tyrion okay? Sir Bronn spread out a hand and grinned. My lord, he is a lion. Greene couldn't help but smile. Only Tyrion and Prince Oberyn, aside from the female branch daughters? There is also a prince's mistress. Sir Bronn scratched his cheek. She shouldn't be considered a female branch daughter. Greene smiled again and then turned to Brienne. Give him a bag of golden dragons. Hearing this, Sir Brienne of Tarth removed the purse from her waist and tossed it to Sir Bronn. Bronn weighed the money bag in his hand habitually before stuffing it into his arms. The smile on his face grew more obscene. Thank you, generous Lord Duke. Bronn is at your disposal. How many guards does Tyrion have? Greene asked. Sir Bronn rolled his eyes slightly. In addition to me and Pod, Lord Tyrion brought 4 red robes. And the blue robes I lent to Tyrion? Lord Tyrion arranged for the Kleb warriors to protect the Dornish envoys who were left to rest in Hook Lane. Greene looked at Bronn and frowned. Did you know that there are other people's eyes in the red robe he brought? I did find a red-robed man acting sneakily. Sir Bronn shrugged helplessly. But he is a Lannister in red robes. Fortunately, the prince seemed to sense it and closed the window. Greene's eyebrows raised slightly. You seem to have witnessed the entire eavesdropping process. The duty of the guard captain is to protect the safety of customers, but I definitely did not participate in eavesdropping. I swear. Sir Bronn showed a flattering smile. Mercenaries who want to survive must not be too smart, Lord Duke. Greene nodded. How many guards does Prince Oberyn have? He made a gesture, and Brienne quickly threw another purse. Bronn's smile widened, but then he grew cautious. The questions from the nobleman seemed ordinary, but they must be hiding something. The bags of golden dragons he kept receiving were proof. Although he couldn't pinpoint the reason, his experience as a mercenary on the edge of life and death told him to be careful or he would die. Bronn grinned. It's also 4 people. I paid special attention to see if there were any hidden guards. They are indeed 4 guards. I promise, Lord Duke. Seeing the suspicious look on Greene's face, he quickly added, I can swear that Lord Tyrion asked me to investigate in secret. Greene nodded slightly. This was indeed Tyrion's character, very cautious. Bronn added, after all, this is King's Landing of the 7 Kingdoms. The 2 of them had a great time. After a pause, Greene made a gesture with the hand behind his back. Want to make a fortune, Lord Blackwater? The smile on Bronn's face froze. He bowed and carefully asked, Can I refuse, just this once, my lord the Duke? After a while, Sir Brienne lifted the unconscious Bronn onto her shoulders. Let's find a place to lock him up first. In a certain room of Tashaya Women's Branch, golden curtains hung from the ceiling, the walls were adorned with gold ornaments in various postures, and the floor was covered with golden, mere carpets, making every corner shine with golden light. Tyrion Lannister and Oberyn Martell stretched out their legs and lay half-reclined on the inlaid gold chaise longue. On the bed at the other end of the room, a woman with long black curly hair and slightly exaggerated curves was covered only by a thin blanket, sleeping. Tyrion looked at the dagger in his hand with drunken eyes. Its blade was more than 2 palms long, and its width was about the same as the width of the index and middle fingers together. The dark sword glowed with a faint red hue, like a venomous snake. As Tyrion touched the twisted gold snake handle, his green and black eyes flickered slightly. "Prince Oberyn, this gorgeous dagger seems to have its own story?" he asked, holding the handle and flicking on his wrist. He grinned. "If it had any glory, it might be tarnished, because I might use it to shave." Prince Oberyn, dressed in a loose nightgown that revealed most of his chest and abdomen, looked at Tyrion with melancholy eyes. "I don't recommend doing that. If it were me, I would never touch its blade," he said with a slight smile. "By the way, its name is Venomous Snake, and I gave it that name." Hearing this, Tyrion glanced at the black light on the venomous snake blade. Viper, poison, a poison-coated sword? Realizing this, he immediately sheathed the sword and pinned it to his waist. After ensuring the venomous snake wouldn't escape, he still felt a bit uneasy. Tyrion pursed his lips and smiled at Prince Oberyn. "Thank you for the gift, Your Royal Highness." Prince Oberyn smiled. "That was the gift I received on my coming-of-age name day. I hope you like it." Tyrion rubbed his slightly heavy head and grinned. "I have already felt its weight." "As long as you like it," Prince Oberyn said, his bright black eyes seeming to recall something. "After I harvested the lives of 77 warriors with the venomous snake, I had it put away. It was originally a gift I specially prepared for my nephew. Unfortunately, I couldn't send it out, so I kept it until today." His nephew? Was he referring to young Aegon, killed by his kind father's men, or to Viserys, who died across the strait? "What an honor it is," Tyrion said, picking up a wineglass and taking a sip of Dornish summer red. Tyrion's knowledge of Prince Oberyn came mainly from hearsay, and the rumors surrounding him were increasingly dire. Rumor had it that Prince Oberyn traveled around the 9 free trade cities, traded with poison masters, and learned various dark arts. Rumor had it that he studied at the Citadel and acquired 6 chains before leaving because he got tired of it. Rumor had it that he worked as a mercenary in the disputed lands across the Narrow Sea, first serving the Second Sons, and later forming his own mercenary group. There were also rumors about his tourneys, his wars, his duels, and his mounts. What interested Tyrion most were the rumors about his sexual interests, for example, both men and women, and that Oberyn had illegitimate daughters called sand snakes everywhere in Dorne, but no son. Tyrion burped, which was a small miracle. After a pause, Prince Oberyn said calmly, "This is my small compensation. After all, I took advantage of you, Lord Tyrion. To be honest, my father may welcome any proposal from the Martell family, but my good sister," Tyrion scratched his head, feeling a headache coming on, "she will definitely roar at me." "Your sister, Cersei," Prince Oberyn muttered. Then he suddenly said, "Lord Tyrion, we have actually met before, but I don't think you will remember it." "You were shorter then than you are now," he quipped. Tyrion looked at his messy hair in surprise. "Have we met? When?" Prince Oberyn took a sip of wine. "Oh, a long time ago, when my mother ruled Dorne and your father was the hand of another king." He seemed to be recalling. "I was 14 or 15 years old when I visited Casterly Rock with my mother, her man, my sister Elia, Rhaegar's wife, and others. I am 1 year older. I remember your brother and sister were 8 or 9 years old, and you were born not long ago." Tyrion's eyes trembled slightly. That time happened to be when his mother passed away due to childbirth. He raised his glass. "What do you think of Casterly Rock, Prince Oberyn?" "To be honest, it's not very good," Prince Oberyn pondered for a moment. "During our visit, your father was avoiding you and only let Sir Keevan be responsible. The room he assigned me had a feather bed and a mere carpet, but it was dark and windowless. I told Elia that it felt more like a dungeon than a guest room. The sky in the west was too gray, the wine too sweet, the women too plain, and the food too bland." As he said this, he looked at Tyrion. "And you are the one who disappoints us the most." Tyrion unbound his hair with his fingers and said with a slightly confused look, "Disappointed? I remember you just told me when I was born that I was a villain in everyone's eyes. Prince Oberyn shrugged and continued. When you were born, we were in Old Town. The whole city was talking about the monster that the Prime Minister had. Everyone thought it was a bad omen for the future of the Seven Kingdoms. He curled his lips. That's right. When you were still a little piece of flesh, you were already known throughout the Seven Kingdoms. The little devil also shrugged and said, Yes, with my birth came famine, plague, and war. He laughed playfully. Oh, and winter, and the long night that never ends. I brought all these. Prince Oberyn chuckled and said, Your birth did bring about your father's loss of power. I once listened to the sermons of wandering monks in the countryside, saying that your father would become greater than King Aerys, but only the gods have talents above that of kings. So, they sent you as a curse to teach your father a lesson, because no mortal on earth can be equal to the gods in heaven. Tyrion sighed deeply. Actually, I worked very hard to do something important for the seven gods, but I didn't succeed. He grinned and raised his glass. Your Highness, please continue. I like to listen to stories. Prince Oberyn took a sip of wine and continued. I found that you looked too normal, so I was deeply disappointed. Because along the way here, I heard that you had a hard, curly tail like a pig. You had an incredibly large head, almost half the size of your body, and you were born with thick black hair and a beard, an evil eye, and lion's claws. You had long teeth so you couldn't shut your mouth, and between your legs there was not only a man's part but also a woman's. Tyrion swallowed the wine in his mouth with difficulty and said, If I could pleasure myself, I might be able to save myself a lot of trouble. He took another sip of wine. The fangs and lion claws might also come in handy. Your Highness, I already understand why you are disappointed. Prince Oberyn moved to make himself more comfortable and said, At that time, the Lannisters never brought you out, let alone showed you to guests. We only often heard voices from deep within Casterly Rock at night. There were babies crying everywhere, Ilya. His hand on his knee clenched into a fist, and he continued, If it weren't for your sister, we wouldn't have seen you at all. She promised Ilya that she would satisfy our curiosity. The wet nurse who took care of you wanted to drive us out, but Cersei sent her away with a few words. She said, The wet nurse is just a cow and has no right to interfere with her. If she didn't get out of the way, she would ask Lord Tywin to have the wet nurse's tongue removed. She said cows only need udders, not a tongue. After a pause, he seemed to be imitating Cersei's tone at that time. You are just a cow. If you don't shut up, I will ask my father to pull out your tongue. Anyway, the cow only needs to be milked and doesn't need a tongue. Tyrion grinned. It seems to impress you that my sister has been very charming since she was a child. Prince Oberyn sneered and said, Cersei unwrapped your swaddling clothes with her own hands, and let us take a closer look. You did have an evil eye, black hair on your scalp, and your head was bigger than most newborns. Unfortunately, you had no tail, no beard, no fangs, no lion claws, and only a small deformity between your legs. After listening to many bizarre rumors, it turns out that Lord Tywin's bane was just an ugly baby with a slight deformity. Tyrion's face froze slightly. Prince Oberyn smiled gently and said, Although you may not be conventionally attractive, Aaliyah is as excited to see you as she would be to see a cute cat or puppy. She actually thinks you are pitiable and wants to take care of you herself, haha. Tyrion's eyelids felt heavy from the alcohol, and he yawned, saying, Robert made the poor Seven Kingdoms lose their best queen. As the whir, DS left his mouth, Prince Oberyn's eyes suddenly sharpened, like a viper ready to strike. Tyrion's heart trembled, but he maintained a calm grin. At that moment, he remembered the old lion's warning, Control your unruly tongue, chapter 3d4. Raising his glass, Tyrion said, Perhaps one day you will be grateful to my sister, the Queen Mother, Prince Oberyn. Would he ever be grateful to Cersei? Prince Oberyn sneered at the thought. However, Tyrion's cryptic words managed to divert some of Prince Oberyn's thoughts, and his piercing gaze began to soften. Tyrion then placed a hand over his heart and spoke sincerely. Prince Oberyn, I want to thank your sister. If I am not mistaken, she gave me the first love I ever experienced after I was born. That is the most precious gift. Chapter 347, Kleb's Tradition. Prince Oberyn was silent for a moment, staring in the direction where his mistress lay. He spoke softly. Kindness was Elia's weakness, and it hurt her. Seeing that Oberyn's tone had softened, Tyrion reminded himself not to let his mouth speak faster than his brain again. He then said, "Your Highness, please continue your story?" Although Tyrion was quite drunk, he dared not gamble on his father's love and care for his dwarf son. He knew that if he negatively affected Lord Tywin's plans for the Martell family, he would be punished mercilessly. Additionally, he was aware of the delicate relationship between the Lannister, Tyrell, and Crab families. Securing Martell's support would greatly strengthen the Lannister family's dominance in King's Landing. With this in mind, Tyrion forced a smile, thinking it was for the Lannisters and for his own continued indulgence. He was sure his expression at that moment resembled the Moon Boy, the jester of the Red Keep. Prince Oberyn glanced at Tyrion, who seemed to have moved past their earlier unpleasantness, and continued, "After admiring your little bitch, I told Cersei that her brother is a pitiful little monster. Your sister was very unhappy. She said you killed her mother as soon as you were born, and then—" His dark eyes shifted, looking at Tyrion with a smirk. "She reached out and twisted your little manhood hard, as if her cute little hands wanted to tear it off. You screamed immediately, but she turned a deaf ear. Finally, Jaime stopped her, and Cersei retracted her hand. She also said, 'Everyone said you wouldn't live long, so your thing was destined not to grow up, so it didn't matter if she tore it off.'" Listening to Oberyn's recounting of his past, Tyrion felt a chill to his bones. The wine made his anger more acute. Why did Prince Oberyn taunt him so many times? Did he think the dwarfs of the Lannister family lacked the roar of a lion? "My kind father, my dear sister, damn the Lannisters!" Despite his raging anger, Tyrion's remaining reason reminded him of Jaime, Myrcella, and Tommen. They were also Lannisters, and he couldn't do without their protection. He took a sip of wine to quell the fire in his heart, then pursed his lips and smiled. "Your Highness Martell, this story is really good. When you have the time, you must tell it to my father. I guarantee he will be as happy as I am after hearing it." Prince Oberyn noticed the change in Tyrion's expression. He smiled a little apologetically before saying, "You amuse me, Lord Tyrion." Tyrion deliberately stared in the direction of the door, paused, and said, "Why hasn't Greene arrived yet? He is the truly interesting person." Prince Oberyn sneered. "Greene Kleb, he is indeed very interesting." Although Tyrion's head was still heavy from the drunkenness, he detected some contempt in Oberyn's words. He looked at Prince Oberyn and smiled. "He will definitely not disappoint you." "Hope so," Prince Oberyn replied, taking a sip of his wine and changing the subject. "I heard that you taxed the daughters of King's Landing?" Tyrion was startled. He didn't want to be teased again for the tax that the people of King's Landing nicknamed Dwarf's Coppers. So, he coughed lightly and said, "This is my father's order. He wants to improve the moral standards of the people of King's Landing." He raised his glass. "Here's to the eternal Prime Minister, Lord Tywin." To be honest, Tyrion felt a bit guilty for betraying Lord Tywin at that moment. Prince Oberyn laughed. "I heard that you had to attract the dissatisfaction of the people of King's Landing to yourself in order to raise funds for Joffrey's wedding." Tyrion's eyes trembled slightly, and he said in surprise, "How could there be such a rumor? If it weren't for the mountains of... If there were golden dragons in the royal treasury, I would not be willing to sit on the broken chair of the Chancellor of the Exchequer and work hard on myself." Tyrion grinned. "Joffrey's grandfather is Tywin Lannister, and he is also Joffrey's prime minister." Prince Oberyn smiled meaningfully, then shifted the conversation. "Lord Tyrion, I heard that you prepared 77 courses for the king's wedding banquet?" Tyrion chuckled. "Your Highness, are you hungry?" Prince Oberyn's smile faded. "I have been hungry for a long time, but not for food. Please tell me, when can I see the justice promised by Lannister?" Tyrion rubbed his heavy head, thinking, "I can tell that you and Elia had a very close relationship." Prince Oberyn nodded. "Elia and I have been together since we were children. We are inseparable, just like Jaime and Cersei." Tyrion blinked. Jaime and Cersei. He wanted to tell Prince Oberyn that this metaphor was inappropriate. After retracting his thoughts, Tyrion coughed lightly, put down his wineglass, and said solemnly, "Your Highness, Because of the war in the Riverlands and the king's wedding, my father is very busy and has no time to take care of the events of 16 years ago. I deeply apologize for any negligence. My father has already made arrangements and will deal with it when the time is right. Any contribution the Martell family makes to maintain the peace of the kingdom will help increase my father's energy and speed in investigating the truth. I also guarantee that your visit to the king will not be in vain. I hope Lannister and Martell. Dwarf. Prince Oberyn interrupted coldly. I have no interest in your Lannister investigation. Although my brother is not bloodthirsty, he has not been idle for the past 16 years. If it were up to me, I would seek revenge for Aaliyah and her children. I am here to find the person behind this. The Red Viper's gaze was intense. And let me tell you, it's best not to let me find out that person is your father. Tyrion shrugged calmly. He knew that dealing with the vengeful Prince Oberyn was not an easy task. Today, Cersei, who treats others as fools, should really be asked to handle this. The Red Viper's threat continued. Yes, this hatred is now mine. The Lannisters have to deal with the bloodthirsty me, not my sickly, cautious, aging brother. Tyrion opened his eyes wide and braced himself. Prince Oberyn was not only hateful, but also very proud, even arrogant. If he continued to treat him with courtesy, it would only be met with contempt, and the Lannisters' weakness might be exposed. Tyrion smiled. Prince Martell, from your tone, it sounds like you brought tens of thousands of troops to King's Landing. He took a sip of wine and continued. But my attendant helped me count the numbers. He told me that you only brought more than 200 soldiers. Well, I didn't count the women and servants. He sighed. I really should take you around King's Landing first, so that you can have a good look at this center of the 7 kingdoms. Prince Oberyn sneered. Shall I see this dunghill called King's Landing? I have seen it and smelled it. Tyrion forced a smile. Your Highness, you should smell it well and smell it carefully. You must know that the stench from 500,000 people in King's Landing is definitely stronger than that from hundreds of Dornish people. Do you smell the golden cloaks? Their number is about 5,000. He spread his hands. My father used 20,000 Lannister soldiers to guard King's Landing. There are also 2 kinds of flowers here, tens of thousands of golden roses and 2,000 marigolds. Many sweet flowers are planted. In and outside the city of King's Landing, the atmosphere was tense. One of the prominent families, not only related to the future queen of the 7 kingdoms, but also old neighbors of the Martell family, was causing quite a stir. Prince Oberyn shrugged disdainfully and remarked, There is a saying in Dorne, flowers must bow to the sun, and I will gladly crush them all. Tyrion stared at the Red Viper quietly for a while before letting out a long yawn. He wiped the corners of his eyes with the back of his hand, squeezed out a few tears, and said, Crush them? Do you mean there are too many breads to eat, roses that can easily pull out 100,000 soldiers or 5,000 archers to defeat a Marigold with 50,000 heavy cavalry? Prince Oberyn glared at Tyrion like a poisonous snake. Did Lannister forget how Renly's little Rose died? And don't forget Garland Tyrell's arm. Tyrion touched his golden nose and added, As for the Duke of Rose, he is just a foolish fat man holding a treasure chest for nothing. Oberyn continued, It was the mud after the heavy rain that defeated the stupid Valley Knight and allowed Marigold to occupy the valley by luck. He was just a fortunate man who suddenly became rich. He sneered contemptuously. Besides, Kleb is not necessarily a staunch ally of Lannister. Tyrion yawned again, his eyelids growing heavier. He loves Cersei. It's a love that I can't understand. A strange love. He tried to stay awake, but was unable to do so. Seeing the half-asleep Lannister, Prince Oberyn couldn't help but curl up the corners of his lips. He left the couch, stood in front of Tyrion, and whispered, Tyrion, talk to me about Greene Claymore. It was already evening when Greene almost crossed half of King's Landing and approached the Chitaya Women's Branch. From a distance, he could see the gold-plated spherical lantern decorated with dark red glass on the door of the Chitaya Women's Branch, emitting an alluring light. Greene circled around and dismounted in front of a hidden door at the back. Leighton and Geoffrey, the captain of King's Landing's Survey Corps, immediately came over to greet him. Greene handed the reins to the attendant and said, Leighton, Geoffrey, let me tell you directly the information I found. Leighton and Geoffrey exchanged glances before Leighton spoke first. My lord, Tyrion Lannister has brought 4 guards, and Oberyn Martell has also brought 4 guards. They are all standing guard outside the room. Also, Lord Tyrion's squire, Podrick, found a room for him and arranged for 3 beauties. Geoffrey continued, Lord Greene, I found 4 Dornish guards watching this place near the gate. Greene nodded slightly and said, Very good. Send someone to keep an eye on them. Before opening the small door, Leighton whispered in Greene's ear, I have made arrangements, my lord. Greene entered a small cabin through a secret corridor and saw Shattaya waiting for him. Wearing a white loose silk dress, she bowed deeply to him. Duke Greene, thank you for your kindness and generosity. Lord Greene is an honorary knight, so under his arrangement, Shattaya became one of the inheritors of Pater Baelish's legacy. Greene nodded gently and said, Leighton told me that you can allow me to appear quietly in the room where Tyrion is. Shattaya smiled lightly, her voice carrying a slight accent from the Summer Islands. Actually, every room here has another door that my guests occasionally need to use. Greene shrugged and said, Thank you for your honesty, and please help me lead the way, Miss Shattaya. It is an honor, my lord. Shattaya gave a slight salute, then turned around gracefully and walked away. Prince Oberyn leaned on the recliner, seemingly asleep. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and looked sharply in one direction of the room. Aren't you looking for a sword, Prince Oberyn Martell? Greene patted his clothes while stepping into the room. Slowly walking out from behind the ornate mirror screen, Prince Oberyn's eyes narrowed slightly. Are you Greene Claypool? Greene stepped closer. Good evening. Thank you for the invitation, Lord Martell. He paused in front of the couch where Tyrion lay sleeping, glancing at the unfamiliar golden weapon at his waist. Prince Oberyn leaned back on his reclining chair, eyeing Greene. He pointed towards the door of the room and said, Your Excellency, invited guests can leave through there to avoid unnecessary trouble. As he spoke, he subtly repositioned the sword next to the back of his chair, out of Greene's sight. Greene looked at Prince Oberyn and smiled. I think it would be more troublesome if rumors spread tomorrow that the Duke of the Eyrie and the Prince of Dorne were foul and together in the women's branch. Tyrion's short legs took up less than half of the recliner. Greene took a seat on the other side and continued, We should also add a royal minister of finance to that list, Prince Martell. Prince Oberyn stretched out his arms and remarked, You are very different from what I imagined, Duke Kleb. He wasn't referring to Greene's appearance. He had expected Greene to look like a beast ready to fight, rather than the gentle, harmless-looking young man sitting before him. I hear this sword is stained with Martell's blood, Prince Oberyn, Greene said, removing the Miss Kongji from his waist and tossing it over. Chapter 348, Kleb's Tradition. With a snap, Prince Oberyn caught Lady Empty and slowly pulled part of the sword out. He lowered his eyes and looked at it. My favorite uncle, he was a great knight. Prince Oberyn seemed to be recalling the past with Levon Martell, his voice very soft. He often taught me that a man's value depends on the sword in his hand, not between his legs. After a pause, he suddenly raised his eyes and looked at Greene. During the Battle of the Trident, the reason why Lyn Corbray was able to kill my uncle with this Lady of Empty Silence was because he had already been seriously injured. He shook his head mockingly. Who cares about such a thing? Ha-ha. Sheathing the sword, Prince Oberyn returned Lady Empty to Greene and said, I specifically asked someone to learn about the battle in the valley that shocked the 7 kingdoms. You are like an experienced chess player. Everything, including people, has become your pawns. I think even if the so-called famous General Landau were resurrected, he would not achieve such a good result. Duke Greene. Greene placed the Lady of Silence next to the back of the chair where Tyrion was leaning. Regarding Prince Oberyn's praise, he just joked, Kleb is the precious legacy left to the nobles of the valley by Jon Arryn, Prince Oberyn. After saying that, Greene stood up, took a closer look at Tyrion, who was sleeping, and frowned. Prince Oberyn, he doesn't look like he's drunk. Hearing this, Prince Oberyn said calmly, Yes, he drank the sleeping wine I made myself. He will wake up as soon as possible. It will be tomorrow morning. Greene turned his head and glanced at the seductive curves on the bed. Prince Oberyn, although Tyrion is a half-man who is not very popular, he is a Lannister after all, and Lannisters always pay their debts. Upon hearing Greene's reminder, Prince Oberyn sneered. I like your jokes, but I don't mind having a taste of Lannister. Greene moved towards the bed. I also have to remind you that everyone knows the future Queen's family does not welcome Martell. Because of Willis Tyrell, the accident that happened at the tourney that year, he never blamed me. Almost half a year ago, I received a letter from him. The two of us have a common hobby of cooking horse meat. Prince Oberyn took a sip from his wine glass and continued. In fact, after I hit his breastplate, his feet unfortunately got entangled in the stirrups. As a result, he fell and was pinned down by his mount. I sent my own meisters to treat him, but they could only save his thigh because the knee was completely shattered. He sneered. If you really want to blame someone, blame his stupid father. Back then, Willis was as young as grass. How could the Duke of Metz allow his heir to participate in a fierce competition? That damn fat man thought that Willis, like his two younger brothers, was born to win the championship in the tourney. He wanted to get a Longthorn Leo, but he made his eldest son disabled. Leo Tyrell was the Duke of Highgarden during the reign of Daeron VI Targaryen. Many believe he may be the best jousting champion in history. He is also considered to be the best jousting champion in the history of the Tyrell family, an excellent knight. Standing next to the bed, Greene looked at the black-haired beauty covered only with a thin blanket. You seem to like Leo, knight? Oberyn stared at Greene with his dark eyes, shook the wineglass in his hand slightly, and said, You should also know very well that knocking down a horse and killing someone in a lance duel are two different things. He suddenly smiled again. Duke Greene, you are really cautious. Greene shrugged. This is a hunter's habit. An incautious hunter will fall into the arms of a stranger sooner or later. After a pause, he turned his head and looked at Prince Oberyn. Who is she? Prince Oberyn. Greene smiled slightly and said, Ilaria Sand. She is my mistress, and I am very close to her. She came here to make up for the regret of never sharing a blonde beauty with Mem. Ilaria has always been upset about this. Greene smiled and said, She is a very thoughtful companion. He looked at the mistress of the Red Viper, who was sleeping on the bed, and added, Prince Oberyn, she seems to be in a similar state to Tyrion. Prince Oberyn shrugged and said, The dwarves of the Lannister family are as cautious as you. Ilaria helped me. Prince Oberyn, you are also very cautious. Greene noted as he sat back on the recliner where Tyrion had been sitting. It seems that you don't want to have other ears in this meeting between you and me. Brown eyes met black eyes for a moment. Prince Oberyn leaned back in his chair and said, You interest me very much, Duke Greene. Greene frowned slightly, but said nothing. He simply extended a hand in a gesture of invitation. Prince Oberyn grinned. Very good, there is enough time tonight. Let's talk slowly. He took a sip of wine, paused, and said, My uncle died in the battle 16 years ago, but my sister and her children were brutally murdered after the fall of King's Landing. He looked directly at Greene. With your ability, you should know who the real murderer is, right? Seeing Greene nod, Prince Oberyn's eyes narrowed slightly, a sharp flash in his gaze. Greene was new to Martell, and so was Martell to Greene. Externally, Greene belonged to the Lannister camp, but why did Prince Oberyn dare to discuss these matters so openly in front of him? At this moment, Greene further confirmed his suspicions. Greene said calmly, All the Seven Kingdoms know that Robert Baratheon picked up the Warhammer for love and shattered the Targaryen rule. Isn't he the real murderer? He spread his hands. Also, he is dead. Anger flashed across Prince Oberyn's face. He looked at Greene and said coldly, Has Kleb forgotten his 300 years of tradition? If there had been no rebellion, the one you are guarding right now might be my sister Alia. Rebellion. Greene's eyes trembled imperceptibly. His tone remained calm. Prince Oberyn, starting from Visenya Targaryen, Kleb and all the lords of the Crabclaw Peninsula have always been the Queen's direct vassals and have loyally guarded the Targaryens on the Iron Throne. And that battle, he muttered, then continued, Even though Prince Rhaegar died in the battle, King's Landing fell, and everyone knelt down to surrender. The people of the Crabclaw Peninsula who participated in the war still fought to the last moment and to the last person. Looking at Prince Oberyn, contempt flashed across his lips. The only survivors were my pregnant mother and me in her belly. Prince Oberyn clenched a fist with one hand and was silent for a while. He suddenly smiled and changed the subject. Duke Greene, I want to remind you that although Lannister needs Crabbe's support, Lannister never wants to see a powerful Kleb sharing the power of the Seven Kingdoms. He showed a strange smile. I heard that Cersei likes you very much, Duke Greene. Greene frowned again, his voice slightly cold. Prince Martell, if you want to offend Queen Cersei, I think... He stood up from his chair. This kind of insincere conversation can end here. Sincerity? Prince Oberyn laughed loudly. He sat up straight and stared at Greene. Very good, but I'm worried. You won't like my sincerity too much. Greene glanced at the Red Viper. He walked to the window and slightly opened the golden curtain covering it. Outside, the moonlight was hazy. Greene's voice sounded. Prince Martell, if you want to find someone to play with, you can try to wake Lord Tyrion. Prince Oberyn also stood up. Duke Greene, my desire for revenge has never faded for a day. I think you will help me. He said clearly, you will help me completely destroy the Lannisters. After hearing this, Greene couldn't help but let out a ha! He turned around and looked at Prince Oberyn for a moment before saying, Then what? He mocked. Is the Martell family planning to seize King Joffrey's Iron Throne? When will I see the Dornish soldiers attacking King's Landing? Will I wait no? There's 16 years. Prince Oberyn's face darkened. Greene Kleb, do you still remember Varys? Seeing that Greene had no reaction, he added, I heard that you secretly entered King's Landing before contacting the Lannister and Tyrell alliances and killed the intelligence chief who had served 3 kings. Greene moved closer to the couch, looking at the sleeping Tyrion. Is this your sleeping wine? He asked. Prince Oberyn's smile was slightly pleased. It turns out that your true strength lies in your outstanding wisdom. I should have gotten to know you earlier, Duke Greene. He shrugged. But it's too late now. Greene shook his head slightly. He looked at the Red Viper and said, This is not a big trouble for me. He pointed at Tyrion. When he wakes up, he is still a Lannister. Certainly, Prince Oberyn replied, the corners of his lips curling up. I'm actually more interested in why you took the risk to kill that eunuch. Maybe the all-pervasive 8-clawed spider obtained information that forced you to take the risk? The candlelight flickered, casting a golden glow on Tyrion's face and the golden sword handle at his waist, which made Greene's mouth curve slightly. After a period of silence, Greene looked at Prince Oberyn again and said with some confusion, Then what? Please continue. Seeing that Greene was still calm, Prince Oberyn rubbed his head as if he had a headache and sighed. He picked up the jug and poured 2 glasses of wine. He handed one to Greene. The summer red I brought from Dorne. Greene reached out and took it. Thank you. Prince Oberyn smiled slightly, took another sip of wine, and said, My brother is cautious, but I am not. I went to Braavos and met with Sir William Darry, who was protecting King Viserys and Princess Daenerys. We signed a secret contract in the presence of the Sea King of Braavos. When Viserys returns to the 7 Kingdoms to fight for the Iron Throne, Dorne will raise troops to support him, and he will marry Princess Arianne of House Martell, the eldest daughter and heir of Prince Doran. He stared at Greene. Later, I suddenly received news that Viserys was dead and Daenerys was missing. I immediately went to investigate in person and collected intelligence that Kleb's ship had appeared nearby. If it weren't for my brother's summons, I think the city of Qarth, where Viserys died, would have yielded more information for me. The smile on his face deepened. Did Varys die because of the information that Kleb, who was loyal to Queen Lannister, was secretly supporting Targaryen? After a pause, Prince Oberyn raised his glass and said, In fact, we are all supporters of Targaryen. We are not enemies. Lannister is our common enemy, Duke Greene. Greene's hand behind his back gently rubbed his index finger with his thumb. He held the wineglass and sighed slightly. May the gods bless Targaryen. Prince Oberyn's eyes flashed. Do you know how Viserys died and who killed him? Greene shook his head. According to my investigation, he died in an accidental fire, but I'm not sure. The Red Viper's eyes were fixed on Greene's expression. He suddenly asked, Did Daenerys tell you? Hearing this, Greene immediately became alert. I don't know where she is. Prince Oberyn narrowed his eyes slightly. We should protect her together. She is the last Targaryen. There were bloodshot eyes in his gaze. It's up to you to hide her secrets for a long time. She needs the protection of more people. Please let me think. With a bang, the wine glass in Greene's hand slipped, spilling the bright red summer wine. Suddenly, Greene's usually calm voice was filled with anger. Are you deceiving me, Red Viper? Prince Oberyn couldn't help but smile in triumph, but it quickly disappeared. He reached out and patted Greene's arm reassuringly. I have to admit, at your age, I have never seen anyone smarter than you. Actually, I have been to the city-state of Contis, where I collected a lot of information about Daenerys' whereabouts. None of it seemed false, but I can now confirm that it was a smokescreen you deliberately left. Greene's anger had not subsided. Martell, how did you guess me? Maybe it's some mercy from the gods, Prince Oberyn shrugged. When I passed near Dragonstone, I met a pirate friend of mine. He once followed Stannis' fleet south to Storm's End. During the voyage, he saw a small fleet with Marigold flags. He told me this accidentally, so I said it was the mercy of the gods. Seeing the suspicious look on Greene's face, Oberyn spread his hands. A coincidental location, coupled with coincidental timing. I don't believe there can be so many coincidences. I started to become interested in you. Of course, tonight's unexpected harvest, the information that Varys was killed by you, can only be described as the blessing of the gods. He shrugged again. Actually, I don't usually pray to the gods. Greene murmured. It's really a blessing from the gods. The anger was gone from his face. Prince Oberyn, I want to hear your proposal. Prince Oberyn drank the wine in one gulp and then threw the silver wineglass onto the mirror carpet. His melancholy face took on a serious look. I hope Daenerys stays in Sunspear, which is safer, and my brother's eldest daughter and heir, Arianne Martell, marries you. From now on, Martell and Kleber will be the strongest allies. Give me some time to think. Greene thought for a while, then suddenly turned around and looked at Tyrion on the recliner. Does this person need to be silenced? Prince Oberyn replied, as if joking. No need. He is almost half dead now, and he won't remember what he said to me when he wakes up. Hearing this, Greene looked away, paused, and then looked in the direction of the bed. Although Greene did not speak, Prince Oberyn understood what Greene revealed. Red Viper hid the impatience on his face and turned his head to look at the sleeping Ilaria on the bed. Don't worry, my love. Chi! Prince Oberyn saw a flash of golden light from the corner of his eye, and then his eyes widened with an expression of disbelief. He stared blankly down at the golden snake sword hilt protruding from his chest. You! The scarlet blood bubbles that kept coming out of his mouth made him unable to speak. With a thud, Prince Oberyn fell heavily to the ground shortly after. After a while, Greene walked over and pulled out the viper dagger stuck in Prince Oberyn's chest. Then he held it, now stained with bright red blood, and placed it in Tyrion's hand. Chapter 349. Witnessed Facts. Spread your legs for the dwarfs. I handed in 7 copper coins last night. Ha! I also have to hand over 7 copper coins tonight. The gnomes will kiss your shoes gratefully, ha! I've covered all the dwarfs' coins tonight. As Greene passed through the secret passage, he could vaguely hear the noise coming from the hall. Shataya silently led the way. Under her thin white silk dress, her graceful body curved swayed gently as she walked. At the same time, every step she took was mixed with subtle tremors, and she was trying her best to hide the fear in her heart. After walking for a while, they arrived at the hut where they had first met that night. Lord Greene. Seeing the Lord's figure appear, Joffrey, who was guarding the surroundings, quickly came over to greet him. Greene nodded, then turned his head to look at Shataya, who was standing respectfully aside. When she noticed his gaze moving towards her, she couldn't help but tremble slightly. Raising one hand, Greene grabbed Shataya's shoulder and moved his fingers. The touch was smooth and soft, and her body trembled involuntarily again. Withdrawing his hand, Greene's gentle voice sounded, I will protect you, including the children you want to protect, Shataya. Upon hearing this, Shataya immediately bowed deeply. I will always be yours, Lord Greene. Very good. Greene added, I'll leave the rest to you, Leighton. After saying that, he left the secret hut surrounded by several clan soldiers. Late at night, The Crab Mansion in Go Lane was immersed in silence. In front of the warm fireplace, Bronn's body slowly leaned forward. Just when he was about to slide off the chair, he suddenly woke up, and then his breathing became rapid and heavy, and his eyes were filled with fear and confusion. "You're awake, sir." Hearing the sound, Bronn's pupils shrank suddenly, and then he discovered Duke Greene sitting at the other end of the fireplace. He couldn't help but touch the swollen cheek on one side, and the rude woman standing behind Greene, who looked more manly than him. A flattering smile soon appeared on Sir Bronn's face. "Master Duke, you are back so soon? No, I mean, you are back?" Greene shook his head slightly. "The Prince of Dorne and I are strangers. Unnecessary meetings should be avoided during the peace talks, not to mention it is still a women's branch." Sir Bronn nodded and said flatteringly, "Yes, he has to go to the women's branch as soon as he arrives in King's Landing. In fact, Lord Tyrion is also in a dilemma." He seemed very resentful. "The Dornish people know less etiquette than me, a mercenary." Greene just smiled and changed the subject directly. "Sir, I heard that Miss Loras Stokeworth, the second daughter of Countess Stokeworth, is pregnant with your child?" When Bronn was stunned, Greene motioned to Brienne to get the wine. After a short while, Sir Bronn said tentatively, "Actually, this was the order of the former Prime Minister. I was a little mercenary at the time, Lord Duke." At this time, Brienne put down the wine-glass on the small round table next to Bronn. He touched his red and swollen cheek again and grinned. "Miss Knight, next time you can directly order me to faint. I will be happy to obey." Brienne just glanced at the wretched-looking Bronn expressionlessly, then returned behind Greene. Greene swung the wine-glass in his hand and said, "Do you love her, or will you love the child she gives birth to?" "Certainly." Sir Bronn's eyes rolled slightly, and he added, "But Loras's mother, Countess Tanda, is not very satisfied with my background as a mercenary, and Countess Tanda and I have an issue with the name of the child. There are quite a few contradictions." Greene raised his glass and said, "Please continue." Sir Bronn took a sip of wine and said, "According to Countess Tanda, Loras is pregnant with a boy, and she wants to name him Tywin Stokeworth." Greene's eyebrows raised slightly, and Sir Bronn continued, "And I want my son to be called." After a pause, Greene grinned, Tyrion Stokeworth." After hearing this, Greene raised his face and smiled. "Sir, I think Tyrion will be very pleased." Sir Bronn smiled and said, "Lord Tyrion is a generous employer." Greene stared at Bronn until the smile on Bronn's face became unnatural. Then he slowly said, "Sir Bronn, as a former mercenary, you should know that everything has a price." He leaned back in his chair. "Do you want to become a lord, Blackwater Knight?" Sir Bronn was startled. He put down his wine-glass and knelt in front of Greene. "Your Majesty, thank you for your kindness. It is a great honor for me to serve you." The next day, early morning, a woman's sudden high-pitched exclamation woke Tyrion up. He looked around in confusion, then at the dagger in his hand, his head heavy and not yet fully conscious. It's you! You killed my Oberyn!" Tyrion, still groggy, tried to focus on the source of the woman's roar. The figure in his sight gradually became clearer. It was Prince Oberyn's charming mistress. And what killing! The woman's scream accelerated Tyrion's awakening. Before he could react, there was a clang, and the door was almost smashed open. Lannister guards and Martell guards poured into the room one after another. Tyrion, still not fully recovered, stared at these intruders in a daze. After a period of eerie silence, a man in a red robe murmured, "Lord Tyrion, you. Tyrion followed the man's gaze and looked down. "This is the snake sword? Did he sleep with it?" Then, he suddenly remembered that the blade of the dagger was coated with poison. Frightened, he threw the poisonous snake away. Tyrion heard the mistress yelling in pain, "Kill him! Kill him quickly!" During the chaos, Tyrion woke up completely. He found Prince Oberyn lying in a dark red stain of dried blood. Dead? The Lannister red robes present stopped the angry Dornish people, and Tyrion was taken back to the Red Keep by the subsequent red robes and gold cloaks. The news spread quickly, and the Dornish servants who accompanied Prince Oberyn to King's Landing gathered in the Red Keep. In their burning anger, Lord Tywin imprisoned his dwarf son in the dungeons of the Red Keep and promised to follow the laws of the kingdom to judge justly. But outside the gate of the Red Keep, more and more angry Dornish people gathered, and the golden cloaks guarding the gate were nervously guarding against this volcano that seemed about to erupt. Prime Minister's Tower. The snow-white cloak fluttered with Sir Jaime's almost trotting pace. He paused briefly in front of the study door and then pushed it open directly. Jaime? Duke Tywin stood in front of the wall, hanging the map of the Seven Kingdoms, with his hands behind his back. He glanced at Sir Jaime and called out in a calm tone. Duke Tywin's voice invisibly soothed Jaime's anxious heart. After he got closer, he stroked his chest and said, "Father." Glancing at his eldest son again, Duke Tywin continued to stare at the map on the wall. Kevin is appeasing the Dornish people in King's Landing. I have handed over the investigation task to Sir Adam and Grandmeister Pycelle. Investigation! Sir Jaime's voice had a hint of urgency. Father, the Seven Kingdoms all know that Oberyn Martell is an outstanding warrior. He is also good at using poisonous red vipers. Tyrion can't even hold a sword steadily. How could he kill such a powerful person? He must be innocent. Speculations cannot be regarded as facts. Lord Tywin turned to his eldest son and continued, "The guards told me that they saw in that room the dead Prince Oberyn, Tyrion holding a bloody weapon, and the screaming black-haired woman. Jaime, this is the fact witnessed by many people." Sir Jaime thought he had found an important suspicion and immediately asked his father, "A black-haired woman?" Lord Tywin pursed his lips, paused, and replied, "She is the mistress brought by Prince Oberyn from Dorne." Sir Jaime opened his mouth and murmured in surprise, "His mistress?" Seeing the uneasiness on Jaime's face, Lord Tywin frowned and said, "Sir Adam and Maester Pycelle will bring back the specific investigation results soon. I will send someone to inform you. Go back and wait." After hesitating several times, Sir Jaime finally said, "Father, if Adam and the others find the real murderer, what will you do with Tyrion?" Lord Tywin said calmly, "Under the witness of the gods, Tyrion will receive a fair trial." After a moment of silence, Sir Jaime clenched his fist and said, "Father, do you really believe that Tyrion killed Prince Oberyn? Moreover, he had no reason to do such a thing. He must be innocent." Lord Tywin's voice was slightly cold. "He will get a fair trial." Sir Jaime noticed Lord Tywin's anger, but thinking of his younger brother, he chose to continue persuading. "Father, Tyrion is your son. We should—" Lord Tywin suddenly interrupted loudly, "I have no son." His chest rose and fell slowly. He turned around and said coldly, "Please go and perform your duties, White Knight." The Painted Table Hall at Dragonstone Castle. After receiving the news of the death of the King of the Iron Islands, Stannis Baratheon, who had become noticeably older, looked up from the map table and asked, "Is the news reliable?" Davos Seaworth glanced at everyone with excited expressions on their faces and said, "King Stannis, I can be sure." This morning, Solid Horsan, the pirate and mercenary captain from Lys, also brought the same news. Balon Greyjoy did fall from the bridge and died in a heavy rainstorm. As he spoke, he glanced at Melisandre, wrapped in red gauze. He seemed to smell the scent of burning blood again and heard the sound of leeches hissing in the hot brazier. As soon as the Onion Knight finished speaking, Sir Axel Florent, acting Lord of Dragonstone, said excitedly, "The Lord of Light has taken action. This is the wrath of the true God." Queen Selyse Florent chanted devoutly, "Praise to the great Lord of Light." Stannis lowered his eyes and looked at his hands. "Do the Lord of Light's hands have age spots? Will they tremble?" His teeth chattered, and he looked at Melisandre and said, "It sounds like this was an accident, not the power of the Lord of Light. Thunder, rain, wind, bridges, everything on earth." Melisandre's steps were light, and the large ruby around her neck shone red. She continued as she walked, "They are all tools chosen by the Lord of Light. No one can stop the will of the true God." Queen Selyse echoed loudly, "No one can stop the will of the true God." Stannis's teeth chattered again. He glanced at Queen Selyse and said coldly, "Quiet, woman. You are not praying before the night fire." He stared at the location of the Iron Islands on the map table and continued, "Greyjoy has many branches, and sooner or later they will be defeated by the Lannisters one by one." He looked away. "Davos, I want you to send the fastest ship to carry my envoy to the Iron Islands to announce my pardon." Hearing this, Davos looked at Stannis, who was gritting his teeth. His god, was hating his own words at this moment. Stannis continued, "If they repent of their treason and swear allegiance to the true king, I will forgive them completely. If those little squids don't want to be eaten by the lions, they have no choice but to." "They won't." Melisandre came closer, her tone soft. "I'm sorry, Lord Stannis, but this is not the end of the matter. The Iron Islands will soon have 2 crowns. Stannis's voice was like winter. "2 crowns? 2 usurpers will appear in the Iron Islands?" Melisandre nodded slightly. "Yes, I foresaw it in the Holy Fire." "There are no lies in the Holy Fire." Queen Selyse came to Stannis' side and continued earnestly, "The Lord of Light has sent Melisandre to guide you to your destiny." Stannis' teeth clenched audibly as he paused, his voice cold and cutting. "In my opinion, the so-called prophecies and intentions are nothing but lies upon lies. Even if there is truth in the flame, it is riddled with traps." Melisandre reached out a gape and placed a hand on Stannis' arm, attempting to soothe his anger. Her voice, hoarse and deep, resonated through the room. "Ants cannot understand human language, and all humans are ants before the true God, the King of Light. Sometimes I mistake warnings for prophecies or prophecies for warnings, but the fault lies in my interpretation, not in the gods." However, her eyes seemed to blaze with an inner fire. "One thing I am certain of is that your envoy and pardon will be of little use. Your Majesty, you must let the 7 kingdoms see the flame, a flame that proves the strength of a true king." "Show them my strength?" Stannis scoffed. "Are you referring to the few hundred soldiers I left at Storm's End, or the less than 2,000 remaining soldiers on Dragonstone? Or perhaps the pirates of Solid Horse San as the main force of my royal fleet?" Queen Selyse interjected, her voice steady. "Your Majesty, your army is more than Aegon's was 300 years ago. Compared to him, all you lack are dragons." Chapter 350, The Future of the Kingdom. Stannis' gaze was profound. "Do you want me to follow the Targaryen's path? Should I cross the strait to invite wizards like Aegon III, the Dragonbane? Or pray to an egg every day like Baelor I, who was blessed by the gods? Should I build a dragon out of wood and steel like Aegon IV, or drink wildfire like Aerion Brightflame in an attempt to become a dragon?" He looked at Queen Selyse coldly. The mage failed, Baelor's prayers were unanswered, the wooden dragon burned, and Prince Aerion died screaming. Hearing Stannis' ridicule and questions, Queen Selyse's expression became more determined. The reason they failed is because they were not the chosen ones of the Lord of Light. There was no red comet across the sky that year, announcing the prophecy from Asai's ancient book. None of them had the Lightbringer, and none had the guidance of the King of Light. She spread her arms devoutly. "Miss Melisandre received the will of the true God in the holy fire. Your Majesty, only death can exchange for life." After a moment of solemn silence, Stannis gritted his teeth and forced out a cold voice. "The boy?" "The boy." Queen Selyse took a step closer, a certain madness in her eyes. Sir Axel also echoed, "That boy." Stannis turned his back to everyone and looked down at the map of the 7 kingdoms on the table. "This filthy child made me hate him deeply before he was born. His name is like a roar in my ears, as if it covers my soul with a dark cloud." Melisandre followed, promising, "Please give the boy to me, and you will never have to hear his name again, Your Majesty." Davos glanced at the red-robed woman. His lips trembled a few times, but he remained silent. It would be wiser not to speak until King Stannis had made a decision. In Stannis' silence, the priestess continued, "Send the boy to the Lord of Light, and the ancient prophecy will be fulfilled. Your dragons will awaken, spread their stone wings, and win the 7 kingdoms for you." As soon as she finished speaking, Sir Axel knelt on one knee and raised his voice. "I beg your Majesty, awaken the dragon in the stone, and let the usurpers tremble. Like Aegon the Conqueror, you will set off from Dragonstone. Like Aegon the Conqueror, you will conquer the entire 7 kingdoms. Let the entire realm feel your fire and fury. I beg you the same, Your Majesty." Queen Selyse knelt in the direction of Stannis, clasping her hands together as in prayer. "Robert and Delena have polluted our marriage bed and cast a curse on our union. This child is a dirty fruit. Remove his shadow from my body, and I will conceive many sons for you, I promise." She walked over on her knees and wrapped her arms around Stannis' legs. "He is just a bastard. It was your brother's desire, and my cousin's shame that brought him into this world. Don't hold me, woman. King Stannis broke free from Queen Selyse's embrace. Maybe Robert did curse our marriage bed, but he swore to heaven that he never meant to humiliate me. He was just drunk and didn't even know which bedroom he entered that night. After a pause, he sighed slightly. But what does this have to do with anything? No matter what the truth is, the child is not at fault, and he is my blood relative. Melisandre stepped forward, gently grasping Stannis's wrist with her slender fingers. The Lord of Light cherishes chastity and punishes corruption, so there is no more appropriate sacrifice than this. The dragon will be born from the king's blood and pure holy fire, your majesty. Hearing that his king had no intention of harming the boy, Davos finally let go of the feelings he had been secretly carrying. He raised an eyebrow when Stannis didn't pull away from Melisandre, as he had done with his queen. He understood that although the two women were also wearing red robes, their influence on the king was vastly different. One was old and thin, while the other was young and plump. Blinking, Davos quickly retracted his disrespectful thoughts and lowered his eyes respectfully. I remember the first time my father took me to the Red Keep, Stannis began, his voice distant with memory. Robert had to hold my hand. I was no more than 4 years old at the time, and he was 5 or 6. After we left, we both agreed. The king was majestic, and the dragon in the throne room was terrifying. Stannis traced his fingers across the hills of the west on the map and continued. Years later, my father told us that Aerys cut himself on the Iron Throne that morning, so the Hand convened a petition on behalf of the king. It impressed us deeply. It was actually Tywin Lannister. He turned to look at Melisandre. It would be a magical thing for a rock to come to life, and to ride on a real dragon, spreading its wings and soaring over the 7 kingdoms. That would be so. Hearing this, Davos, who had been in a relaxed mood, felt his pupils shrink. He understood that Stannis, his god, was actually shaken. He wasn't the only one who noticed. The eyes of those who encouraged King Stannis to sacrifice his blood relatives now had a strange look of excitement. No, his god would never waver in his iron-hard, impartial heart. King Stannis! Earl Davos rarely interrupted the king's words. He stepped forward and said, "Please allow me to give you a few words of advice." Stannis frowned. He stared for a while, then waved his hand and said, "Earl of Rainforest, if it weren't for listening to advice, how could I appoint you as my prime minister? Just say it." Stannis's winter-like gaze made Davos's back sweat. He couldn't help but pray to the 7 gods in his heart. Please give me courage. I don't know about dragons, let alone gods, and the queen just mentioned the curse, but I have to remind you that everyone in the 7 kingdoms knows. Whether it is gods or mortals, kinslayers will be cursed forever. King Stannis, if you— Melisandre's voice, with her Jade Sea accent, interrupted Davos's words. Except for the Lord of Light and the ancient gods that mortals cannot speak of, there are no other gods in the world. And the curse you are talking about is actually something that tiny humans cannot understand. Davos looked at Melisandre, her lips pursed into a red line. He nodded and said, "I admit that I am a small human being, so please explain clearly why the boy named Edric Storm, one of Robert I's illegitimate children, is needed to awaken the dragon in the stone." Melisandre's voice was low and hoarse. Only death can exchange for life, and the great gift of the King of Light requires great sacrifice, Earl Davos. Davos's forehead wrinkles deepened, and he questioned, "What is so great about a bastard child, Lady Melisandre?" Melisandre took a few steps, her slender fingers gently brushing across the brazier. The flames in it suddenly jumped up, and there seemed to be flames flickering in her eyes. "He has the blood of the king in his body, and even a little bit is enough to change the situation in the 7 kingdoms. Have you forgotten that you are also one of the witnesses?" Earl Davos's eyes trembled slightly. "I only remember that you burned 3 leeches to death." Melisandre reminded gently, "The false king of the Iron Islands died because of this." Davos frowned. "Balon Greyjoy fell from the bridge and died. What does this have to do with your leeches, Lady Melisandre?" Melisandre's mysterious red eyes suddenly looked directly at Davos. "Are you doubting the power of the Lord of Light?" At that moment, Davos even felt that the ruby on the priestess's neck suddenly burst out with flames and pounced on him. He managed to maintain his calm on the surface with great difficulty. His back was already covered with cold sweat. He did not doubt that in the cave that night, the living shadow stretched out its black hands to grab her thighs and crawled out of her. He remembered it too clearly. Chapter 214. Davos thought of Renly and Randil, reminding himself to be cautious and not become the next target of the shadow. However, recalling the honor Stannis had bestowed upon him, he did not ever. Even an onion smuggler can tell the difference between 1 onion and 3 onions. "This is a king, my lady," Davos said. Stannis sneered. "Melisandre, he has a point. 1 onion and 3 onions are indeed different." "Of course, your majesty," Melisandre replied, bowing slightly to Stannis. She continued, "If Joffrey Baratheon and Robb Stark did not die in seemingly accidental circumstances, but were killed despite heavy guard protection, would that convince you of the power of the Lord of Light?" After a moment of silence, Stannis reluctantly nodded. "Perhaps." Queen Selyse confidently declared, "They will definitely die." Sir Axel added, "Perhaps they are already dead." Stannis, clearly irritated, snapped, "Are you well-trained crows taking turns to nag at me?" He turned around and commanded, "Enough, all of you leave." Melisandre helped Queen Selyse to her feet, and they left together. Sir Axel glared at Davos before departing. Once the others had gone, Davos approached the map table and coughed lightly. Stannis looked up from the map, stared at the Onion Knight for a while, and said, "You should leave too." Davos glanced at Stannis, cleared his throat, and said, "Your Majesty, I want to talk to you about Edric Storm." Stannis waved his hand impatiently. "Smuggler, spare me. I don't want to hear about this bastard anymore." Davos persisted. "King Stannis, his name is Edric Storm." Stannis' face darkened. "I know his name, and I also know that he is a bastard with noble blood. Are you satisfied, my Prime Minister?" Davos continued, "As long as you have met him." Stannis' voice was filled with disgust. "I have met him. He is very much like Robert, my brother who liked to leave offspring everywhere and then ignore them. He is just one of them." His wrinkled hands swept across the map. "How many boys and girls are there in the 7 kingdoms? How many men and women?" "Melisandre told me that darkness will engulf all men and women, and a long night will never end. Even if her prophecy is a lie, as a king, can I ignore it?" His teeth, her prophecy. Heroes born from boiling oceans, dragons hatched from stones. All the signs and omens she mentioned point to me. We cannot choose our destiny, but I must fulfill my duties. Whether great or small, everyone must fulfill their duties. I am responsible for this kingdom. He snorted, almost mockingly. She swore that she saw me holding up the Lightbringer in the holy fire, resisting the terrifying darkness. Davos, but I assure you, on the Blackwater River, this dazzling light sword did not help me any more than an ordinary steel sword. His eyes were fixed on the position of King's Landing on the map table. However, a giant dragon is enough to turn the tide of the battle. Aegon once stood here, just like I do now, looking down at this table. If there were no dragons, could he still be the conqueror? Davos tried to dissuade the king from his dangerous idea. "Your Majesty, everything has a price. I must remind you." "That's enough. I know the price." The firelight flickered, and Stannis' shadow enveloped King's Landing on the map table. If the false kings are really dead, compared to the future of the entire kingdom, what is the life of an illegitimate child? Before the storm of the Little Devil's single-handed killing of the Red Viper subsided, another piece of shocking news reached King's Landing. Sir Amory Lorch, stationed at Harrenhal, was ordered by Duke Tywin to lead more than 500 Lannister sworn knights and over 1,200 hired free riders to pursue the northern cavalry harassing the eastern region of Harrenhal. As a result, they were hit hard by a surprise attack. The northern cavalry launched a surprise attack while resting near the King's Road at night. Sir Amory quickly dispatched a rider with 3 horses to seek reinforcements. The message reached Harrenhal the following day. Over 1,000 Lannister cavalry stationed in the city immediately set out to provide support, but they were ambushed by thousands of northern cav, already during their march. That night, warriors loyal to Robb Stark took advantage of the chaos and captured Harrenhal. This battle resulted in the near-total annihilation of the Lannister cavalry in the Riverlands, and Sir Amory, the Lannister-appointed governor of Harrenhal, was killed. Rumors spread that Varg Hutt, the leader of the warrior regiment, was appointed governor of Harrenhal by King Robb. He led most of the cavalry eastward before disappearing. The Northern Cavalry, known for their swift and relentless attacks, now loomed over King's Landing like a sharp sword ready to strike at any moment. The sunshine over King's Landing was warm and dazzling. Duke Mace shook his head and sighed. To allow a little direwolf to cause such trouble in the Riverlands again, Lord Tywin, he is old. In the training ground, Joffrey's crossbow arrows hit the target with perfect accuracy, prompting cheers from Margaery and her maids for the king's bravery. Greene looked away and smiled. If I were Duke Tywin, I would certainly seek your advice on how to catch wolves immediately. Unfortunately, he is not me. The Duke of Mace stroked his beard proudly. Chapter 351, Lioness and Little Rose. After walking a few steps, Duke Mace let out a long sigh. He still allowed his son to kill a Prince of Dorne in the women's branch. Duke Tywin is really getting old. His voice carried a mix of emotion and a hint of schadenfreude. Greene stood next to Duke Mace, looking towards the Prime Minister's tower. He smiled and said, "Do you believe that a mere boy could kill the Red Viper, known throughout all 7 kingdoms?" Duke Mace stroked his beard thoughtfully. "It seems impossible, but it is a fact." Greene's brown eyes flickered slightly as he glanced at Duke Mace, who couldn't hide his satisfaction. "Congratulations on taking the lead in the Tyrell-Lannister alliance. This is also true." Duke Mace smiled heartily, his face full of pride. "With the strength of the Lannisters, we can quickly quell the war in the Riverlands." Greene shrugged. "I heard this morning that the messenger crow with orders to mobilize troops has flown to the west. It is said that Duke Tywin's brother-in-law, Devon Lannister, has been training tens of thousands of new soldiers near Golden Tooth City." Duke Mace looked surprised. "How do you know such a secret?" He paused, stroking his beard. "Did Lannister himself release the news?" Greene spread his hands. "You have such keen eyes, Duke Mace. I easily heard this information. I can't think of any other answer." Duke Mace commented calmly, "Duke Tywin still has some tricks up his sleeve. It can calm some people's hearts." He seemed regretful. Greene's lips curved slightly. "The Riverlands is the stage of the Lannister family after all. We can only be spectators for the time being." Hearing this, Duke Mace was initially stunned, then a smile spread across his face. With Duke Tywin's ability, he really does not need the sympathy of others. He looked into the distance, where his daughter was cheering for her fiancé. The little roses of Highgarden seemed to sparkle in the red keep. Duke Mace stroked his beard happily. "In more than 2 years, King Joffrey will be able to take charge." He added in his heart, "By then, his grandson might have been born, the heir to the Iron Throne with Tyrell blood." Greene noticed Joffrey suddenly kick the hound, causing the laughter to abruptly stop. Then, Margaery said something, and Joffrey immediately laughed, restoring the jovial atmosphere. Greene felt like an adult watching children play. Looking over there, Greene put his hands behind his back and reminded, 2 years, 3 years, Duke Mace, this may not be something that some people look forward to." Duke Mace nodded solemnly and murmured, "Lannister." After a pause, he suddenly said, "Greene, I heard that Crabo Trading Company is purchasing a large amount of furs." Greene replied helplessly, "It has stopped temporarily. The price of furs has risen very quickly because of our actions." Hearing this, Duke Mace slowly stroked his beard, as if he had already guessed it. He reached out and patted Greene's arm. "Ask the people from the trading house to contact Tyrell's manager in King's Landing. As for the price, how much do you need?" Greene spread his hands. "The more, the better." Duke Mace nodded and did not ask why Greene needed so many furs. He said directly, "Then trade at the lowest price. I will send someone to make arrangements." "Thank you for your help." Greene placed a hand on his chest in gratitude. "Duke Mace, I also hope to increase the amount of food imported from the Reach to the Crabclaw Peninsula." Duke Mace's eyes moved. "You want to fight, Greene?" Greene sighed slightly. "The war in the Riverlands is far from over. We need to be prepared. The Riverlands are too close to the Crabclaw Peninsula. To be precise, I am just being cautious." Duke Mace unconsciously lowered his voice slightly. "You don't think much of the Lannister army either." Greene also lowered his voice. "The The Lannister cavalry was almost completely wiped out. At least for a period of time, the lion couldn't even catch the shadow of the running wolf. After listening, UK Mace pondered for a moment, his eyes shifting thoughtfully. No problem, this matter. I'll continue to leave it to Margaery. It will go more smoothly. Greene's eyes trembled slightly as he replied, Thank you again for your help, Duke Mace. The Duke of Mace laughed and said, Let's go and have something to eat. After performing an excellent crossbow shooting, Joffrey was sweating profusely and decided to go to the king's residence to change clothes, while Margaery returned to the maiden's chamber to rest with her group of maids. Joffrey had just taken off his robe when a waiter outside the room announced, The Queen Regent has arrived. The two waiters in the room quickly stood aside and bent down to open the door. Seeing Cersei's figure appear, Joffrey, standing in front of the full-length mirror, casually called, Mother. Queen Cersei paused behind Joffrey and looked at her son. Joffrey had already surpassed her in height and was growing stronger. She nodded with satisfaction. Taking the new robe from the waiter, Joffrey tilted his head slightly. He looked at Cersei through the mirror and asked, Is something wrong, Mother? You look strong, my son. After saying that, Cersei raised her hand to signal the others to leave, which made Joffrey frown, but he immediately understood. Looking powerful? Putting on a red velvet robe with gold trim, Joffrey stared at himself in the mirror, his voice filled with dissatisfaction. Every arrow I shoot can penetrate the Scarecrow's neck. No one can beat me in archery, Queen Lannister. I'm sorry. Cersei came over and helped Joffrey straighten his clothes. What I mean is that you are very powerful. I have never seen a stronger lion than you. Hearing this, Joffrey pursed his lips, looked in the mirror, and raised his head. Cersei smiled fondly, ran her fingers across the embroidery on Joffrey's shoulder, and suddenly said, This flower looks like a Tyrell rose. Her green eyes looked at her son. Beautiful flowers are suitable for our king. What do you want to say? Joffrey asked, glancing at his smiling mother. He took off his robe, looked at the patterns on the clothes, and said, Flowers, damn flowers. I told them I'm not allowed to have flowers on my clothes. They deserve to die. Joffrey threw the robe at his feet, walked to the hanger, reached out, and picked up a black robe without any embroidery. Cersei lowered her eyes and saw Joffrey's footprints on the discarded clothing. She raised her lips and said, It can also be used to make a bride's dress. Joffrey glanced sideways at Cersei, who silently put on his robes again, a displeased look on his face. Cersei's eyes moved slightly, and the change in Joffrey's expression did not escape her notice. Osney's report was not wrong. Her son had begun to be influenced by the scheming Tyrell woman. Walking to the chair, Queen Cersei sat down gently and said, Joffrey, what do you think of her? Do you enjoy getting along with her? Her slender fingers grasped the smooth armrest. Rose had laughed too much these days. It was the most piercing sound she had ever heard in the Red Keep. Joffrey returned to the mirror, looked at it for a while, and asked impatiently, Who is she? Her fingers tapped on the armrest, and Cersei's voice sounded, the scantily clad Tyrell lady, referring to the armless dress Margaery wore. When she said the last few words, her voice deliberately lingered. Joffrey frowned, and while arranging his clothes, he said, She is an ideal wife, and her family can help me defeat those traitors as soon as possible. His face twisted. Hang them, burn their castles, spread salt over their farmland, and no one will dare to rebel again for 100 years, Joffrey declared, his voice seething with anger. Cersei's smile froze as she sensed his fury. Softly, she said, Your grandfather will soon destroy that despicable little wolf. Joffrey adjusted his collar and snorted coldly. After a moment of silence, Cersei suddenly asked, She is an ideal wife, but what do you think of her? Joffrey glanced at his mother impatiently, but remained silent. Cersei continued, She is beautiful, she is smart, she is kind, she is generous. Joffrey nodded slightly. That's right. Cersei's praise seemed to agitate her son further. She scratched the handrail and added, Isn't it interesting that she is concerned about the well-being of hundreds of thousands of people in King's Landing before she even arrives? Joffrey's voice was laced with impatience. I don't think so. Cersei's smile became strained. Joffrey, Mother wants to tell you that unusual things may threaten. Joffrey interrupted irritably. Don't you think our conversation is too boring? He turned to look at his mother. Cersei stared at her son for a moment before standing up and approaching him. There must be a hidden reason for the Tyrell woman to bribe those commoners with bread, she said. There is a reason why she dresses like a slave girl, and why she married a traitor like Renly. These are all. Joffrey cut her off coldly. Margaery Tyrell married Renly Baratheon out of obedience. A smart woman should obey. Cersei's chest heaved with frustration. She can climb into anyone's bed for power. I won't be wrong. Joffrey, don't believe your eyes. You should ask your heart. Joffrey shook off Cersei's hand. I know my king's heart very well. He moved to leave, adding bitterly, Queen Regent, if you are bored, go and urge your father to hang that damn running wolf as soon as possible. Cersei's hand clenched tightly before she withdrew it. She did not see Joffrey's dissatisfaction with the Lannister army's defeat to the Starks in the Riverlands. She only saw her son being deceived by Margaery. She had to do something for her Joffrey. After a while, Osney Kettleblack pushed open the door and saw Queen Cersei standing silently by the window. He respectfully called, Your Majesty the Queen Mother. Queen Cersei glanced sideways and waved him closer. As Sir Osney approached, Cersei looked out the window and said, Osney, I hope you can win the favor of Margaery's maids with your handsomeness and your good tongue. Sir Osney grinned. I heard they are all roses of Highgarden. Cersei's eyes gleamed like emeralds. I heard they sleep with Margaery. They must know many of her secrets, she said, curling her lips. For example, her lover. Sir Osney's face showed disbelief. Your Majesty, before Lady Margaery arrived at King's Landing, it was rumored, they insisted. Cersei reached out and stroked Osney's cheek. Sometimes you are so naive and cute, sir, she said, glancing at his rolling Adam's apple. Go, I'm waiting to reward you, my good knight. After Sir Osney left, Cersei looked out the window again. The sun was shining brightly, and a sneer flashed across her face. Perhaps it didn't matter whether Margaery had a lover or not. Cersei knew that noble ladies often did not keep their virginity, as it was often lost during riding practice. The little Rose of Highgarden, who had been riding since she learned to walk, would be no exception. As long as there was an excuse for verification, Margaery would not be able to prove her innocence, no matter how cunning she was. She had to make Joffrey see Margaery's hypocrisy. Joffrey would never tolerate being deceived. In the throne room, Joffrey's voice echoed, Dog, bring Margaery Tyrell here to see me. Everyone, get out. No one is allowed to come in, he commanded. Dog, you get out too. The thick wooden door of the throne room was pushed open by the gold cloaks, and Margaery walked in lightly. Her footsteps echoed in the empty corridor, the only sound she could hear. Suddenly, with a clang, the door closed behind her, causing her to tremble slightly. Margaery was wearing a green Highgarden dress, her hands folded in front of her belly. She walked with her waist held high, her long brown curly hair gently swaying on her white shoulders. After a while, she first saw the hideous Iron Throne, and then King Joffrey, who was sitting directly on the steps below it. As he got closer, she noticed the ornately decorated crossbow in Joffrey's hand. Margaery's face showed a faint smile, but her steps paused slightly when she realized that Joffrey's crossbow was aimed at her. Despite this, Margaery's elegant steps did not falter. She stopped a respectful distance from Joffrey, bowed lightly, and said, Your Majesty, I am honored to be summoned by you. Chapter 352, The Lioness and the Little Rose. Boom. The taut bowstring was suddenly released. Margaery visibly startled, her hands instinctively covering her chest. No arrows, Joffrey said, noticing Margaery's frightened expression. He smiled strangely, a peculiar excitement flashing in his eyes. She knew he was free to do as he pleased. Moreover, she was not only the king's fiancée, but also a member of the Tyrell family, one of the 7 noble houses. She couldn't fathom why the king would want to harm her. But as she glanced at Joffrey's face with her frightened doe eyes, doubt crept into her mind. Her face turned pale, and her voice trembled with fear. My king, you wanted to see me, she said. Joffrey, satisfied with Margaery's fear, kept his smile unchanged. Tomorrow I want to take you out hunting, he said, recocking the crossbow string in his hand. He glanced at Margaery's lower abdomen. I'm telling you in advance so you can prepare everything you need. There was a click as Joffrey placed a crossbow arrow in the arrow slot. Margaery stood respectfully in front of him, her fingers slightly bent. "You are very thoughtful. Thank you for your considerate arrangements, Your Majesty," she said. "Very good," Joffrey replied, placing the crossbow on his left knee. As his calf shook up and down, the arrow pointed at Margaery moved with it, sweeping from above her lower abdomen to below. Margaery felt an invisible sharp force sweeping across her body. She didn't show it on her face, but her heart was pounding, and a strong sense of fear overwhelmed her. Was he actually considering whether to kill her? Was he mad? The arrow on the crossbow gleamed coldly in the sunlight streaming through the narrow window. There was no time to be surprised or to ponder the reason. Margaery forced herself to stay calm. She had to get through this ordeal first. Joffrey suddenly smiled, staring at his fiancée. "Miss Margaery, are you still comfortable in Maiden House?" he asked. Margaery lowered her eyes slightly and replied softly, "Thank you for your concern. I like it there very much." She glanced up at Joffrey shyly. "I have been very happy every day since I came here. This is an experience I have never had before, Your Majesty." "Like happy experience," Joffrey muttered, his handsome face twisting as he looked directly at Margaery. "Did you live happily every day when you were in Renly's military camp?" Hearing Joffrey's dangerous question, Margaery secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "Not very happy," she said. The hem of her skirt swayed slightly as she moved closer to Joffrey. "Your Majesty, everyone knows that the military camp is not suitable for women." When Margaery paused 2 or 3 steps away, Joffrey stopped shaking his legs. He stared at her motionless and said coldly, "What about the bed of that traitor Renly? Was that place suitable for women?" Seeing Margaery's expression stiffen, Joffrey shook his calves a few more times. "Is that place suitable for women?" he repeated. "Why don't you answer me?" Margaery's wet eyes glanced at the crossbow arrow pointed at her heart. Hesitation flickered across her face before she spoke in a slightly sad tone. "Your Majesty the King, I was fulfilling my responsibility as a wife." Joffrey playfully looked up and down at his fiancée, who was hiding her sadness. "I'm curious, what was your responsibility towards that traitor Renly?" Margaery took a deep breath, straightened her posture, and said, "Any wife has the same responsibility towards her husband, which is to bear a child with his bloodline." Joffrey's finger caressed the crossbow trigger as he listened. Joffrey's finger hovered over the crossbow trigger as he asked, "Then why didn't you do it?" Margaery's rose-colored lips trembled. It's not proper to speak of the secrets of a deceased person." Joffrey's voice was full of threats. "Are you telling me that you are sympathizing with a traitor? Is it because his throat was cut by an assassin?" "No," Margaery shook her head firmly. Hesitation clouded her face again. "Please forgive me. I don't quite understand the subtle language of the court. I don't know how to express it. Renly." Under Joffrey's intense gaze, she spoke awkwardly. I feel like he doesn't seem to be interested in women." Hearing this, Joffrey took his finger off the crossbow's trigger and said coldly, "Why do you think that?" Seeing this, the corners of Margaery's lips curved slightly. Maintaining the embarrassment on her face, she approached him. "Every time, I want to fulfill my responsibilities as a wife. He always finds a reason to leave the bed. There are always many combat meetings." Walking up the steps under the Iron Throne, she gently sat down next to the boy who played the mature king. "During the day, he would praise me in front of everyone, but at night, he would ignore me. I really don't know what to do." After a pause, she lowered her blushing face and repeatedly drew small circles on the steps with her index finger. "Only once. That night, he was so drunk that he proposed. She seemed to be recalling unpleasant memories. He wanted to leave. It hurt. But the part where you can't conceive a child. The corners of her eyes were red. After I refused, I was shaken. I felt that I had failed my grandmother's teachings, but I didn't dare to mention this kind of thing to my family." She wiped her eyes with the back of her hand and whispered, "Your Majesty, I should take the initiative to be honest with you." "Unnecessary." Joffrey snorted coldly and said contemptuously, "I know Renly is a pervert." Margaery was stunned for a moment, then she stretched out a hand and placed it on Joffrey's arm, moved. "Thank you for your kindness, my king." His death was the punishment for his fall. After saying that, Joffrey picked up the crossbow, took a rough aim, and then pulled the trigger. With a whoosh, the crossbow arrow flew in the direction of the long table of the Imperial Council, finally nailing the back of the Prime Minister's chair. "Oh, so far, your shooting skills are really excellent," Margaery said, staring at her fiancé with fascination. Joffrey stared at her proudly for a while, and then said, "Do you want to give it a try?" "Really?" Margaery stretched out her finger and lightly touched the crossbow in Joffrey's hand. She opened her mouth and said, "But my father never allowed me to touch these things." Joffrey walked down the stairs, turned around, and looked at his fiancée. Raising his head, he said arrogantly, "You no longer belong to him." He cocked the bow, loaded the arrow, and raised the crossbow. A reserved smile appeared on his handsome face. "Here, let's try it." At this moment, the elegant Joffrey also made Margaery feel a twinge of fear in her heart. Under the steps of the Iron Throne, there were only the girl eager to try and the boy encouraging her. Margaery rubbed her hands nervously, first looking at Joffrey. When he nodded, she solemnly stretched out her hands. Like this. Joffrey stood behind her and held Margaery in his arms, helping her adjust her posture. The direction of the aim was still towards the long table of royal members. In Joffrey's arms, Margaery's face turned red due to nervousness and excitement. Only then did she realize that the arrow Joffrey had shot before was actually stuck in the back of the Prime Minister's chair, which made her beautiful eyes tremble slightly. At this moment, the target that Joffrey helped her aim at was the second seat at the long table of the Royal Council, the chair of the Minister of Justice. They stood in silence, with only the sound of their breathing filling the air. The sound of each other's breathing filled the air. Margaery's finger hovered over the trigger, her red lips parting slightly. "As long as I press it, the thing on the other end will die, right?" she asked. Joffrey nodded excitedly. "This is your power, the power to punish, and it is your responsibility," she murmured. Joffrey lowered his eyes, staring at Margaery's silky brown hair for a moment. "Yes, it is my responsibility," he affirmed. Margaery felt Joffrey's breathing grow heavier. She glanced in the direction he was aiming and smiled slightly. "Because you are the king." Joffrey's voice couldn't conceal his joy. "Yes, I am the king." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a whoosh sound, and the arrow he shot hit the target. The crossbow returned to Joffrey's hand. Margaery couldn't help but step forward to observe. After seeing clearly, she exclaimed in disbelief, "Oh gods!" Seeing the little Rose who wanted to jump up to celebrate, Joffrey smiled with satisfaction. After a pause, Margaery turned around, her green skirt swinging around her hips. "Your Majesty the King," she said, her voice still filled with excitement. She approached with a light trot and then stretched out her hands to hug the back of Joffrey's neck. A seductive flush colored her cheeks. "Will you allow me to be a hunter with you?" Joffrey's chest and abdomen rose and fell slowly. He looked at the charming little Rose and nodded. "Thank you for giving me." Rising on her toes, Margaery tapped Joffrey on the cheek and said gratefully, "This will give me the opportunity to truly fulfill my duties as a wife, my king." Joffrey's lips pursed. "You won't have to wait long." Taking 2 steps back, Margaery bowed respectfully. "I will look forward to my first night very much, dear king." Throwing away the crossbow, Joffrey slightly bent his right arm. "I can take you to ride a horse, or continue to teach you archery." Margaery took Joffrey's arm and said, "I will obey your arrangements, your majesty." Not long after they left, Sandor Clegane appeared in the throne room. He patrolled skillfully and soon discovered 2 chairs with an extra arrow in them. He looked at the scars left by recent repairs, then reached out and pulled out the arrow nailed to the back of the chair. Then he left silently. Near the training ground, Margaery was looking sweetly at Joffrey, who was choosing a horse not far away. After a pause, she whispered to the maid beside her, "Ello Tyrell, help me find out where Queen Cersei was when King Joffrey went to change his clothes, or who he saw." Then she looked at the maid on the other side, Meg Tyrell, and ordered, "Tell Lady Olenna for me that I request to meet with her alone tonight." 2 days later, in the Prime Minister's study in the Prime Minister's Tower, the 3 Dukes of King's Landing, Sir Kevin and Earl Mattis Rowan, stood around a long table covered with a map of Blackwater Bay, discussing maritime defense. The day before yesterday, the Reach and Redwine family fleets, consisting of more than 100 warships, arrived at the Blackwater River dock in a mighty manner. Redwine is the birth family of the Queen of Thorns. They have always provided maritime protection for the Reach, and their strength can rival the Royal Fleet or the Iron Fleet during the time of Robert I. Lord Tywin met with Duke Metz very soon. The next day, the Prime Minister announced in the name of the King that the Duke of Metz was appointed as the Minister of Justice of the Royal Council. The former Minister of Justice, Sir Kevin, was appointed as the Minister of Finance of the Royal Council, and Count Mattis, his wife was Bethany Redwine, serves as Lord Chancellor of the Sea in the Royal Council. Greene stretched out his finger and drew a rough circle on the top of the map, saying thoughtfully, "The Dornish fleet may suddenly appear here at any time and may directly attack the Royal Fleet." After a period of silence, Count Mattis looked up from the map and said, "Duke Greene, have you obtained information about Dorne?" Greene shook his head slightly. "I only saw the fire of hatred in the eyes of the Dornish people," he said. Then, raising his eyebrows, he asked, "Count Mattis, can the Royal Fleet handle a raid by the Dornish fleet?" Count Mattis paused before replying, "If we are unprepared, the best we can hope for is to prevent the Dornish fleet from entering the Blackwater River." The Duke of Metz interjected, "Perhaps we can use a large iron chain to block the entrance of Blackwater Bay to the Blackwater River, just like we did during the last Battle of King's Landing." Greene nodded. "That could indeed protect the Blackwater River." Count Mattis frowned. "But in that case, merchant ships with larger tonnage won't be able to enter the Blackwater River." The Duke of Metz stroked his beard thoughtfully. "As long as the war continues, we cannot avoid losses. If the cunning Dornish manage to sneak into the Blackwater River, our losses will be even greater." Duke Tywin's commanding voice cut through the discussion. "Prince Doran will not send troops." Everyone turned to look at him as he continued. "The addition of Redwine's fleet is enough to ensure the safety of Blackwater Bay." Greene glanced at the bewildered Duke of Mace. "Prime Minister Tywin, did the Dornish reply so quickly?" Lord Tywin stared at the map with his hands clasped behind his back. "I will not give them an excuse to start a war." Greene was silent for a moment, then looked at Sir Kevin with a serious expression. "Please forgive my presumption, but have you set a date for the trial?" With his golden-green eyes slightly narrowing, Duke Tywin met Greene's gaze. "Duke Greene, I am the Prime Minister of the Seven Kingdoms," he said, glancing around the room. "The war in the Seven Kingdoms must be quelled as soon as possible. This is my responsibility." Duke Mace frowned, deep in thought. "Duke Tywin, if you want to calm their anger, the price will be steep, based on my understanding of the Dornish people." Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Chapter 353, Margaery's Sword Skills. Lord Tywin frowned. Sir Kevin looked over and tapped his chin. "I'm sorry, my lords." After apologizing, Sir Kevin walked over and opened the door to the room. He saw a panic-stricken Lancel Lannister, his eldest son, who looked about the same age as himself. As soon as the door opened, Lancel's panicked voice immediately entered the study. "It's bad. Running Wolf's army attacked. Father?" Sir Kevin's calm face stopped Lancel. He was anxious to report immediately. It was only at this moment that he discovered the situation in the room and the identities of those present. They seemed to be discussing important government affairs. Lancel opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. Sir Kevin couldn't help but secretly sigh. Because of Tyrion's vacancy, Lannister had to promote Lancel, who stayed in the temple all day. The father understood his son, and how could Lancel replace the clever Tyrion with his abilities? It was just that the accident came too suddenly. Looking at his eldest son, whose face had become haggard due to serious injuries, Sir Kevin sighed secretly again. "Let him continue," Lord Tywin's voice came from behind. Hearing this, Sir Kevin stepped aside. Lancel did not dare to look at his father and walked in directly to salute. "Good day, gentlemen. I am." Duke Tywin glanced at Lancel, who was too plainly dressed and nervous, and frowned. "Don't waste our time." Lancel glanced around and saw the Duke of Metz, who stared at him majestically, the Lord of the Sea, who looked down at the map, and the Duke of Greene, who looked at him with a friendly expression. He swallowed his saliva and said, "Duke Tywin, the messenger crow of the Earl of Duskendale just sent important news. Yesterday morning, they were plundered by the Northern cavalry and suffered heavy losses." After a pause, Duke Tywin said, "I understand. You can go out first." "Yes, as you command, Lord Tywin." After Lancel left, there was a silence in the study. Greene suddenly heard a sigh, which was very soft. He found that the sound was made by Duke Mace, and he also found that Duke Tywin also heard it. Duke Tywin glanced at Duke Mace coldly, and then broke the silence. "Kevin, in my name, summon all the free riders in King's Landing. Go and tell them that the commission will be doubled." When the old lion finished speaking, Greene saw the Duke of Metz stroking his beard and nodding in agreement, and he couldn't help but curl his lips slightly. "I'll make arrangements right away." Sir Kevin puffed out his chest and left. The door closed with a creak. Duke Tywin glanced at the people present and said calmly, "Everyone, let's continue." Lancel was heading to the royal chapel in the Red Keep, intending to repent for his instability today. Cousin Lancel. Joffrey's call stopped Lancel in his tracks. The church was so close, but Joffrey came so quickly that he had no time to pretend not to hear. Joffrey's maroon horse stopped in front of Lancel, whispered, and shook his head. Taking 2 steps back, Lancel stroked his chest and said, "Good day, Your Majesty the King." Joffrey sat on the saddle and looked down at Lancel, who seemed to have lost all desire. He pursed his lips and said, "My dog, do you know him? He is a Lannister monk." The hound pulled the reins and said, "He is not a true monk, my king." Joffrey suddenly said angrily, "Of course I know, damn dog." After they finished speaking, Lancel said in a calm voice, "Your Majesty the King, if you have no instructions, please allow me to leave." He added, "May the gods bless you." Joffrey was startled for a moment, then chuckled, "Dog, you are wrong. He is more of a monk than a real monk." He looked at Lancel with great interest for a while and said, "I can give you an order to help you and make you a real monk immediately." Hearing this, Lancel couldn't help but take a half step back. He couldn't maintain the calm expression he pretended to have. I need to ask Duke Tywin before I can do it." "Very good." Hearing Lancel threaten him with Tywin's name, Joffrey's eyes narrowed, but he said nothing more, and replied, "Indeed, I have been contemplating a strategy. The Northern cavalry are formidable, but they are not invincible. We need to exploit their weaknesses and use the terrain to our advantage." Count Mattis nodded thoughtfully. "Yes, the terrain. If we can lure them into a position where their mobility is restricted, we could turn the tide in our favor." Duke Mace added, "And we must ensure our forces are well coordinated. The Free Riders need proper leadership and direction. Without it, they are just a rabble." Greene interjected, "We should also consider the morale of our troops. A well-timed victory could bolster their spirits and strengthen their resolve." As they continued their discussion, the group reached the courtyard of the Prime Minister's tower. The guards saluted, and the 3 nobles paused for a moment, taking in the scene. Duke Mace sighed again, this time with genuine concern. "The 7 kingdoms are in a precarious state. We must tread carefully and make every decision count." Greene nodded in agreement. "Indeed, the fate of the realm hangs in the balance. We cannot afford any more mistakes." With that, they parted ways, each lost in their own thoughts about the challenges ahead. Meanwhile, Lancel, having reached the great sept of Baelor, knelt before the altar. The grandeur of the sept, with its towering columns and intricate stained-glass windows, filled him with a sense of awe and humility. He prayed fervently, seeking forgiveness and guidance from the 7 gods. "Please, grant me the strength to atone for my sins and the wisdom to make the right choices," he whispered, his voice echoing softly in the vast chamber. As he rose to his feet, a sense of calm washed over him. He knew his path would not be easy, but he was determined to walk it with honor and integrity. Back at the Red Keep, Joffrey stormed into the throne room, his face a mask of fury. The courtiers and nobles present fell silent, sensing the king's volatile mood. "Where is my mother?" Joffrey demanded, his voice echoing through the hall. A servant hurried forward, bowing deeply. "Your Grace, Queen Cersei is in her chambers." Joffrey nodded curtly and strode towards the queen's quarters, his mind racing with thoughts of the recent events. He needed answers, and he needed them now. As he entered Cersei's chambers, he found her seated by the window, gazing out at the city below. She turned to face him, her expression unreadable. "Mother, we need to talk," Joffrey said, his tone a mix of anger and desperation. Cersei raised an eyebrow. "What is it, Joffrey? What has you so agitated?" Joffrey took a deep breath, trying to steady his emotions. The villages near Dusk Valley Town were almost ransacked. If they hadn't closed the city gate in time, it would have been a disaster. "We need to take action." Cersei's eyes narrowed. "And what do you propose we do?" Joffrey clenched his fists. "We need to strengthen our defenses and ensure that our forces are ready for any threat. We cannot afford to be caught off guard again." Cersei nodded slowly. "Very well. I will speak with Tywin and the council. We will make the necessary preparations." As Joffrey left the room, a sense of determination settled over him. He would not let his kingdom fall into chaos. He would prove himself as a strong and capable ruler, no matter the cost. Clear my name? She was there. She saw everything. Sir Kevin shook his head, his expression weary. "She did speak in your defense, but her words hold little weight against the evidence. The murder weapon was found in your hand, Tyrion. The council is convinced of your guilt." Tyrion's face twisted in frustration. "This is madness. I was framed, uncle. Someone wants me dead, and they're using this as an excuse." Keevan's eyes softened with pity. "I know, Tyrion, but the council is not swayed by emotions or personal beliefs. They need solid proof, and right now, all the proof points to you." Tyrion slumped back against the wall, feeling the cold stone press into his back. "So what now? Am I to rot in this cell until they decide to execute me?" Kevin hesitated before answering. "There is still a chance, Tyrion. Your trial is not yet over. You can still call witnesses, present evidence, but you must be prepared for the worst." Tyrion nodded slowly, his mind racing. "I need to think. I need to plan. Thank you, Uncle Kevin, for coming to see me." Kevin gave a small nod and turned to leave. "Stay strong, Tyrion. We will do what we can." As the small window in the cell door closed with a clang, Tyrion was left alone with his thoughts. He took another sip of wine, feeling the warmth spread through his body. He had to find a way out of this mess. He had to prove his innocence, no matter the cost. Meanwhile, back in the stables, Margaery and Duke Greene found a quiet corner to discuss their plans. Margaery's eyes sparkled with determination as she spoke. "Duke Greene, we need to strengthen our alliances. The trade between Tyrell and Kleb is just the beginning. We must ensure that our position is unassailable." Duke Greene nodded in agreement. "You are right, Margaery. We must be strategic in our moves. The Riverlands are a key territory, and we cannot afford to lose them." Margaery smiled, her confidence unwavering. "Then let us begin. We will gather our allies, secure our borders, and ensure that our enemies have no room to maneuver. Together we will prevail." As they continued to discuss their plans, the sun began to set, casting a golden glow over the castle. The future was uncertain, but with determination and cunning, they were ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Sir Kevin shook his head slightly and said, "If you want to clear your name, you must find evidence to prove that you have nothing to do with this matter." He glanced at Tyrion. "Haven't you thought of anything these past few days?" Tyrion scratched his head and replied, "I've been thinking about it constantly. I just remember that we drank a lot of wine. The mistress brought by Prince Oberyn drank a lot with me, but she got drunk very quickly." After a pause, he continued, "Following my father's orders, I wholeheartedly flattered Prince Martell, who had come from afar. We talked about all kinds of beauties and wines that interested him. The more we talked, the happier we became, and the more we drank. Like most people who drink too much, I fell asleep without even realizing it." Sir Kevin was silent for a moment before saying, "Lord Tywin has decided to hold your trial publicly in 7 days." Tyrion's pupils shrank suddenly. "So soon?" After another silence, Sir Kevin said slowly, "Not only is the evidence against you, but the external situation is also very unfavorable. Robb Stark has recaptured Harrenhal, and his cavalry has appeared in Duskendale. It's very close to King's Landing." He sighed again. "The Lannisters need time. We are not ready for a decisive battle yet." Tyrion's hands tightly grasped the window frame. "So, to prevent Prince Doran from becoming another Robb Stark, my kind father is impatiently offering the head of his dwarf son." Chapter 354, Margaery's Sword Skills. Sir Kevin closed his eyes and remained silent. After a pause, Tyrion spoke with difficulty. "Who is the chief judge of my trial?" Sir Kevin, who was leaning against the cell door, moved and said, "According to the law, this trial should be heard by the king himself. But since the king is still a minor, the prime minister will preside. However, because the defendant is his son, your father had to invite the Duke of Metz and the Duke of Greene to attend the trial together." Hearing that Greene was one of the presiding judges, Tyrion felt a glimmer of hope. But Sir Kevin reminded him mercilessly, "Whoever speaks for you will be seen as an enemy of the Dornish people. Personal relationships cannot override interests, Tyrion. The most important thing is that when the evidence is solid, do you still place your hope on so-called friendship?" After a pause, he continued, "If your friend saved you at the cost of war, what could you offer in return? Or in other words, will you be able to repay him for the losses he suffered for you in the future?" The ruthless reality made Tyrion despair. He was no longer the powerful acting prime minister or the finance minister who could bargain with the great nobles. He was now the abandoned son, used by Lord Tywin to calm the anger of the Dornish people. Thinking that the other chief judge was the Duke of Mace, Tyrion's despair deepened. He clearly remembered whose hands the Knight of Flowers died by. The Lannister-Tyrell alliance seemed strong, but this deep hatred had not disappeared. Therefore, even though the Duke of Highgarden seemed harmless, Tyrion was always wary of him. But what did this matter now? Maybe Lord Tywin wanted to take his head, not just to appease the Dornishmen. After a period of silence, Tyrion regained consciousness and couldn't help but lick his lips. He wanted to drink. At this moment, Sir Kevin took the leather wine flask from his waist and handed it over through the small window. "Aha, Uncle Kevin, I love you the most," Tyrion said, taking a big gulp of wine. He couldn't help but wrinkle his ugly face and hiss, "It's so strong." Looking at his nephew, Sir Kevin forced a smile. "I drink some when I can't sleep. It helps." Tyrion took another sip of wine and grinned. "I have to remind you, Uncle, I will most likely go into a long sleep, the kind of sleep that I will never wake up from." He laughed, and with my body and head separated, I really didn't expect. The way I went to Dorne would be so special. After a pause, and hearing his uncle's sad sigh, Tyrion suddenly said, "Uncle Kevin, can I request a trial by combat?" Trial by combat is derived from the faith of the seven gods and the tradition of the Andals. Both parties to the conflict can end the conflict themselves, or they can choose someone to fight on their behalf. The party that survives the trial wins the trial. Sir Kevin nodded first, then glanced at Tyrion, who looked expectant, and said, "Do you want Jaime to be your acting knight?" Tyrion nodded. "My brother is the strongest swordsman in the Seven Kingdoms. His sword will help me prove my innocence under the witness of the seven gods and his elders." Sir Kevin once again broke Tyrion's dream. "Before your trial, Jaime will lead an army to conquer the Riverlands." Under Tyrion's stunned gaze, he explained, "Most of the sworn knights we sent to the Riverlands died in battle. Duke Tywin ordered me to summon the free riders of King's Landing. There is no Lannister more powerful than Jaime to lead." After a pause, he added, "Tyrion, the king's wedding is coming soon. The lion must deal with the wolf cubs that harass the king's leader as soon as possible. Otherwise, we will become the laughingstock of the Seven Kingdoms." "Oh, we." Tyrion clutched the window frame tightly. "Uncle Kevin, please believe me, even if there is no little Stark, Lord Tywin will find an excuse to let his beloved eldest son leave King's Landing." Sir Kevin frowned and said, "Tyrion, yes, I am indeed his son, but I am a dwarf. I am the shame and stain that he must wash away. I have known it for a long time, my uncle." Tyrion took a big gulp of wine. After a moment of solemn silence, Sir Kevin said tiredly, "Think about it again. If there is something that can prove your innocence, I will do everything I can to help you find it. I promise you this on the honor of being a Lannister." Turning his head, Tyrion raised his chin for a moment, took a deep breath, and said in a low voice, "Thank you, Uncle." Although the voice was not loud, Sir Kevin still heard it, and he shook his head silently. After calming down, Tyrion looked at Sir Kevin again and said, "Uncle, please help me find Sir Bronn. Tell him that I have prepared a golden dragon beyond his imagination." Sir Kevin did not agree immediately. He stared at his anxious nephew for a while, and then said slowly, "Your guard captain. The Blackwater Knight has gone to Stokeworth. He will soon meet Lady Tanda for the wedding of her second daughter, Lollies. Lollies is pregnant with Bronn's child. If he marries her with Lady Tanda's blessing, he will take a solid step forward among the nobles of the kingdom, and it will also be the most difficult step." But Tyrion remembers that Lady Tanda was very dissatisfied with Bronn, a new knight with a mercenary background. Who helped him? Tyrion's eyes suddenly paused. "Uncle Kevin, is it my good sister who arranged the marriage between Bronn and Lollies?" Hearing this, Sir Kevin moved his lips and sighed. "I only heard that your sister sent someone to deliver a blessing gift." "Aha! Well done. Lady Tanda has always wanted to please Cersei. How well done. She used a demented woman to easily block my chance of survival." Tyrion's eyes turned red. "Yes, I should have thought of it a long time ago. Even if there was no old lion, the lioness would try her best to get Jaime to leave King's Landing. She would also wish for me to die." Thinking of Cersei, Sir Kevin couldn't help but frown, and he said, "Tyrion, I will warn her." With his generous back leaving the rough cell door, Sir Kevin turned to look at Tyrion and said, "What are you going to do next?" Tyrion grinned. "I will personally go into battle and kill the acting knights of the Dornish people. I am the strongest killer who has personally killed the Red Viper. The bards and singers will go crazy for the little devil." Sir Kevin looked at his nephew and said, "Think about it carefully. I'll come back tomorrow. If you need anything, tell the guard outside the door." As Sir Kevin walked away, he paused, and Tyrion suddenly called, "Uncle, have you thought of something?" Sir Kevin stopped. Tyrion's face was almost pressed against the small window of the cell door. He looked at Sir Kevin with difficulty. "Uncle, believe me, I did not kill the Red Viper." Sir Kevin looked back at his nephew and nodded. "I know, Tyrion, I know. Duke Greene, you are like a knight blessed by the gods." The sun shone through the mottled leaves, casting soft light and shadows. Greene and Margaery walked side by side. The maiden gardens bloomed with brilliant colors and enchanting fragrances. "Miss Margaery, you are born with the best things in the world. All the 7 kingdoms know that you are the favored one of the gods in heaven." The two looked at each other. Greene had a smile on his face, and Margaery flexed her fingers. Under the shade of the tree, Margaery paused and said leisurely, "Duke Greene, since I came to the Red Keep, I have often had trouble falling asleep. In the name of government affairs, I take the liberty to invite you for a walk." She raised her head and looked at Greene. "I think finding more acquaintances in this strange Red Keep may be able to soothe my uneasy heart." Greene looked at Margaery's slightly pale face and asked with concern, "Have you found the reason?" Margaery put her hands behind her back, pursed her lips, and smiled. "I thought about it carefully. The days leading up to the wedding had been too peaceful, perhaps." After a pause, Margaery suddenly said, "Maybe it's because the last incomplete marriage left me with such deep memories." Hearing this, Greene frowned. "Miss Margaery, has anyone been talking about this?" Margaery shook her head slightly. I don't know why I often think about that time recently. What I mean is, I suddenly found myself on a carriage heading to the Stormlands. At that time, I didn't even know what was happening." She seemed lost in her memories. "I still remember that it was drizzling that night. I was very scared, but I kept telling myself that I was a Tyrell of Highgarden. No matter how scared I was, I could not shed tears. Later, I learned that I was actually supposed to marry Renly. I can't describe in words how desperate I felt, but I didn't dare to express it. I could only play my role well." Greene sighed softly. The situation at that time was too complicated. Renly almost confused the entire 7 kingdoms. He glanced at Margaery, whose eyes were slightly red. Hesitating for a moment, he said, "My Miss Margaery, please don't worry. Although not many people talk about it, everyone actually knows about his preferences." He placed a hand on his chest. "Please forgive me for my offense." Margaery shook her head slightly and looked at him with her wet, deer-like eyes. "Duke Greene, we have been friends for a long time. I am very grateful for your candor." She placed her slender hand on Greene's chest. "I also want to tell you that you are the most outstanding knight I have ever seen." She moved closer. "I see the legendary knight sung in poems and songs." Their eyes met, and after a pause, Greene's left hand gently held her hand and then placed it on his right arm. To be honest, I have never been so nervous even when facing tens of thousands of troops, my lady. Greene moved his right arm and said in a slightly helpless tone, "The knight's beating heart has not calmed down yet. Please allow me to take you for a walk." Margaery let out a clear laugh. "I'm very happy." She held Greene's arm with both hands and looked up at him. "Please lead the way, Knight Greene." After walking aimlessly for a while, Margaery suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. She glanced at the soft, carpet-like grass with a happy expression and said, "Maybe what really worries me is that I am afraid I will not be a good king's wife and queen of the 7 kingdoms." After saying that, Margaery first let go of Greene, then lifted her skirt slightly and took off her delicate shoes. Greene's eyes inadvertently caught sight of her bare feet, which looked even whiter against the green grass. The instep of her feet was arched gracefully as she stepped slowly on the grass. She murmured, "I like this feeling so much." She walked a few steps and then said, "Duke Greene, do you believe I can be the queen of the 7 kingdoms?" Greene's eyes trembled slightly as she slowly approached. "Are you looking forward to the new queen of the 7 kingdoms?" A look of hesitation flashed across Greene's face. He moved his lips to speak, but Margaery, who had come closer, gently placed her raised index finger on his lips. She looked at him. "Duke Greene, if you are willing, I can promise you that Joffrey and my child will be betrothed to your child." Greene's Adam's apple rolled. After her fingers left, he said, "What are your conditions?" Margaery stared at him motionless, a smile on her lips. Greene opened his mouth and finally sighed. "Miss Margaery, please give me some time to think about it." Margaery smiled softly. "Of course, wonderful things are worth looking forward to, Duke Greene." Greene rubbed his head, then looked at the sun and made a gesture of invitation. "I'll take you back, Miss Margaery." After bidding farewell to Margaery and leaving her maiden home, Sir Angay approached Greene and lowered his voice. "My lord, Osney Kettleblack has been following Miss Tyrell. He was hiding in the garden just now." Greene tapped his chin. "Keep an eye on him for now." Glancing in the direction of Magta, then back at Maiden House, he said as he walked, "Ainge, go tell the captain in gold robes guarding the dungeon that this afternoon I will go visit Tyrion." At Maiden's house, Meg Tyrell exclaimed with an exaggerated expression, "Oh, my poor Elro, don't look any more. Duke Greene has gone away." Ello Tyrell blushed slightly and said, "I'm not looking at him. I'm just confused." Margaery pursed her lips and smiled. "My Ello, what are you wondering about?" Megga laughed. "Miss Margaery, she can't answer you, I promise." Ello lightly punched Meggie with her small fist. "I seem to have seen Macta's guard. Why did he appear here? I have seen him before. He has a big aquiline nose, which is easy to recognize." She hit Meggie again and said angrily, "I will soon find my handsome knight." Meggie hugged Ello, whose cheeks were red, and said with a smile, "We will all help you, affectionate girl." Margaery smiled and shook her head. "Help me change my skirt. Grandma is waiting for me." In the dungeon, Tyrion lay on the bed, staring blankly at the bedspread above. "Duke Kleb, the Prime Minister has an order." Hearing the movement outside, Tyrion suddenly came back to his senses. He straightened up and looked at the cell door. Soon he heard the sound of unlocking, then the door was opened, and Greene's figure appeared at the door. Greene walked in, looked around casually, and said, "It seems that you live here very comfortably, Tyrion." Chapter 355, Greene's Sword Skills. "Aha, it's a great honor to welcome the Duke to visit," Tyrion quipped, his black and green eyes trembling slightly, though it went unnoticed. He moved his short legs, stepping on the ground as he put on his shoes. "Before the trial, will the chief judge and the defendant meeting privately cause trouble for you?" Greene sat down. "It won't bother me. I will advocate for cutting off your head. Remember to let the executioner borrow your ice." "I'm afraid of the pain," Tyrion replied, struggling to put on his boots. Once he managed, he sat on the edge of the bed. Greene smiled and raised his hand, signaling 2 young men dressed as waiters to fill the small square table in the room with various foods, wines, and glasses. After pouring the wine, the waiters bowed and left the room. Greene picked up a wineglass and gestured. He smiled again and said, "Eat more. You won't be able to eat any more in a few days, warrior Tyrion." "Please call me." Tyrion the killer, Tyrion said, taking a sip of summer red. He reached out, grabbed a piece of barbecue, and chewed it before continuing. I may be the strongest killer in the Seven Kingdoms, provided that I need to be drunk and unconscious. Greene took a sip of wine, staring at Tyrion, who was grinning. I know you are innocent, or most people know that you are not the murderer, including your father. Tyrion smiled. But, Greene shrugged, it seems you have already guessed the popularity. Tyrion laughed. Yes, especially the Lannisters. We are a family that loves each other, a role model for the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms. Then, hiding his rolling eyes with the action of drinking, he suddenly asked, Greene, how is Shataya? Has she been implicated? Greene spread his hands. In order to show loyalty to the king, the Shataya women's branch had to donate 7,000 golden dragons. Tyrion sighed, taking a quick look at Greene's expression. I should compensate them. Greene put down the wineglass, staring at Tyrion for a while. Tyrion, there is no need to test. If there is evidence to exonerate you, Kleber does not mind annoying Martell. Hearing this, Tyrion moved his lips, remained silent for a moment, and said, Greene, please forgive me. Even my family cannot trust the dwarf who grew up in such humiliation. Then just believe the facts, Greene said slowly, rubbing the body of the wineglass. Not long ago, Robb Stark captured Harrenhal, and almost all the Lannister cavalry in the Riverlands were wiped out. And, according to the latest battle report, he sacked the town of Duskendale, and his sword is pointed directly at King's Landing. After a pause, he continued, his beautiful achievements shocked the Seven Kingdoms. It seems that Lannister's rule in the kingdom will collapse at any time, but I am not optimistic about Robb Stark. He leaned back in his chair. In my eyes, he is just at the end of his strength. When the Lannisters' roar truly comes, he will be completely defeated and won't even have a chance to breathe. Greene looked directly at Tyrion. So, do you want to live? Tyrion frowned. He and Greene looked at each other for a while before he said in disbelief, You want the Dornish people to become the successors and let them continue to consume the Lannisters instead of Robb Stark? Tyrion, you are indeed very smart, Greene nodded. Lannister becomes weaker and Kleb becomes stronger. This is a game of power. Tyrion clenched his fists, staring at the power player in front of him. Don't forget, I am also a Lannister. Greene's voice was cold. Yes, a Lannister who is about to be abandoned, or a Lannister who is destined to be ruthlessly abandoned. After a moment of solemn silence, Tyrion suddenly laughed, his laughter filled with sadness. Finishing the glass of wine in one gulp, he looked at Greene and grinned. I will think about it. Greene picked up the wine bottle and poured wine into his glass. After pouring, he raised his glass and said, Eat more. Is there anything you need my help with later? Tyrion, his hand holding the wine glass, paused slightly. He took a silent sip of wine and sighed sadly, saying, There is a woman, her name is Shay, and she lives in my house on Go Lane. She is my mistress and she has been very good to me. I would like to ask you to look after her, and my other request may be offensive. If the right opportunity comes, I would like to ask you to help her find a good husband. Let Shay live a happy life. After finishing, he burped. Greene nodded and sighed. I will make arrangements for you. She will live well. Don't worry, my friend. Tyrion secretly looked at Greene's expression, forced a smile on his face, and said, I'm so happy to think that other men will make her happy every night. Greene shrugged and said, I will send someone to deliver good ink, good pens, and good paper to the maester who writes true history. I hope that for the sake of these things, he can write a few more words about your deeds. Tyrion looked intently at Greene, who was thoughtfully arranging his funeral. He paused and couldn't help but say, You are no longer trying to persuade me. This, Mr. Power Player? Hearing this, Greene chuckled, and his laughter could not hide his gloating. Power players will also respect every brave man who dies generously, Tyrion. Tyrion scratched his hair and murmured, I am not a brave man. After a moment of silence, he combed his messy hair with his fingers and suddenly said, Greene, is Marigold going to start a direct war with the Lannisters? Greene shook his head slightly, and under Tyrion's doubtful gaze, he said, I won't take action directly. Taking a sip of summer red, he continued, If you want to live, I will find a suitable candidate, and Marigold and the Lannisters will still work together to quell the chaos of the Seven Kingdoms. Well, plus the Rose of the South. The right person. Muttering, Tyrion squinted his eyes and thought. Not long after, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. You want Jaime to bear all this? Seeing Greene nodding, there was a trace of anger in Tyrion's voice. Greene, you know, Jaime can't bear the consequences. Greene nodded again. Jaime can't, but Lord Tywin can. Hearing this, Tyrion, with anger flashing in his eyes, trembled. Yes, Jaime is not a dwarf son that his father hates. He is Lord Tywin's most satisfactory heir. His father will do his best for Jaime. Even if it means going to war with the Dornish people, he already knows it. He had already confirmed the fact that his father did not love him, but why did he still feel deeply jealous at this moment? Human nature is so complex. Tyrion breathed softly, calmed down, and said, Greene, I have to admit that your methods are clever enough, but I have to remind you that Jaime is not a fool. He is a Lannister, and the Lannisters he loves are not just me. I repeat, my brother is not a fool. If he were a real fool, he would not have become a Kingslayer. Tyrion was like a little lion suppressing his anger. Greene chuckled and spoke slowly. Remember that day? The time you accidentally got into a fight and lost your nose and was seriously injured? Hearing Greene's words, Tyrion couldn't help but touch his golden nose. He opened his mouth and said, You saved me. Greene shook his head and said, What I want to tell you is another thing. You mentioned to me your ex-wife, Lady Tessa from the Silverface family. You also told me that her family coat of arms is 101 coins on a blood-stained sheet, 100 of them silver and 1 gold. When he heard Tessa's name, Tyrion clenched his fists. He pretended to be indifferent, but his voice was stiff. Greene, your memory is really great. I love you to death. After learning that you had an ex-wife, I became very curious. Greene tapped the silver wine glass with his finger and continued. I specifically asked businessmen traveling to and from the western region to help me find out. Fortunately, this is not a secret. I soon learned the whole story. You were indeed married, but your new wife is a gift, so T is not a legal marriage. Tyrion's chest rose and fell slowly. He closed his eyes for a moment before opening them and said, It's really not a secret. This is just one of the ways people in the West mock dwarves. It's just a small amusement. He took a big sip of wine, took a breath, and grinned. When you hear such an interesting little story about the West, don't you find it amusing too, Duke Kleb? Greene shook his head slightly and said, Tyrion, you just told me that Jaime is not a fool. Tyrion's expression froze. What are you trying to say? Greene stared at Tyrion for a while and said, If Jaime Lannister is not a fool, then why do you think he gave you a daughter-in-law as a gift? Didn't you ever doubt it? As the words fell, Tyrion's pupils shrank suddenly, and his lips trembled before he spoke with difficulty. What did you find out? He couldn't help but jump out of bed. Tell me, do you know something? Unfortunately, I never had the opportunity to investigate. Greene stood up. No matter how reasonable a guess is, it cannot replace the facts. I suggest you directly ask the person who gave you the gift. Under Greene's reminder, Tyrion's mind raced with various possibilities. He staggered and fell back to the edge of the bed. Consider my suggestion carefully. Greene reached out and patted Tyrion, who was sitting there blankly. Greene. When he reached the cell door, Tyrion suddenly called out to Greene. Tyrion's eyes were bloodshot, and he said hoarsely, I want to see Jaime. With a creak, the blue-robed guard opened the cell door. After standing with his back to Tyrion for a short while, Greene's voice sounded, Okay. After saying that, he lifted his foot and left, and the heavy cell door closed again with a clang. In the Queen Mother's study at Meg Tower, Cersei Lannister was sitting at the table. Her quill paused, and she said, Greene and Margaery? With a slight scoff, Cersei continued writing on the parchment. The only sound in the room was the pen tip scratching on the paper. Sir Osney, who was standing respectfully in front, hesitated to speak. It didn't take long for Cersei to finish, and she signed at the end, Keeper of the Realm, Queen Regent, Cersei of House Lannister. Putting down her pen, she glanced at Sir Osney, frowned slightly, and said, Is there anything else? Osney Kettleblack's Adam's apple bobbed as he said, Your Majesty the Queen Mother, the two of them behave very intimately. His dark eyes moved. Maybe. Queen Cersei snorted coldly and said, No chance, sir. She looked Osney up and down, raised the corners of her lips, and said, Margaery is beautiful, right? Sir Osney swallowed his saliva first, then shook his head. Tell the truth, sir. Yes, yes, the roses of Highgarden are enchanting, my queen. Ah, charming! Queen Cersei slowly stood up from her chair. She moved her steps and came to Sir Osney. She stretched out her hand to touch his face and said, Do you think that if a duke wants to, does he lack beauties? Moreover, do you think that the daughters of 100 families in King's Landing will the branch hospital not be able to find a female branch daughter as beautiful as Margaery? Sir Osney opened his mouth and said, Then they. Cersei's face instantly turned cold. She snorted, her skirts swirling as she walked towards the wine cabinet. Seeing this, Sir Osney quickly went over and poured wine for Queen Cersei. Queen Cersei picked up the gold wine glass inlaid with gems, took a sip of summer red, and said, That's just a little trick of that stupid Rose. Osney rolled his eyes slightly and said, Do you think her seduction is in vain? If someone teaches her, maybe in a few years, she might still be able to achieve her goal. Cersei replied, stepping towards the window. She murmured in a voice only she could hear, A woman can't wield her sword well just by relying on a pretty face. Holding her wineglass, she stood in front of the window and said aloud, Does Margaery think she can win with beauty? She is so naive. Win? What victory? Although Sir Osney was confused, he immediately expressed his loyalty. Your Majesty the Queen Mother, I will always be at your disposal. Seeing Cersei's eyes turn towards him, Osney added, How can the little Rose of Highgarden be your opponent, Your Majesty the Queen Mother? You are so lovely, my Osney. Cersei looked back and raised her head. She is the light of the West. She is the Queen Regent. She is the most noble woman in the 7 kingdoms, a lioness who combines beauty, wisdom, and courage. She is the only one in this world. She is Cersei Lannister. Taking a sip of wine, a sarcastic smile crossed her lips. How could a man who had fallen in love with her fall in love with another woman? Cersei's good mood did not last long, as she suddenly thought of her son, Joffrey, who had been fascinated by the rose. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Cersei's guard captain, Sir Osfrey, pushed the door open and said, Your Majesty, King Joffrey has sent someone over. He invites you to have dinner with him. Upon hearing her son's invitation, Cersei's mood immediately brightened again. However, she paused, a thought crossing her mind. She suddenly asked, Sir Osfrey, who else did Joffrey invite? Chapter 356, Greene and the Night Watch. Sir Osfrey stepped forward, recalling for a moment, and said, In addition to you, His Majesty the King also invited his fiancée, as well as Duke Tywin, Duke Greene, Sir Jaime, and Sir Garland. Hearing this, Cersei frowned and murmured, Father? Osfrey glanced at Osney, who was standing aside, and bowed. Please allow me to excuse myself, Your Majesty the Queen Mother. Why did Joffrey invite the old lion? This was sudden, because she knew that her son was not very close to his grandfather. Cersei, still deep in thought, didn't notice the subtle exchanges between the Cate Black brothers. She waved her hand dismissively. Cersei felt an inexplicable worry in her heart. Her son had a tough personality and would never give in to others, including the old lion. So, what was the purpose of this unexpected dinner? Seeing that Cersei stood there motionless, Sir Osney cautiously called, Your Majesty? His voice brought Cersei back to her senses, and she said with some displeasure, Is there anything else? Cersei Lannister was strikingly beautiful, even when angry. Osney's eyes quickly scanned the curves of her delicate body before he immediately lowered his gaze to hide his greed. No, it's nothing. Please forgive my rashness. Looking at Osney, who seemed hesitant to speak, Cersei's eyes flashed with disdain. She didn't like men who lacked courage, but he still had his uses. She suppressed the disgust in her heart and said, Go ahead and continue watching those roses. As you command, it is my honor to serve you. Sir Osney's eyes were attentive. Queen Cersei smiled perfunctorily and turned around. But just as Sir Osney was about to reach the door, he suddenly turned back. Your Majesty, the Queen Mother, actually, I thought of a good idea. Standing in front of the window, with her back to Osney, Cersei's face flashed with impatience, and she said coldly, Tell me. Osney, eager to express himself, seemed not to hear the change in Cersei's tone. He took a step closer, paused, and said, Maybe we can let Duke Greene try. Queen Cersei glanced sideways and asked, Try what? Although there were only two of them in the room, Sir Osney still looked around, and his voice lowered unconsciously. I think it would be very safe to let him seduce Highgarden Rose, and your purpose. Cersei put the wineglass in her hand on the small round table by the window, turned to look at Osney, and laughed. Are you jealous of him, sir? No, it's not. Osney was about to defend himself, but Cersei suddenly slapped him. Mother? Queen Mother. Cersei came closer. She stretched out her hand and gently touched one of Osney's red cheeks. As long as I am willing, that sharp sword will break through the high walls of Highgarden for me and burn all the roses there. The corners of her lips curled up slightly, and she looked at him. If I weren't worried that more wars would affect Joffrey's rule, do you think I would play boring court games with those tedious women? Patting Osney's cheek lightly, Cersei withdrew her hand. You will be my sword, won't you, sir? Osney's Adam's apple rolled several times, and he nodded heavily. Yes, of course. I am sorry for my previous stupidity. Queen Cersei gently interrupted Osney's apology. Don't be impatient. Your task is to use your clever tongue to make those stupid roses happy. Do it well. If you satisfy me, I will make you a real noble. She gently moved her fingers on Osney's heaving chest. Give me the gift that you can be worthy of my noble status. Cersei watched tenderly as Osney left, filled with fighting spirit by her few words. After the door closed, Cersei had a proud look on her face and replaced the little rose with a Kate Black. She felt that this deal was a good one. If it was just to find out information about Little Rose, why would she send her confidant who everyone knew? Osney's age and appearance were reasonable. Cersei happily picked up the wineglass and took a sip of summer red. Marguerite, cunning as she was, would surely be smart enough to let Osney approach her and reveal false information to deliberately mislead the lioness. Thinking of this, Cersei couldn't help but smile contemptuously. The naive Little Rose would never have imagined that, in fact, her real purpose was to let more people see Osney frequently by her side. Cersei raised her glass, and when the time was right, the innocent and lovely Osney would take the initiative to stand in front of everyone and confess his crimes. Bringing the wineglass to her red lips, Cersei sniffed it gently, as if she could already smell the scent of victory. Hook Lane, Crab's Mansion. Greene looked at the two men dressed in black, showed a gentle smile, and said, Welcome, the strong shield that protects the kingdom. One of them, a man about 50 years old with a strong build, a stern face, and graying black hair, nodded slightly and said, Good day, Duke Kleb. I am Alliser Thorne, the leader of the Night's Watch. The Night's Watch is a legion dedicated to guarding the Great Wall. The legion was established after the White Walker invasion was repulsed during the Age of Heroes. They only wear black clothes. The other man in black, about 30 years old with a fierce appearance and a lean build, stroked his chest and said, Thank you for meeting me. I am Langya Glenn. Wandering Crow is the officer responsible for recruiting men into the Night's Watch. After the introductions, Sir Alliser took out a letter and handed it to Greene, saying, Duke Kleb, this is a personal letter from the Duke of Winterfell. He told me that if I receive a cold reception from Lannister, I can send it to you. As Greene took the letter and unfolded it, Sir Alliser added, It only contains some things that happened at the Great Wall some time ago. Duke Kleb, Stark believes in the honor of the Night's Watch. Duke Ned has become more cautious. Greene raised his eyes and looked at Alliser Thorne. The man before him was a royal noble and a former gold-cloaked officer. During the Usurpers' War, after the gates of King's Landing were deceived by the Lannisters, he led his gold cloaks to fight the Lannister army until the end and did not surrender until the Mad King was killed. After the war, Tywin Lannister gave Sir Alliser a choice between death or wearing black clothes. In the end, he chose the latter and became a member of the Night's Watch on the Wall. Sir Alliser's eyes were as bright as agate. Greene tapped his chin lightly and said, Please sit down. The content of the letter was not long, and Greene read it quickly. He grabbed the letter and murmured, It has bright blue eyes, the characteristics of the legendary corpse. Whites refer to dead people or other dead creatures that have been resurrected by White Walkers. Whites are completely obedient to the command of White Walkers. The White Walkers belong to a humanoid intelligent race that lives north of the Great Wall. They are tall, gaunt, and their skin is as pale as milk. According to legend, about 8,000 years ago, during the long dark era known as the Long Night, a winter that lasted for 20 years, the White Walkers first came to the world. In the end, they were repelled by the Night's Watch, and Brandon Stark, the fortress builder. He was the builder and founder of Winterfell, built the Great Wall to resist the invasion of the White Walkers again. Since the White Walkers were defeated by the Night's Watch, they have disappeared. As thousands of years have passed, the White Walkers have gradually become myths used to scare children south of the Great Wall, or they often appear in people's curses. Hearing Greene's voice, Sir Alicer seemed very worried that the Night's Watch had brought lies. He immediately said, "We found 2 long-lost rangers during patrol. When we found them, they were already dead. But after the bodies were transported back to the Great Wall, one of them suddenly resurrected in the middle of the night. The other attempted to murder Lord. Commander Jeor Mormont led the Rangers, the main combat force of the Night's Watch. Skilled in wilderness survival, they were responsible for reconnaissance and patrols in the haunted forest located north of the Great Wall. Their duties included defending the wall and venturing beyond it to confront enemies. After the White Walkers vanished, their primary adversaries became the free folk, known as wildlings to those south of the wall." Greene sat down and asked, "Didn't Commander Mormont allow you to meet His Majesty the King?" Sir Alicer was momentarily taken aback. Then frustration and anger clouded his face. "When we petitioned in the throne room, Glenn and I met with the Prime Minister, but they treated us like jesters for their amusement. We traveled all the way from Eastwatch, the easternmost castle on the Great Wall, just to be mocked." He paused before continuing. "To make our intelligence more convincing, the commander asked us to bring an arm of a white. But not long after we arrived in King's Landing, it rotted away silently. It was once pale and cold, but now only bones remain. We no longer have our strongest evidence." Glenn added, "Although Prime Minister Tywin didn't say anything at the time, he seemed to think the Night's Watch was playing tricks on him. He hasn't summoned us since he asked us to wait." "We've been waiting for almost a month," Sir Alicer said, clenching his fists, his voice tinged with anger. "The number of wildlings trying to sneak over the wall is increasing, and the commander is uneasy. The cold wind has begun to blow, and the wall must be defended. If it were someone else, Prime Minister Tywin might be more patient." In the solemn atmosphere, Glenn suddenly grinned. "Sir Alicer, you should have killed more Lannister soldiers." Greene couldn't help but smile. He thought the real reason was that Duke Tywin had many urgent matters to address and didn't have the energy to deal with the northernmost concerns of the 7 kingdoms. Seeing Greene also laughing, Sir Alicer shrugged and stopped complaining. After a pause, Greene glanced at the 2 men and asked directly, "Sir Alicer, what kind of help do you need?" Glenn the Crow immediately replied, "Manpower, Duke Kleb. The Night's Watch needs a lot of manpower, and it's best if they aren't rapists, thieves, or farmers who can't pay off their debts." Greene nodded, pondering for a moment. "The war in the Riverlands has brought many refugees to King's Landing. You can choose suitable candidates among them. I will subsidize the required expenses free of charge. Specifically, I'll have Klebo Trading Company assist you." Sir Alicer stood up suddenly. He looked at Greene for a while and asked, Do you believe what I say, my lord?" Greene stood up and approached him, looking at him gently. "Sir Alicer, in that war 16 years ago, Kleb fought for Targaryen to the end, just like you. This is a precious friendship that others cannot understand." He patted Sir Alicer's arm. "Although the news you bring still seems incredible, as a descendant of the ancestors, I firmly believe in the honor of the Night's Watch." After a moment of heavy breathing, Sir Alicer and Glenn bowed deeply to Greene. "We will watch until death." After seeing off the Night's Watch, Greene was in his study, staring at the map of the north and rubbing his head, when he received an invitation from Joffrey. Upon learning the list of invitees, Greene raised his eyebrows slightly. On the surface, he was the only outsider at the dinner. In reality, the most special guest was Duke Tywin, as he was the only elder on the list. This sudden invitation could it be that Emperor Joffrey is the sword pointed at Duke Tywin? Greene sighed inwardly. Robb and Tyrion's affairs were already enough to give Lord Tywin a headache. Couldn't others help him save some trouble? He donned a blue robe, white trousers, and black boots, finally pinning a gold swamp marigold emblem to his left chest. Lord Greene, who had been troubled by his plans to fight zombies, left the mansion with his escort, feeling somewhat uplifted. The horse's hooves made a crisp sound on the cobblestone road as Greene rode towards the Red Keep. He was contemplating the candidate to lead the formation of Kleb, the leader of the Burning Legion. Greene's eyes swept over the clan soldiers surrounding him. They were the best warriors from Kleb's territory. Later, when new clan soldiers were selected, these men would return to serve as officers in Kleb's army. In the next batch, more warriors from the valley would come to Greene's side to serve as guards, and so on. This was one of the ways Lord Greene controlled the army. Greene looked away, a bit regretful that he hadn't found the right person yet. Then he glanced at his personal guards, Brienne, Monton, Ange, and others. Feeling their lord's gaze, Ange nodded gracefully, Menton chuckled, and Brienne awaited orders. Unfortunately, there wasn't enough time. Greene shook the reins and said, "Speed up." As they approached the gate of the Red Keep, Greene saw the fluttering golden rose flag from a distance, and Sir One-Armed Garland standing beneath it. After Greene dismounted, Garland Tyrell approached, placed a hand over his chest, and said, "Good night, Duke Greene." Chapter 357, The Last Chance to Survive. Greene handed the reins to the squire and smiled. "Good night, Sir Garland." Greene and Sir Garland walked side by side into the gate of the Red Keep, followed by Kleb's guards in blue robes and Tyrell's in green. Under the setting sun, the entire Red Keep seemed to be bathed in a layer of red light. After chatting for a while, Sir Garland hesitated, paused, solemnly stroked his chest, and said, "Duke Greene, thank you again for your help. Swordsman Matthew is an excellent instructor. He allowed me to hold the sword again and regain my reputation as a warrior." Greene stopped and said, "That is his honor, sir." He glanced at Garland's left arm, patted it, and added, "Congratulations. I hope you and I will have the opportunity to fight side by side, brave Sir Garland." Hearing this, Sir Garland stroked his chest again, a hint of excitement in his voice. "It would be the honor of my life to fight alongside a famous general." Greene nodded slightly, thinking of Willis Tyrell, the eldest son and heir of the Duke of Metz. He felt that Willis was a qualified heir. "Very good, we have an agreement," he said. The two continued to walk and talk. Lord Greene, always keen, was deeply touched by the honorable heart of Knight Garland, which reminded him of Duke Ned, far away in Winterfell. The people around him had conquered the Bloodgate and the Eyrie, which everyone thought were impossible to break. Sir Garland asked for advice on siege warfare. Greene smiled. "The Florent family's Brightwater Keep?" Seeing Sir Garland's surprised look, he continued, "When I talked about Storm's End with the Duke of Mace, I also mentioned Brightwater Keep, so I made this guess." After hearing Greene's explanation, Sir Garland nodded in a daze. Do all famous generals have such sharp eyes? He thought about the deceased Landau. They were different. Greene patted Sir Garland on the arm and said, "You'll get used to it soon." Sir Garland smiled slightly sheepishly and said, "Maybe it's because it's the first time I've led an army alone on an expedition." As they were approaching Meg Tower, they saw Sir Jaime with his flowing blonde hair not far away. The three of them greeted each other, and anyone could see that Jaime was looking haggard. He was trying his best to pretend that nothing had happened, even jokingly talking about the unexpected king's dinner tonight. What was the #1 hot topic in the Red Keep at this time? Besides the little devil's assassination of the Red Viper, there was also the incident of wolves plundering Duskin Valley town. The three of them soon talked about the war in the Reach. Garland said, "Looking at the movement the Runlangs made, I feel like they are more like a gang of robbers." Greene replied, "Perhaps they will die out one day when they have nothing left to grab." Jaime added, "Today I went to see the King's Gate, where reconstruction has been suspended. A very large number of refugees from the Riverlands have gathered there." Greene noted, "As long as the war continues, the number of homeless refugees will increase, and the price of bread in King's Landing will only rise higher and higher." Garland mentioned, "Just yesterday, after Margaery came back, she also mentioned the refugee issue to us. She seemed very worried. Garland then turned to Jaime. Sir Jaime, I heard the news that you are going on an expedition. I hope you will eliminate those robbers causing trouble in the Riverlands as soon as possible. May the gods bless you. On a nearby tower, Duke Tywin stood with his hands behind his back, overlooking the figures of the blue, red, and green trio heading to Meg's tower. There were footsteps behind him, and after a pause, Sir Kevin's voice sounded. Duke Tywin, tonight may be another child's randomness. Duke Tywin didn't look away from below and said, It seems that ordinary courses are not suitable for Joffrey. After a pause, he spoke again. Kevin, I'm still hesitating. Sir Kevin sighed. The scene that day reminded me of the Mad King. He said before continuing, Duke Tywin, out of caution, I have sent Sir Adam to take over the protection of Magta. He bowed slightly. Please forgive me for my self-assertion. Duke Tywin looked away, snorted coldly, and said, Aerys was at least praised for a while. He is more like my daughter, who likes to be clever. After a moment of silence, Sir Kevin's deep voice resonated. If your efforts cannot bring about good changes, he raised his eyes and glanced at his brother. After the war in the Riverlands has calmed down, I suggest you think about it carefully, for the sake of Lannister, and for you, Lord Tywin. Lord Tywin raised his eyes to look at the burning sunset. The hand behind his back clenched tightly for a moment, then loosened. He turned around. Kevin, is there any news from Marcus Frey? Sir Kevin shook his head slightly and replied, The cunning weasel is still watching. I think the news that the wolf cubs have conquered Harrenhal has reached the twins. Duke Tywin narrowed his eyes slightly and said, Kevin, we need someone to buy time for Lannister to mobilize the army. He pondered for a moment. Send someone to contact Mrs. Westerling. Hearing this, Sir Kevin hesitated and said, Duke Tywin, without Jane, can she still play a role for Lannister? Perhaps I can secretly go to the twins to show Lord Frey our sincerity in what you ask for. The risk is too high. Lord Frey can no longer see the situation of the Seven Kingdoms. He is still immersed in his own beautiful dream. You can't wake up a person who is sleeping with his eyes open. After a pause, Lord Tywin looked at his brother and said, Kevin, a small stone can also change the direction of a horse's run. When he arrived at the gate of the Tower of Meg, Sir Jaime winked at Greene. Seeing that the two of them stopped, Sir Garland just nodded and walked in alone. Standing together in silence for a while, Sir Jaime moved his lips and said, I heard that you went to the dungeon this afternoon. Tyrion. Is he okay? Greene's face darkened slightly, and he shook his head silently. After waiting for a while, seeing that Jaime had been standing there in silence, Greene said, Doesn't Prime Minister Tywin allow you to visit Tyrion? Sir Jaime's green eyes moved slightly. He looked at Greene for a while, then shook his head tiredly. Greene spread his hands. I think Tyrion would still like to see you directly. He loves his brother. Sir Jaime's chest rose and fell slowly, and he said, I don't know how to face him. I don't know how to comfort him. He rubbed his face. Father doesn't allow me to take the trial by combat on behalf of Tyrion. Sir, what you see is not the truth. Greene sighed slightly. If you help Tyrion win the trial by combat, haven't you thought about what will happen next? The Dornish will only think that the Lannisters are playing tricks on them, and the fire of hatred will only become more intense. Hearing the mention of the Dornish, Jaime's handsome face suddenly showed anger. He gritted his teeth and said, Are all the Dornish people a bunch of idiots? How could Tyrion kill the Red Viper? Anyone can see that this is a false accusation. Greene sighed again. At this point, does the truth of the matter matter? Think about what happened more than a decade ago, the Kingslayer. Sir Jaime took a deep breath and was silent for a long time. He looked at Greene. Can Tyrion wear black clothes? Greene stared at him, paused, and reminded, Jaime, wearing black clothes is no different from you winning the trial by combat for Tyrion. The result is the same for the Dornish. Perhaps this is also the most difficult part for Duke Tywin. At present, it seems that only by offering Tyrion's head can the surging anger of the Dornish be calmed. Damn anger. Sir Jaime couldn't help but curse. After a pause, Greene reached out and patted Jaime on the shoulder, saying, Actually, Dorne is far. With the current situation in the kingdom, no one dares to gamble, and most people don't like to take risks. Jaime S. Aide, looking straight at Greene. Also, within the rules of the game, you won't find a way to save Tyrion, sir. Within the rules, outside the rules, Jaime mumbled, staring at Greene with a complicated expression. You want me to secretly let Tyrion go? Then you remind me of the so-called consequences. What's the difference? It's not that I hope, sir, and Greene shook his head. The difference is that your brother may be able to live well. Jaime opened his mouth and said, You want to help me? Greene shook his head again. I will only help secretly. If you want my help, you must swear first. He spread his hands helplessly. The risk I take is no less than yours. Don't forget, you are a Lannister. The suspicion hidden in Jaime's eyes gradually dissipated. He clenched his fists and whispered, I must save Tyrion. I owe him. He looked at Greene again. I will bear all the consequences. I need your help. I owe you one. He suddenly laughed at himself. I already owe you a lot of favors. Greene rubbed his temples and said jokingly, The consequences are not very serious. At most, after fighting the wolves and trout in the river bay, we will fight the Dornishmen who came from afar. With the decision made, Jaime's face relaxed somewhat. He reluctantly joked, It's not serious, just 3 opponents. Then, he slowed down and said, Greene, are you sure you can help me release Tyrion from the heavily guarded dungeon? Greene glanced at Jaime, who had become cautious, and slowly said, Do you remember that Peter Baelish, who was imprisoned in the Black Cell by Prime Minister Stark, suddenly disappeared from his cell? Because of that incident, the Royal Council ordered the Goldcloaks to check all the secret passages hidden in the dungeon. I was the commander-in-chief of the Goldcloaks at the time. After carefully checking every stone and every gap, we found 12 secret passages of various sizes. They were all under the supervision of Varys, the former chief of intelligence, and all were buried. Jaime's eyes moved, and he guessed, how many secret passages did Varys leave secretly? Greene shook his head. There were too many eyes watching at that time, and no one could do that. Without waiting for Jaime to ask, he continued, It was the blue robes I called to assist who discovered the 13th secret passage. He smiled. Because things were almost over at that time, I thought it was troublesome, so I didn't report it to the Royal Council. Greene took out a key and threw it to Jaime. On the 4th floor of the dungeon, the second torture room at the innermost, move the torture table and then turn over the stone slab below. You can use it. After Jaime put away the key, Greene added, I have to remind you that this is Tyrion's last chance to survive. When Greene and Jaime stepped into the hall of Megatower, they saw a group of Rosemaids laughing and chatting, Meg Tyrell, Erlo Tyrell, Jaina Tyrell, and Arlen Tyrell. Next to them stood a man, Osney Kettleblack, who was barely smiling. As soon as the two of them appeared, the hall suddenly became quiet. Greene felt 4 pairs of bright eyes moving towards him, but they quickly passed over him and fixed on Jaime. The muffled, excited voices of the girls soon reached his ears. The fans did not forget to raise their skirts to the majestic Duke Greene, but when the handsome Sir Jaime returned the gesture gracefully, the roses couldn't help but make sounds of admiration. Taking a breath, Lord Greene took the first step to leave. The venue for Joffrey's small dinner was the restaurant on the 2nd floor of the Megatower. Compared to other restaurants in the Megatower, it was relatively small in area, but the most gorgeously decorated. It is said that during the Targaryen dynasty, successive kings and queens often dined here. As for the king and queen of the Baratheon dynasty, let's not mention them. Greene and Sir Garland stood in front of the stained glass window, exchanging a few words before Sir Jaime appeared. Jaime glanced at Greene with a smirk and said, Your Excellency, you disappeared as soon as I turned around. Greene shrugged. Sometimes I can't help but be jealous of your charm, sir. He looked at Sir Garland. The ladies in the hall are all captivated by Sir Jaime. I couldn't stay and disturb their admiration. Sir Garland gave a reserved smile. I've also heard many ladies in Highgarden talking about Sir Jaime. I must admit I've been jealous too. His face darkened momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure. Greene's eyes twinkled with amusement. Sir Jaime, next time, I'll make sure to stay away from you. Jaime shrugged. All right, I'll do my best to cooperate with you. Greene gave him a sideways glance, and Sir Garland couldn't help but laugh. About half an hour later, the waiter announced, The King's Hand, Lord Tywin Lannister arrives. Duke Tywin appeared. He first glanced at the three men standing by the stained glass window, then at the long dining table, before walking over and taking a seat. Not long after, the waiter announced again, "Welcome, Keeper of the Realm, the Queen Regent, Her Majesty Cersei of House Lannister." Cersei entered the dining room, surrounded by her maids, making quite an entrance. Greene, who had excellent eyesight, noticed Lord Tywin sitting with his eyes closed, a vein on his forehead twitching slightly. Chapter 358, Joffrey's Dinner Party. Seeing Lord Tywin sitting upright, Cersei's arrogant steps paused slightly. However, noticing that he didn't look at her, she raised her head. Her eyes moved to Greene, Jaime, and Garland under the colored window. She nodded slightly and walked towards where Duke Tywin was seated. The closer she got to the old lion, the more her high chin gradually lowered unconsciously. She smiled like a lady and greeted, "Father." The old lion's golden light green eyes moved slightly. He glanced at his daughter and nodded, "Cersei." Cersei had just sat down gracefully beside him when her father's voice sounded. What trick is Joffrey going to play again? Cersei knew that her father never talked nonsense, so she suddenly became a little panicked. Could it be that Joffrey had made the old lion angry again? She forced a smile and said, "Father, in fact, Joffrey has always been grateful for your hard work for him. Maybe he also wants to get closer to you. He admires you and loves you." Lord Tywin stared at Cersei and said, "I hope so." Sensing that Duke Tywin's expression had softened, Cersei's green eyes moved slightly. She leaned in closer and lowered her voice. "Father, Joffrey is your grandson, the grandson of Tywin Lannister, and his fiancée is dressed like a daughter-in-law." Cersei, Lord Tywin gritted his teeth and interrupted his daughter's words. Cersei still wanted to speak, but he interrupted coldly, "Don't let me hear your stupid ideas again." Feeling the suppressed anger of the old lion, Cersei shut up. She turned her face to the other side and sat there, her chest rising and falling with her suppressed emotions, signaling to her father that she was also very angry. Seeing this, the veins on the old lion's neck popped out. He paused and finally suppressed his anger. Then he looked at Jaime, who was talking and laughing over there, and lowered his eyes. After a while, the waiter announced, "Welcome, the King of the Andals, the Rhoynar, and the First Men, the ruler of the Seven Kingdoms, the Baratheon family and the Lannister family, His Majesty Joffrey, and the betrothed of the King of the Seven Kingdoms, Margaery of House Tyrell." Hearing Margaery's name appear together with her son's name, Cersei secretly rolled her eyes. Lord Tywin stood up slowly, and everyone looked towards the door. Joffrey appeared with his chin held high, and Margaery with a sweet look on her face. After the ceremony, Joffrey glanced at the people present and said cheerfully, "Everyone, you are welcome to join me and—" He looked at his fiancée and smiled, then continued, "Margaery prepared the dinner together." Joffrey took Margaery's little hand, came to the table, and announced, "Please sit down." Everyone took their seats, and King Joffrey took the main seat. On the right side of the table were Queen Cersei, Duke Tywin, and Sir Jaime. On the left were Margaery, Duke Greene, and Sir Garland. The starter was mushroom and butter snail soup, followed by a skewer of quail and grilled pike. The corners of Joffrey's lips pursed, and he raised his glass. "Thank you for your contribution to the kingdom, and here's to the Seven Kingdoms." "To the Seven Kingdoms," everyone echoed, raising their glasses. The candlelight flickered, and the musicians played cheerful tunes. Putting down his wine glass, Joffrey looked at his fiancée and said, "Miss Margaery, you are so beautiful tonight. Your clothes, well, yes, they match your figure perfectly." Margaery pursed her lips and smiled shyly, her rose-colored lips parting slightly. Just as she was about to speak, Queen Cersei's voice interrupted. "I guess. You feel cold, right?" Cersei curled her lips and looked at Margaery. There was a silence at the dining table. After a pause, Margaery sat upright and respectfully replied, "Your Majesty, although Highgarden is warmer than King's Landing, my father told us that there is a certain element in Tyrell's body, Tuonhuo." As she spoke, her wet eyes lightly glanced at Joffrey, her seductive red lips whirling up quickly. Cersei and then said, "He taught us that the Tyrells are not afraid of the cold. It's a test." After her words fell, Sir Garland, who was sitting next to Greene, nodded in agreement. Yes, the Duke of Highgarden has the same requirements for his children, but in private, he requires my brothers and me to take good care of our sister. He shrugged after speaking. Sir James raised his glass to Joffrey's fiancée and said with a smile, "You are the most charming rose tonight, Miss Margaery." The smile on Cersei's face froze when she heard Jaime's praise. Since Tywin was sitting between them, she resisted the urge to give Jaime a cold look. At this moment, the eyes of the two silent observers, Greene and Tywin, seemed to meet inadvertently. Margaery's expression held the shyness unique to a young girl. She first thanked Sir Jaime for the compliment, then looked at Queen Cersei. Her eyes swept over Cersei's dress, and there was a faint hope in her eyes. "Your Majesty the Queen Mother, your dress tonight is truly gorgeous. The texture, embroidery, and accessories all shine together. I'm sorry, I have never seen such a beautiful dress." Sir Garland echoed, "Yes, I've never seen it either." Cersei held her wineglass and chuckled. "I suggest that you should pay more attention to the armor that suits you after you become the Queen of the Seven Kingdoms, or before that." She swung the wineglass. "I heard that yesterday you and Joffrey went to visit the group of refugees gathered at the King's Gate." "Yes, His Majesty the King cares about the people." Margaery looked at Joffrey with admiration, and he smiled unnaturally and nodded. Sir Garland was proud of his sister. When Margaery was in Highgarden, she cared about the suffering people, just like His Majesty. She personally distributed food and clothing to them. Everyone called her the Light of Highgarden. Margaery pursed her lips and smiled. "They are all kind, and they love King Joffrey." "Kind?" Cersei's lips curled into a mocking smile, and she said coldly, "They will also disembowel you in return. I still advise you to be careful, kind-hearted Miss Tyrell. The last riot of the commoners in King's Landing has not been over for long. Don't find out too late that several groups of guards cannot stop the brutality of those people." Her beautiful eyes moved to Greene. "At that time, if Duke Greene hadn't killed everyone, Joffrey and I might not have escaped the danger so easily." Hearing his mother mention the last riot in King's Landing, and recalling what he had experienced, Joffrey's face darkened, and there was displeasure in his voice. "Mother, you like to make a fuss too much." He looked at his fiancée. "She doesn't care about the facts anymore. Maybe it's because she's getting older." Hearing this, Margaery quickly lowered her eyes, while Cersei's expression froze. Joffrey continued to explain to Margaery, "My mother and I were never in real danger, were we?" He looked at his mother, his eyes full of warning. Cersei's hand holding the wineglass trembled slightly, and she forced a smile. "Of course, not everyone knows the king's bravery." Joffrey was not satisfied with Cersei's answer. He said coldly, "Mother." The tension was palpable. After a moment, Cersei nodded slightly and said, "You are right, my king." Joffrey then showed a satisfied look. Sir Jaime's voice came over with a hint of anger. "Joffrey, your mother is worried about your safety. This has nothing to do with the facts." The atmosphere at the dinner table became solemn. Margaery smiled sweetly at Queen Cersei and said, "Your Majesty, I will remember your kindness. Hunger will indeed turn people into beasts, so." Facing Margaery's overture, Cersei secretly rolled her eyes. The Tyrells were indeed hypocritical. No wonder they could confuse her son. Margaery Tyrell first glanced at the... Margaery looked around at the people present, finally resting her gaze on Joffrey. "Your Majesty, after parting with you yesterday, I discussed my concerns with my father. He is Han, ordered to serve the king," she said, her eyes sincere. "If you permit, the Duke of Highgarden would be happy to continue assisting. The Reach has just had a bumper harvest of wheat, barley, and apples." She raised her glass gently, her cheeks flushing slightly. "As your future family member, the Tyrells are also obliged to help King's Landing through these difficult times." Joffrey, pleased with Tyrell's loyalty, responded, "As Sir Garland mentioned, Miss Margaery is no stranger to charity. I am convinced." He took a sip of wine and smiled elegantly. "My kingdom will welcome a good queen." Margaery smiled shyly at his words, and everyone raised their glasses. "To the queen," they toasted. Cersei took a sip of her wine, staring at Margaery, who was whispering to Joffrey. She swirled her glass and murmured, "I am convinced too." The dinner continued, punctuated by Joffrey's occasional giggles. He and Margaery whispered to each other, like most young lovers. Greene noticed that by the time Joffrey drank his second glass of summer red, his face had turned red and his voice sounded drunk. Greene, who occasionally whispered to Sir Garland, raised his eyebrows slightly. Joffrey's drinking capacity seemed worse than what he had discovered through investigation. After finishing his third glass of wine, Joffrey played with the empty glass for a while before suddenly asking, "Grandfather, how will you sentence Tyrion?" The room fell silent. Duke Tywin glanced towards the throne and replied, "I will judge fairly according to the laws of the kingdom." Joffrey leaned on the armrest of his chair, pinching his chin. "The evidence is conclusive. I think we can hang him as soon as possible." Greene's eyes moved slightly. He looked at Jaime and then shrugged. Duke Tywin frowned. "Joffrey, Tyrion is your uncle." Joffrey responded with contempt. "He is a monster. Everyone thinks so. To be precise, his true identity now is that of a criminal, and I am a just king." Tywin's gaze suddenly became sharp, making Joffrey shift uncomfortably in his seat. Seeing this, Cersei quickly interjected, "Father, Joffrey was just making a suggestion." "Mother, this is the king's order, not a suggestion," Joffrey interrupted. Duke Tywin glanced at his daughter, who only followed her son, and said, "Joffrey, since you think Tyrion is not a member of the king's family, then you should give him the same fair trial as everyone else. That is what a just king would do." Joffrey sat there, frowning and thinking for a while, before saying gloomily, "Fine, I can retract the order to deal with Tyrion immediately." Tywin and Greene exchanged glances. It was clear to everyone present that Joffrey was attempting to make a deal with Lord Tywin, a forced purchase and sale. Lord Greene, always far-sighted, couldn't help but think of the future crown prince's education upon seeing Joffrey's strange political methods. Lord Tywin leaned back in his chair, staring intently until Joffrey's expression became stiff. Then he spoke calmly. "Let me hear what you want." Joffrey's eyes flashed with excitement as his plan seemed to be going smoothly. He sat upright, then raised his head and said, "Robb Stark has already appeared in Duskendale. He might be at King's Landing by tomorrow morning. Now, my kingdom is facing a huge threat, so—" Joffrey stood up from his chair, glanced at everyone present, and announced loudly, "I plan to take charge of the government directly from now on." The two roses beside him remained silent. Greene saw Cersei's shocked expression, which quickly turned to one of being moved. Duke Tywin remained seated, and Jaime looked nervously at Cersei. When no one responded to him, Joffrey's face twisted in anger. "This is the king's order," he shouted. A moment later, Duke Tywin's authoritative voice cut through the tension. "Please sit down." Joffrey, momentarily dazed, complied, but quickly became indignant at what he perceived as a slight. "You have no right to tell me what to do. I am the king," he snapped. Lord Tywin remained unperturbed by Joffrey's outburst. His tone was calm and measured. "What are you planning to do?" Joffrey snorted derisively. "I will not cower in King's Landing while our enemies are at our gates. I will personally lead the troops into battle. I will skin the wolves myself and hang every traitor." Duke Tywin's expression did not change. "Do you know where Stark is now?" Joffrey's anger was momentarily replaced by confusion. He frowned, trying to recall. "He is in Rosby City? It's south of Duskendale and north of King's Landing, right?" Lord Tywin's gaze was steady. "Our scouts have reported that they are moving towards So's Corner, west of Duskendale." Joffrey's frustration flared again. "I didn't send anyone to follow him. How would I know?" "Very good," Duke Tywin said, nodding. He fixed Joffrey with a piercing stare. "Let me ask you a simple question. Which is faster, a horse or a soldier on foot?" Joffrey was taken aback, his face contorting with anger. "Are you mocking me?" Lord Tywin's voice rose, commanding attention. "Answer my question, Joffrey." Chapter 359, Joffrey's Dinner Party, End. The lion's roar suddenly echoed through the hall, making Joffrey shudder. He pressed his back against the chair and stammered, "Of course, the horse is fast." Realizing how he must have looked, his face flushed red, and his hands trembled. It wasn't just the fear the old lion instilled in him. It was also the resentment of being repeatedly embarrassed in front of everyone. He glanced at his fiancée, Margaery, who appeared frightened and pitiful, seemingly unaware of his embarrassment. This gave him a small measure of relief. Under the table, one small hand was wrapped by another slender and strong hand. Margaery, playing the role of a timid deer, turned her face slightly and blinked her big eyes. Greene's eyebrows lifted slightly in a silent gesture. Let's go. Margaery's eyes moved slightly, and she nodded subtly. When Greene's hand left, she paused and stretched her little hand slightly. Cersei Lannister's voice broke the tension. Father, Joffrey is just joking with you. He isn't serious. Hearing Cersei's defense, Joffrey saw an opportunity to regain his kingly authority. He snapped. Mother, please be quiet. A smart woman should know when to shut up. I am the king, and I know what to do. Faced with her son's merciless accusations, the lioness's first reaction was not to roar, but to feel aggrieved. Joffrey had been so cute and lovable before. She had loved him so much, but now, because of Margaery, he was turning against her. The witch's whisper echoed in Cersei's mind. She will take away everything you cherish. Absolutely not. On the surface, Cersei was stunned by Joffrey's sudden anger, but inside, her hatred for Margaery reached its peak. Jaime, who was about to rise, was stopped by a stern look from his father. He glanced at his daughter, whose eyes were slightly red, and said coldly, Joffrey, a real king should know how to respect his mother, especially in front of so many people. Joffrey retorted, I do respect my mother. Father, Cersei called cautiously. The old lion snorted, closing his eyes for a moment before saying, Continue the previous topic. Sensing that the old lion's anger had dissipated, Joffrey's chin lifted again. He nodded and said, Very well. When our conversation is over, I hope you will be the first to support my pro-government stance. He sent a showy look to his fiancée, and Margaery responded with a fitting and appropriate smile. Joffrey's small movements did not escape Duke Tywin's notice. His chest rose and fell slowly as he closed his eyes. Since you know that horses can run faster than people, he opened his eyes. Joffrey, tell me how you plan to catch up with the Northern Cavalry, who are skilled at running. Joffrey replied, Isn't Sir Kevin summoning the free riders? I will lead those riders myself. Lord Tywin interrupted coldly. I'm sorry, those mercenaries are hired by Lannister, not you. Joffrey was startled, then angrily said, Fine, I will hire another group of free riders myself. Lord Tywin stared at him for a moment and said, Joffrey, are you prepared to pay them with your own gold? The royal treasury is empty. Sandor Clegane, who had been standing still like a statue, reminded in a low voice, The royal family still has debts of millions of gold dragons, your grace. Joffrey turned and glared hard at the hound. After a pause, his eyes shifted quickly to the left side of the dining table, where he sensed concern mixed with ridicule. They must be laughing at the king's predicament. Drunkenness and anger allowed Joffrey to temporarily overcome the fear instilled by the old lion. His face twisted in rage. After taking office, I will choose a capable prime minister. I will find someone who will not throw all the trouble to the king, Joffrey declared. Joffrey! Cersei scolded her son directly, a rare move for her. Lord Tywin pursed his lips into a tight line and stared motionlessly at his extremely foolish grandson. Cersei turned to Duke Tywin, pleading, Father, please forgive me. Joffrey is still young, and he is drunk today. Mom, I'm not drunk, Joffrey roared. Joffrey! Cersei tried to calm him, but Lord Tywin intervened. That's enough. Tonight's performance ends here, Lord Tywin announced, glancing at Greene, who was leaning back in his chair, seemingly napping. Seeing Duke Tywin announce the end of the dinner, Joffrey was stunned and protested. This is the banquet I hosted. Duke Tywin ignored Joffrey. He grasped the armrests of his chair with both hands. Just as he was about to rise, Greene, who had woken up at some point, suddenly spoke. King Joffrey, have you ever considered the consequences of losing Prime Minister Tywin to the Iron Throne? Joffrey, feeling betrayed, snapped. Duke Greene, you are the Warden of the East appointed by me personally. Greene ignored Joffrey's anger and continued slowly. Robb Stark points his sword at King's Landing. Brandon Tully trains new recruits in River Run, resisting the Ironborn invasion. The war in the north has just ended, and Stannis Baratheon, who is still alive and eyeing the Iron Throne, along with Doran Martell, who could rebel at any time. He glanced at Lady Margaery and sighed softly. Actually, what I'm most worried about is the nearly 100,000 refugees in King's Landing. King Joffrey, please forgive me, but the Seven Kingdoms cannot do without Prime Minister Tywin. As Greene listed the potential traitors, Joffrey's expression changed. When he heard the final reminder, his handsome face twisted in anger. "You actually look down on your king?" Greene was taken aback. He first looked at Queen Cersei, then at Duke Tywin, his clear eyes questioning them. "Did I?" After a pause, seeing Joffrey staring intently at him, Greene had no choice but to explain. "If my words offended you, please allow me to clarify. What I mean is, if I were the current Prime Minister, I wouldn't have the confidence to shoulder the responsibilities of the Seven Kingdoms like Prime Minister Tywin and the others." He shrugged, leaving the rest unsaid. After a brief silence, Joffrey turned to look behind him. The Hound hesitated for a moment, then nodded. With a contemptuous snort, Joffrey raised his head and declared, "After I take charge, I will eliminate all those traitors one by one." Duke Tywin retracted his gaze from Greene, looked at Joffrey, and asked, "How do you plan to destroy them?" Lord Tywin's question made Joffrey breathe heavily with excitement. One of the highlights of tonight's banquet was to announce the plan he had been formulating for several days. He raised his voice, "I will raise a royal army." The wrinkles on Lord Tywin's forehead deepened as he confirmed, "A royal army?" "Yes, royal troops," Joffrey continued with a cold snort. "Stark, Tully, Greyjoy, and my two uncles, Renly and Stannis, why can they rebel? It's because those lords have armies that are loyal only to themselves." He glanced at the people present with a haughty expression. "The royal army I want to form will be composed of experienced soldiers, not peasants who have never even touched a spear. I will build an army that can sweep across the Seven Kingdoms, a powerful army loyal only to the royal family." He looked around at everyone. "How about it? As long as my plan is completed, there will never be any rebellion in my kingdom, and no one will dare to disobey the king's order." After his words fell, the table fell silent. After a pause, Duke Tywin's voice sounded. "Joffrey, according to your idea, the lords of the Seven Kingdoms can no longer have their own armies, correct?" Joffrey's face was filled with excitement. Duke Tywin nodded and said, "Of course, in the future, all nobles of the Seven Kingdoms will be directly protected by the king." After staring at Joffrey for a while, he shifted his gaze to the opposite side and asked, "Duke Greene, are you willing to cooperate with Joffrey's plan?" As his words fell, everyone turned their attention to Greene. He smiled calmly and said, "If time and opportunity permit." He then bowed slightly towards Joffrey. "Why? I am willing to support the king's great cause." Joffrey clenched his left hand into a fist, clearly pleased with Duke Greene's loyalty. He chuckled, "I knew I could count on you. As a just king, loyalty will be rewarded. I will grant you a gift when the time comes, commander of the royal army." Lord Tywin glanced at Greene, who was thanking Joffrey with a complicated expression. He then looked at Cersei, who was staring lovingly in Greene's direction. The old lion's rage was barely contained. "Joffrey," he said, his voice vibrating with suppressed anger, making the warm restaurant feel as if winter had suddenly arrived. "I have heard enough of your foolish remarks tonight." Cersei's body trembled slightly. She knew her father well and realized that Joffrey had completely angered him. The consequences could be dire. She immediately reached out and grabbed one of her father's arms. "Father." Duke Tywin looked at his pleading daughter coldly, paused, and then turned to Margaery. His tone softened slightly. "Miss Tyrell, thank you for the dinner you prepared. I enjoyed the dishes very much. Also, please give my regards to the Duke of Metz. By the way, could you inform him that I would like to have breakfast with him tomorrow morning?" Margaery stood up and smiled gracefully. "I will, Lord Tywin. It is my honor to serve you." She then turned to Joffrey and bowed lightly. "Your Majesty, my father went to bed early. To avoid disturbing his sleep, please allow me to excuse myself." Joffrey, temporarily calmed by the old lion's outburst, managed a faint smile for his cautious fiancée and waved his hand. "Very well, go ahead. I will take you horse riding tomorrow." At this moment, Greene stepped forward. "Your Majesty, please allow me to escort Miss Margaery." Joffrey glanced at Greene, who had a gentle expression, and nodded slightly. "Go ahead." After Greene and Margaery left, Jaime also stood up to leave. Lord Tywin glanced at his eldest son and nodded. Seeing Jaime about to leave, Joffrey, noticing the increasingly tense atmosphere, immediately stopped him. "Uncle, you are my captain of the Kingsguard. You can't leave first." Sir Jaime continued walking and said, "Joffrey, when you come of age, I will listen to your orders." He then glanced at the hound. "Sandor Clegane, I command you to leave with me." The hound hesitated for a moment, but then raised his large feet, swung his snow-white cloak, and followed the captain of the Kingsguard. Joffrey's voice was filled with panic. "Dog, I won't let you leave. I order you to stay. I am the king." Seeing this, Cersei immediately walked over and hugged her son. Just as she was about to speak, Duke Tywin said, "Cersei, let's go." At that moment, there was a clang as the heavy door closed. Feeling Joffrey tremble, Cersei looked at her father and forced a smile. "Father, please believe me. Joffrey must have drunk too much tonight. I promise I will teach him well. From now on, I will make sure he drinks less alcohol, or only low-alcohol drinks." "That's enough, Cersei," the old lion interrupted, standing up. He ignored Cersei, who only doted on her son, and stared at Joffrey. "Tell me, who taught you?" Cersei wanted to hint to her son to find a scapegoat, but Joffrey's confused expression gave Lord Tywin the answer. It was so foolish. Duke Tywin's broad chest rose and fell with barely contained fury. The tension in the room was palpable as Duke Tywin's voice fell slowly, his tone icy. "Do you know how many rebels will rise in the Seven Kingdoms tomorrow if your foolish plan spreads? Stark, Tully, Greyjoy, Stannis. They will celebrate all night long because their common enemy, Joffrey Baratheon, has destroyed his kingdom with his own hands." Duke Tywin's imposing figure loomed over Joffrey, causing the young king to tremble involuntarily. Yet the comforting embrace of his mother seemed to give him a semblance of courage. He rubbed his neck nervously and stammered, Grandfather, my plan is to build an army loyal to the royal family. Why do you say that I am ruining the kingdom?" Duke Tywin's eyes blazed with fury, like a lion ready to pounce. He gritted his teeth and retorted, "You have taken away the Lord's armies. How can they protect their lands, castles, and children? The king's protection? Why should they trust you? Do you want to destroy all the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms? Do you think they will be as foolish as you?" The old lion roared, "Why do you think the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms recognize you as king? Let me tell you, it's because you are the bloodline left by Robert. You have it, but they don't. This is the only reason." "Father, please," Queen Cersei began, but her plea was cut short. "Sir Adam," Duke Tywin's command was sharp and immediate. As soon as the words left his mouth, Adam Marbrand led a dozen Lannister guards in red cloaks through the door, striding purposefully towards them. Chapter 360. The Lannister Brothers. Joffrey's anger was mixed with panic. "Who allowed you to come in? Get out! I'm the king!" "Joffrey, stop your clownish behavior." Duke Tywin stared at his grandson coldly for a moment before continuing. "Joffrey, I expect to see you at breakfast tomorrow. You will sincerely apologize to Duke Mace for your drunken nonsense tonight and seek his forgiveness." Joffrey's eyes widened in disbelief. "You actually want me to apologize to Duke Mace? Asking a king to apologize to a minister?" Duke Tywin narrowed his eyes slightly and replied coldly, "If you can't understand the importance of this, then just follow my orders. You are not allowed to order me. I am the king." Joffrey, who was being held by Cersei, shouted loudly. The veins on Duke Tywin's neck bulged, and his hands clenched into fists behind his back. He gritted his teeth and said, "Joffrey, let me remind you that Robert's bloodline is not just yours." Cersei looked over in shock. "Father!" Joffrey's body trembled visibly. "What did you say?" Cersei hugged her son tightly and pleaded with Lord Tywin. "Father, please, tell Joffrey you were just angry for a moment, that you were joking with your grandson." Joffrey broke free from Cersei's arms and stood up. "You want to depose the king? How dare you?" He trailed off as he met the old lion's sharp gaze and quickly hid behind Cersei. After a moment, Lord Tywin's chest and abdomen slowly calmed. He opened his eyes, looked at his daughter and grandson, then turned around and waved his hand. "Sir Adam, His Majesty the King needs to get up early tomorrow. Please escort him back to his bedroom." As Adam and others approached, Joffrey shouted, "What are you doing? You are offending me." The threat was useless. Joffrey was held firmly by two red-robed guards. He kicked his legs and cried, "Mom, I don't want to rest. Save me." Cersei pleaded for mercy, but the old lion's impatient voice cut her off. "Give him a sleeping draught." "Father, Joffrey, Cersei, I am rational enough." The king was forcibly pulled away by Sir Adam and others. Before leaving, Joffrey looked at the old lion with resentment. In the fireplace, the fire crackled. Only father and daughter remained in the restaurant. Cersei hesitated and approached the old lion with light steps. "Father, I'm sorry. Joffrey is a little willful. I'm trying to correct him." Duke Tywin glanced at Cersei. Willfulness and stupidity are two different things. Cersei quietly observed the old lion's expression. "Father, Joffrey has a strong character. He is the most suitable candidate for king." Duke Tywin turned his head slightly to look at his daughter and said coldly, "Few kings in history have met a good end." Cersei wanted to speak, but Duke Tywin raised his hand to stop her. Retracting his gaze, he stared at the flickering flames in the fireplace, paused, and suddenly said, "Cersei, I didn't like your late husband, Robert." Hearing this, Cersei's green eyes trembled. She looked at the old lion in surprise. Can you tell me the reason, father?" The hand behind him clenched for a moment and then loosened. Lord Tywin's cold voice sounded. "He liked to pat my back." The hazy night covered the Red Keep with a veil. After walking out of Maegor's tower, Garland Tyrell tried his best to hide his heavy mood. Because of the stranger next to him, he couldn't speak directly and could only glance at his sister, who remained elegant. Margaery Tyrell was charming in the moonlight. She smiled gently. "Brother Garland, please don't worry about me. I will fulfill my duties as the king's wife." Sir Garland glanced at Duke Greene, who was looking up at the night sky, and said, "I will be back as soon as possible, Margaery." Margaery walked a few steps silently, exhaled softly, and said, "Thank you, Garland." Greene tilted his head slightly, observing the siblings with a thoughtful expression. Greene lifted his head and saw a pair of bright but distressing eyes. "I can promise you, my child with Joffrey, I will make a marriage contract with your child." Recalling the conversation from earlier in the day, Greene paused. He realized that the Golden Rose seemed to have a genuine judgment of Joffrey. He guessed that the more Margaery appeared to look forward to this marriage, or the more determined she seemed, the more it explained the underlying problem. On the surface, she seemed calm, but there were undercurrents. Perhaps her main task was to show Duke Tywin and everyone else that she would be a qualified candidate for queen. The worse Joffrey's performance, the better the effect. Perhaps Joffrey's shocking speech tonight was also a natural result of Margaery's clever teasing. This kind of court tactic, combined with the fact that the man was Joffrey, was too easy for Margaery. He knew it. Ever since the poisoning incident at River Run, the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms had been very vigilant. He heard that Sir Jaime had even arranged for a Kingsguard to taste food for King Joffrey, so replicating such an incident would be difficult. If it wasn't poisoning, what could it be? Greene smiled at Little Rose. For the sake of the Duke of Mace, he had to take action. "Miss Margaery, it's my honor to escort you," Greene said, nodding slightly to Little Rose. Margaery's eyes seemed to brighten. She approached Greene, stood on her tiptoes, and kissed him politely on the cheek. "Duke Greene, I'm sorry about tonight. I should have prepared a more thoughtful dinner," she said. Seeing the rare, active light in Highgarden, Greene's face flashed with surprise. At the same time, he silently lit a candle for Joffrey in his heart. "You are charming enough tonight, Miss Margaery," Greene replied. As soon as Greene's voice fell, Sir Garland, who was standing nearby, immediately echoed, "Yes, my sister, no one will think you didn't do well. You are the light of the Red Castle tonight." He added, "King Joffrey's drinking capacity is not very good." Speaking of the latter, Sir Garland couldn't help gnashing his teeth, and then he couldn't help showing a worried look again. Margaery chuckled. "Garland, he is already good enough, so I feel closer to him." Looking at his sister, who was completely trapped in the dream of love, Sir Garland shrugged helplessly. Greene smiled and said, "Being able to have each other may be wonderful enough, Sir Garland." Sir Garland was slightly stunned. It seemed that Margaery's maids were not exaggerating. The tongue of Lord Greene was as sharp as his sword. He really saw a lot tonight. He scratched his head. "Yes, I will bless them." When his eyes met Margaery's, Lord Greene's mouth corners rose. "Lord Greene," after the roses disappeared, the butler Leighton came to Greene's side and whispered, "Adam Marbrand fed King Joffrey a sleeping wine." Greene shook his head slightly. It seemed that Lord Tywin was really angry with Joffrey. He took a step forward. "Where did Sir Jaime go?" As they walked, Leighton said, Jaime Lannister first took the Kingsguard to the White Sword Tower and then went to the dungeon alone. Very good. There was a sound outside the prison door, and Tyrion Lannister, who was curled up on the bed, raised his head. He wanted to climb out of the bed, but found that his legs and feet were numb from lying for a long time. He had to bend down and rub his muscles. At this moment, he hated his short legs belonging to the dwarf very much. The key turned, the cell door was opened, and the firelight shone on his face. Tyrion raised his hand to block it, squinted his eyes, and said, "Jaime? Are you okay, Tyrion?" Sir Jaime walked in with a small candlestick and closed the cell door. He looked around and said, "The cell in Riverrun is not so damp and cold, but it is much more gloomy than here." Tyrion grinned. "I also tasted the taste of being locked up. The old man of the 7 gods is really fair. What a happy pair of Lannister brothers." Sir Jaime smiled and shook his head. He put the candlestick on the small square table and said, "I heard that. You killed the famous Red Viper of the 7 Kingdoms." Tyrion said, settling into his chair. He laughed. "Yes, it was because the black-haired mistress he brought from Dorne fell in love with the lion at first sight, and we fought on the spot like in the ballad. He mimicked holding a sword and stabbing. I couldn't reach his heart, and the lovely Red Viper stood there waiting for me to bring a chair." Sir Jaime couldn't help but smile. "Many people know that you are not the murderer, Tyrion." "I guess." Tyrion's smile faded. "But Lord Tywin must want me to happily admit all the charges thrown at me?" Jaime sighed. "You know, our father is a fair man. He may not be." Tyrion sneered. "Will he be fair to a rat in the gutter?" He pointed at himself. "Look, I'm talking about me." Jaime frowned. "Tyrion, you are the son of Lord Tywin, not some rat." Tyrion's voice was filled with hatred. "No, I'm not the son of Lord Tywin. You are, Jaime. You are his only son. He has long wanted to execute a dwarf like me. For more than 20 years, he finally waited for this. This is a wonderful opportunity, and he can also please the Dornishmen, by the way. He must be very happy now." After a pause, he grinned. "Well, and my good sister, she has long hoped that I would die. Is she already impatient and started celebrating in advance? Did she ask you to dance, Brother Jaime?" After Tyrion finished speaking, Jaime stared at him and said in a slightly tired voice, "You will not die, I promise, my brother." "Aha, you promise?" Tyrion looked at his brother mockingly. "How can you promise? I heard that you are about to lead the troops to go out. Are you planning to attack the dungeon of the Red Keep?" Jaime frowned. "Tyrion, as long as I promise my father not to have a trial by combat for you, I can wait until the trial is over before leaving King's Landing." Tyrion looked at Jaime in disbelief. "Are you staying here to enjoy watching me cry and beg for mercy when Lord Tywin sentences me to death?" He grinned. "Or do you want to hear my last confession?" Jaime clenched his fist. "Tyrion, I told you I wouldn't let you die." Tyrion's eyes moved slightly. "Aha, Brother Jaime, are you hoping that I will have a few more sweet dreams before I die?" Jaime leaned back in his chair, exhaled slowly, and said, "If my father really sentenced you to death, I would take you away from this damn dungeon directly." After a pause, he added, "I am ready." "You want to let me go secretly, Sir Jaime?" Tyrion's eyes widened as he got out of bed and stood up. "For your dwarf brother? Have you thought about the consequences? How can you face the anger of Lord Tywin and Cersei, and the anger of the Dornish? You are willing to betray Lannister for me?" Jaime's voice was a little strange. "I am just paying my debt." He forced a smile. "A Lannister must pay his debts." Tyrion looked up and stared at Jaime, who had a heavy face. He grinned. "Pay back the debt? I don't quite understand, my brother." Jaime's voice became more and more strange. "It's better not to understand. Some things are better buried forever." Tyrion suppressed his anger. "Tell me, what is the shameful thing?" Jaime seemed distracted. He opened his mouth and said, "Tyrion, I will find a good time." The little lion's voice suddenly rose. "No, you must tell me now, immediately." The cell was filled with a depressing atmosphere. The Lannister brothers stared at each other for a long time, and finally, Jaime turned his face to the other side, paused, and whispered, "Tisha?" Hearing this, Tyrion trembled all over, and he squeezed out a voice from his throat with difficulty. "What about her?" After a moment of silence, Jaime murmured, "She is not a prostitute I bought for you. Everything is a lie my father asked me to tell. Tisha, Tisha is Tisha. She is the daughter of a farmer, and she and you met by chance on the road. Facing his brother at this moment, Tyrion stood frozen like a stone statue. Tisha, he suddenly realized he couldn't remember what she looked like. He recalled that she was just a young girl back then. He hissed, "My wife, she married me, with the 7 gods as witnesses." Sir Jaime continued, "At the time, our father told me that she approached you only for your money. She was of low birth, and you were a Lannister from Casterly Rock. If it weren't for the gold, she wouldn't have come to you at all. So in his eyes, she was no better than a prostitute. My father also told me that, so what I said wasn't entirely a lie, but he believed you needed to be taught a harsh lesson." Jaime closed his eyes in pain. "My father told me that from then on, you would learn your lesson and be grateful to him. At that time, I truly didn't expect him to go that far."